decisions to stay in or go out soon. So I sit and pray we're gonna see come what may. You know that heaven is a disco ball, heaven is confetti foam. It might sound like a lot, but that's just my neon god. Heaven is a disco ball, heaven is confetti foam. It might sound like a lot, but that's just my neon god. Knows you only live once, so don't overthink it. You know that heaven is a disco ball, heaven is confetti foam. It might sound like a lot, but that's just my neon god. Long drives the mission, see how long this tank will last. Memories we're living, we won't let the good times pass. Oh no. So I sit and pray we're gonna see come what may. You know that heaven is a disco ball, heaven is confetti foam. It might sound like a lot, but that's just my neon god. Heaven is a disco ball, heaven is confetti foam. It might sound like a lot, but that's just my neon god. Knows you only live once, so don't overthink it. You know that heaven is a disco ball, heaven is confetti foam. It might sound like a lot, but that's just my neon god. My neon god. My neon god. My neon god. You know that heaven is a disco ball, heaven is confetti foam. It might sound like a lot, but that's just my neon god. Heaven is a disco ball, heaven is confetti foam. It might sound like a lot, but that's just my neon god.
Hey boy, this is my letter to you. It's time to tell you how I feel. Hey boy, this is my letter to you. It's time for me to speak, 'cause the days are long.
Buenas, giteadores. ¿Cómo? ¿Que os perdisteis la segunda Master Cup de TFT Level Up? Bueno, no os preocupéis, porque volvemos con un nuevo resumen de la competición española de Teamfight Tactics. Guillosco y Snoopy quedaron primero y segundo respectivamente, consiguiendo así una plaza en la final nacional, y además se unieron a Akawonder y Luke en la segunda GSC del set 8. Aunque no lo creáis, llegar hasta aquí no fue nada fácil, pero será mejor que os lo cuenten ellos mismos.
Imagino que para competir en España en general es una motivación extra, sobre todo porque acerca el perfil de jugador casual al jugador competitivo, ¿no? O sea, básicamente el acercarnos a nuestra audiencia, a la persona que está, pues en Diamante 2, en Master o algo así, intentando motivarse a jugar y ese fin de semana tiene tiempo y quiere competir. Porque conforme terminaba yo cada uno de esos días, el día de torneo me decían, ¿cómo vamos a punto de esto? ¿Cuándo es el siguiente? O sea, ¿cómo funciona exactamente?
A la gente le cuesta dar el paso de decir, vale, juego for fun, sin presión, sin nada, a me voy a apuntar a un torneo. Ese paso lo tiene muy fácil con un creador de contenido porque viven la experiencia de cerca, ven lo que pasa, ven la atmósfera que se crea, entienden un poco cómo funciona el torneo y ahí se meten. ¡Let's go!
La rutina que teníamos era que básicamente todas las noches nos juntábamos a repasar cosas del parche. En plan, uno estaba estudiando los chinos, otro estaba estudiando los DNA, o a alguien le veía llamado la atención a alguien que había hecho algo en Europa. Entonces nos pasábamos 3-4 horas viendo bots mientras además jugábamos nuestras propias partidas. Y aparte de eso también hemos hecho scrims con otro europeo. Ya viste que la GSC pasada pues nos fue bastante bien porque llegamos a día final Luz Martín y yo, y que en general el papel fue bastante decente.
Tú, por mucho que entrenes, el mejor entrenamiento es el torneo. Porque es donde has estudiado, vas a aplicarlo todo y vas a aplicarlo todo con la máxima tensión. En ese momento es donde tú más aprendes.
¡Ratatatata! Esto uno.
Si algo no se puede negar, es que esta gente está teniendo una preparación de locos. Desde Level Up estamos seguros de que dejarán el listón del Team Españita bien alto.
지쳐버린 뚱한 표정 이제 그만해 반짝이던 너의 모습 only one 유일했던 그 웃음 너머로 가득히 더는 딜하지 않아 no way 언제라도 넌 변명은 no It's gonna be okay just live alone 그 운명을 믿어봐 난 나라 이제 용서해 지친 날들에 우리 서둘러서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go 한 번 더 웃어줘 빛나게 더 뜨겁게 눈을 떠봐요 웃어봐요 나의 눈물은 말랐어요 예쁜 눈망울 콧날은 어떻고 입술도 어쩜 넌 이래 제발 한 번만 봐줘 날 더 이상 이대로 힘들긴 싫어요 너도 나 없이 혼자는 힘든 걸 알잖아 사랑해 baby No way 언제라도 넌 변명 no It's gonna be okay just a little alone 그 운명을 믿어봐 난 나라 이제 용서해 지친 날들에 우리 서둘러서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go 한 번 더 웃어줘 빛나게 더 뜨겁게 태양이 더 거치고 밝은 날이 어두워도 이제 다시 시작해 눈을 떠봐요 이제 형이래요 이제는 끝인 걸 알고 달렸지 어둠 속을 벗어나 별빛이 보이는 이제 용서해 지친 날들에 우리 서둘러서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go 한 번 더 웃어줘 빛나게 더 뜨겁게 태양이 더 거치고
Welcome back to our Golden Spatula Cup #1. We do have a new special guest, the Barry Baden.
This was probably my best chance to make it to a day 3, actually, so took the opportunity.
Oh, Barry and people are super excited to see you.
Saru, welcome.
Hello, how are you?
I practiced this for you, okay? So I'm going to say Sin Charitiria. Is that right?
Yeah, kind of. It's Sinkardiria. Yeah.
My name is Tanas Tsarouchas. I live in Greece, 26 years old. Worked as a serving engineer, close to civil engineer.
Yeah, we could well be seeing our first representative from Greece bringing the title home.
It's funny that Saru won because his victory was not really predictable.
In the start of the set, I decided with some friends to try to play competitive, so we practiced from day 1, talk about meta every time. That was very helpful for most of us.
My favorite moment of this weekend had to be the moment where we hit an Urgot 3.
It's just so fun to watch, man. Look at this.
Yeah, did someone order seafood? We have 3 crabs right there on this board, shredding.
Urgot 3 was my last game of day 2. Was not funny to play against, but pretty funny to watch, for sure.
The dice will be ready to kick off, but Saru! Now this! There it goes! The RP!
You cannot not smile at this. Like, there's just no way, man.
And this is the revenge you get from the sea creatures.
So in the finals, it was a rough game.
Puzzles, and for Saro, they're up on 32 and 31 points. They've got a 2-point cushion over everybody else.
I scouted like to see if Draven is contested. Didn't see anyone. Picked up.
Hayden and Saro both picking up Draven in the early going, and we know how damaging it can be if that Draven takes too long to get online.
I regret my option. I knew that it would be a difficult game.
Oh, Sodi's chaotic here. He's playing a Draven too as well.
Oh boy!
Another player hit Draven too also. I was in a pretty bad spot.
You're pretty close to getting some other Mech 3 stars as well. Honestly astonishing compared to where they started.
Found my Draven 3 and countered almost the whole lobby.
And I believe if Saru finishes second or above at this point, or maybe even third already, might be the win for him. The Alistar, but not quite enough to win. Ketzer wins the lobby, but I believe Saru wins the Eternals.
Our winner of the Golden Spatula Cup is Saru, taking a win for Greece. Just so happy to see that.
They've had a lot of support in the chat today. They've had a lot of fans pulling up for Saru.
I saw chat, right? I was watching chat. They were going wild for you. And I asked them to okay, if you think Saru is going to win, put 1 in chat. And suddenly the chat went like, okay, I guess it's decided.
I should thank everyone that supported me. People that don't know me personally and were supporting me.
Ένα πράγμα έχω να πω μόνο. Mikros is crazy, baby.
TFT all day, all the time, directly into my veins. We all came out here to become the best, right? We came out here to be #1, right? Finish off the 1-1.
One of the big things I'm really happy to see was the prize pool, the first place. Really exciting and something to really strive for.
You ready? You excited? Lelouch survives for another day. Lelouch getting another W in here. I mean, of course, amazing.
She's walking down the street, she's turning up the heat, she's moving to the beat and nothing's stopping her. She's walking down the street, all guys they wanna meet, thinking that she's sweet. I'm not so sure about that, 'cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. But she's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's walking down the street, it's just so bittersweet. You can't compete and nothing's stopping her. Walking down that street, turning up the heat, moving to the beat like no one ever you've seen. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang.
Hello, everybody. Now, guys, before we get started, give me a T.
T.
Give me an F. F. All right, that's enough of that. Hey, everyone. Welcome to TFT Rising Legends. We are here with Golden Spatula Cup number 2. We've already got one underway under our belts, but I was unfortunately in a wedding in Georgia, and I gotta say, guys, I prefer the vibes here. I miss the sweet tea, but I really don't miss the y'alls. I don't miss the creepy diners. We'll talk about that later. It's so good to be back. How you guys been doing? I missed out on GSC 1. How was the vibes?
It was great. We had a great new winner from Greece as well. I think the last month I've been living and breathing TFT, waiting for this moment to get here, see what players have done their homework, who's arriving in peak form, and ready to accumulate more of those GSC points over the weekend.
Yeah, I think we had a super exciting final round. Multiple people were able to win the game. We got into the final lobby of the tournament, and eventually, I should say, David, it was Sharu who won the tournament.
Oh, guys, in case anyone's confused in the audience, in case anyone's hit their head in the time between Golden Spatula Cup number 1 and number 2, we've got you covered. Of course, TFT Rising Legends, you should know, but in case you don't, this is the premier EMEA competition for Teamfight Tactics. All the TRCs, all the open qualifiers, all the snapshots, they come here to compete for their chance at the Rising Legends final in beautiful, scenic Alicante, Spain. Beautiful. I miss it. I miss it so much, but don't worry about
Poland, it's really, really not sunny here at all, so I especially miss it. Believe me, Nigeria.
Oh yeah.
2 days of snowstorms in Denmark, by the way. So
right now it's like super gray out. It's cold. I had to get up at like 6 a.m. this morning, but it's going to get worse for me, and I need to hear it from a friend. David, can you run us through the biggest news?
The biggest news is the fact that we have a big change in the times that the tournament will start at. We've been doing 4 p.m. CET all across the board since set 6, but now starting tomorrow and on Sunday, we will start 3 hours earlier at 1 p.m. CET for the games and 12:30 for the top of show. So right now, I ask you, make an alarm on your phone, do whatever you need to do to make sure you don't miss this. We'll remind you a few more times of the day, but this is very, very important. You're going to show up 3 hours late, half the game's already done. It's not a good look for you as a viewer.
Or as a caster, it turns out. I'm so worried because we used to do this all the time, Guido. I used to have to get up at literally 4 a.m. I have a beanbag behind here. You guys can't see it on stream, but I would sleep down here and then get up 5 minutes before show, put on all my clothes, sit in the chair, and we would start stream. That is how these finals used to go. But now we've got green screens. I've got actual outfits. I've got a broadcast headset, so I got to get up at 5. The time changes on Sunday for us here in the States. Ooh. I'm screwed. I don't know which direction the time is going. So if you have any advice, if anyone in the audience knows, Wida, can you tell them where they can chat about GSC2?
Absolutely right. So if you go over to Twitter onto the Bird app, you are going to be looking for the account called TFT Esports EMEA. And if you just want to have a hashtag, just can easily searchable, figure out where other people are coming from and talking from, hashtag TFT Rising Legends, it's where you are gonna be able to find those.
We even got a fancy little logo, when you put the hashtag in and it's got a little thing next to it. I'm still so excited about that. It's been like 2 years and I'm still thrilled. But we've got more coming out of Twitter. We've got a mother clucking giveaway. That's right. We're giving away, I believe it is 10 eggs. I'll double check once we have confirmation. But we're giving away a prize to the people who predict not the winner correctly, but the winner for the most entertaining reason, which is great for people like me who have 2 modes. Either Nostradamus or just Village Idiot. I either get it completely right or miss the mark entirely. So maybe
correction, Iberia, it is a contest, not a giveaway, because you have to put some amount of effort to actually win these eggs. We're gonna make you work for it. They're a valuable prize, so you have to at least
more work than typing an exclamation mark in chat.
Exactly. There we go.
That's the bar for it right now.
They're getting that true TFT competitive experience, man. Competing for 10.
Competition both on Twitter and in the game. So if you're not ready to go pro in TFT, go pro with your Twitter game at TFT Esports EMEA. And if you're wondering what's going on for this season of Rising Legends, we've got you covered there as well. We're going to toss to a quick video and be back in a couple of minutes to get you ready for today's games. See you in a bit.
Hey tacticians, wait, new set theme. Greetings, heroes! Welcome to the next season of Rising Legends. I'm Niberia, and I'll be your guide on this brand new journey. Today, we're going to announce the new competitive format for Monsters Attack. But there are plenty of updates, so please don't get distracted with the Uwu Urga. This is so cute. This said, we're going to have 2 different ways to qualify for finals. We'll have the Golden Spatula Cups and the ladder qualification. To qualify for the Golden Spatula Cups, the TFT regional competitions will take the main stage. 52 of the 128 players will qualify through those competitions. DACH, France, and Eastern Europe get 7 spots each. Poland and Turkey have 6, rest of EMEA has 5, Spain and Northern Europe get 4, and MENA and Italy will have 3 apiece. The remaining 76 tacticians will qualify in 2 ways. Lots of numbers, I know, bear with us. 32 will qualify through the open qualifier and 44 from ladder. So don't miss the opportunity to compete in your regional TRCs to have the chance at winning a spot in the next Golden Spatula Cup. This time around, we won't have a point reset when the mid-set update releases, so no more cramming for finals. Every game of Monsters Attack counts. All that in mind, only 32 players will qualify for the Rising Legends Finals. The 3 winners from the Golden Spatula Cups, 21 point leaders from those cups combined, and the top 8 point earners from the ladder snapshots.
Let's talk Super Brawl. Super Brawl is now a unique competition separate from the Rising Legends circuit, which means the winner won't automatically qualify for the Rising Legends Finals. 4 players from each TRC will compete to be crowned Best of EMEA and take home the trophy. Oh, You don't know? Oops. Well, you heard it right. This set, we're going to have a trophy for Super Brawl. That's all for now. Thanks for watching, and remember, you could be the hero of Spatulopolis. We'll see you in Monsters Attack.
So lots of stuff coming down the pipeline, and Panda, you're going to be very proud of me. I know we've had some problems with microphone issues on shows. I actually looked down for once and made sure to unmute after the break. So, you know, I'm learning, and I just wanted to get recognized for that fact. That's
character development, Iberia. It's been a year and a half we've been casting together, and I've seen develop in so many ways. This is definitely one of them, for sure.
It's going to happen again, so I needed to make sure I got the praise out of the way so that we can just have a hard reset next time it happens. So we also have, of course, the TRCs feeding into all these Golden Spatula Cups. So let's take a look at the players who made it through. Now, Wida, who's standing out on this list to you?
I'd say that Texida. I'm going to talk a little bit more about him coming up in later further down the show. TFT Marks is another player that we have been talking about for quite a while now as well. Currently #1 in the Summoners In League over in the DACH region. Another player you could keep an eye out for here. Snooty Boo as well, David. We saw him perform very well last time around, but was that a fluke, or is he going to be consistent now?
Come on, you're asking me. You know the answer. I think he's one of the better players from Spain, and if he makes it to day 3, he'll almost guarantee a spot at regional. So definitely that's his goal for today. We have players from France from the Hex League, Double 61. Matela's making a return after not showing up in GSC #1, for example. Just a lot of big names across the board, and it's great to see these TRCs mattering so much and so many big names finding a way to not just perform on ladder, but also in these tournaments to then qualify to the tournament we have this weekend.
And of course, from Eastern Europe, there's one player that we've definitely got to shout out. Now, David, earlier in the show, I asked you about the important big news, and you were almost going to tell this, but we had to save it. Noel, our very own Eastern European champion player, just got married. And that's super exciting because he's coming into this game with the wedding buff. Look at him, so happy. He's got the swaggy watch. He's a lawyer, it turns out. Lawyer, professional TFT player, and now husband. How can you not root for the guy? How can you not hope that he's going to make it through the day?
Just a man that defined success. Made it to Worlds last year as well. So, I mean, he is on an absolute roll, and we're not going to stop him. This is maybe his tournament to win. He hasn't won a GSC yet. I think it would be a huge, huge thing for him to do that, especially in a weekend like this one where it is his honeymoon.
Yeah, you know what? Like, if he wins on his honeymoon, is he actually good, or is it the honeymoon period, right? we might not never know. But again, Noel, great guy, fantastic person to have involved, and we are very happy for him, everyone on the team.
That's our TRCs, but of course we also have the ever-important open qualifiers. We had 1,129 sign-ups, our record so far for the Golden Spatula Cups. We've got plenty of familiar names and a couple new ones as well. One of them that I want to shout out here as well, of course, Sasa. We have seen a ton of competitive play from, making it back in here. Excited to see what more he can bring in Golden Spatula Cup 2.
And a big name like Kevin Parker, 13th in the last GSC, the first player to reach Challenger in EU West in this set 8. Both times he's made it to the GSC through the open qualifier. This is kind of the plan C for most players. Most players trying to make it through ladder. If they aren't able to do that, they have the option of the TRCs. And then kind of the last resort is having to get into this grueling tournament, 500 plus players, 3 different days. Very, very hard to make it through, but he's done it 2 times. So I think definitely puts him in a good tournament. He's been maybe on his peak form after that great weekend he had last week.
Yeah, and we have, Lakoga, who's been to championships before, Brang as well, joined that club. And then we have Vanteacker, who is probably the person on the show with the most games. He has played more games of TFT than K3 Soju. This set. That should say enough about how much TFT this guy plays.
That's a stat for sure.
Really just grinding through the set so far, and that's really impressive. I've been really impressed watching the open qualifier players, some of their POV streams, so it's interesting to see how well that's going to transfer here to the Golden Spatula Cups. But of course, we have one player from those open qualifiers on the line right now. Setsy, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. How was the open qualifier experience for you? You said that this was really your first time in competitive. Did you participate in the first open qualifier and you're just now making it through the open qualifiers for GSC2, or is this your very first qualifier?
Yeah, this is my very first open qualifier, and I think it was really well run because I don't think I've played 6 games in such a short amount of time before. So shout out to the admins.
We love our admins. Omni, our champion of the admins. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, so again, you're a bit of a newer player in terms of the competitive aspect. Are you going to stick to your own lines today? Are you going to take a big look at what the lobby is doing compared to you?
I think a lot of my lines are based off a lot of NA players because I think those are the streamers that really got me into playing competitively. So I think, yeah, my style is mainly NA based. Probably Setsuko is the one I derive the most inspiration from as well.
So high-end
Setsy.
shopping, very good.
So Setsy, this is a perfect segue into my question. It almost ruins it. I was going to ask you, does your name have any relation to Setsuko? Because that's the first thing I thought about when I saw this name. Are you trying to channel some of his competitive success this set into your performance this weekend?
Yeah, I think the main reason I decided to compete in this tournament was because of Setsuko, because I think he makes the game look like he plays the game like as a non-casual, and I think that really inspired me to take part in today's tournament as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, Setsy, I've got a question coming up for you based on your responses to our player sheet. So I got to confirm. You put in there Hani and Chaewon Worshipper. That's K-pop, right? I'm not tripping here? Okay. So one of my friends, Stan Luna, for the longest time. She's my best friend, love her to death. And of course, with that group falling apart, she's looking for a new group to start following, new group to stand. Who would you recommend among the two? Because that's 2 different groups, right? La Seraphim and New Jeans. I did my research for you. I did my research.
I think it's New Jeans all the way.
They're like hot on the scene now, right? They just started out. Already a fan?
Yeah, I think they are the next best thing in K-pop, and I think a lot of people are getting into K-pop because of them as well.
Oh, nice. Next best thing from K-pop, according to the next best player in TFT. Wida, David, any more questions, or just want to head on through and let Setsy get ready for the games?
Simply, Setsy, if you have a chance to shout out anyone you want to thank for your prep until this moment, maybe, or anyone that, apart from Setsuko, obviously, that you want to thank for being here this weekend?
I think it's my friends who I playtest a lot with, even though they might not be playing at the highest level. I think they usually give me a lot of ideas of how I play my lines, and give me advice on min-maxing my optimizing my play as well.
That's good to hear.
All right, awesome. Setsy, thank you so much. We'll let you get ready for the games today. Good luck in them in your first Golden Spatula Cup. Looking forward to seeing what you're bringing.
Thank you.
All right, got some K-pop advice. That's all I really wanted from that interview. TFT advice, nah, don't need it. I'm going to be bad. I'm going to stay bad. But if I need to know who to stand, we've got advice coming down the pipeline. So, guys, of course, we're not just talking about Setsy. We're talking about the other players in the Golden Spatula Cup. We sat down with all of our casters, and we pulled out their predictions for who's going to win, and of course, the dark horses of this tournament. Who did you guys pick?
Well, I mean,
we'll start with you.
Oh, go ahead, Wida.
I could go ahead now, I guess, unless you change your name, David.
No, we're mixing it up. I'm demanding that Wida tell us. You can't hide your picks from us.
We're just that much of a unified, sentient being now that we just answer each other's sentences. It's great. No, I have gone with Ging. Ging has been an absolute smurf so far. If you go and look at his match history, he played 3 or 4 scrims yesterday, went first in all of them. He's ranked 2 on ladder right now. His 20-game average is 2.9. Has not gone 8th in 20 games. He is an absolute machine. Texeter also had a fantastic Hex League Finals, finished 2nd there, could have won it. So absolutely fantastic players for me. Look, keep an eye out for them for sure.
In my case, no Spanish bias this time around. I know I've been blamed in the past for making our Spanish players get eliminated on day 1. So instead, I will pass on this burden to the Polish superstars Lelouch and Shredden. Lelouch, no justification needed. I think he's been the best player in the past 2 sets in EMEA alongside Double 61. But Shredden, I think he's popping off in the Ultraliga, the Polish TRC. He had 44 points in 6 games in their league phase. That
ended up last weekend. They have the finals coming up next weekend. So definitely 2 players from Poland and just in all of EMEA to watch out for. They can definitely do it all and win this tournament this weekend.
And I think for me, Salvi is definitely the one to pull out. Our Golden Spatula Cup 1 winner, a stalwart of the scene. We've been following him since day one, but he didn't really start finding success until set 5, until he made it to that Reckoning finals. And he's been getting better ever since. Took home his first Golden Spatula Cup at GSC1 last set, is now second in the German LAN finals recently, second in the league as well. So he's on the up and up, the grizzled veteran. And right behind him, I would say, is Darkest, who they first showed up last season, got first in the Turkey Super Brawl qualifiers, 5th in that Super Brawl, and is looking to go up even further. Been watching their games, really impressed by them. And before we move on and let you guys know who came in through the ladder, I do just want to highlight some of the predictions from everyone else. Kerfuzzled really pulling out a surprise there from GSC1, and you can see some other players on here, like your favorite Ging. And I know I'm going for a while, want to highlight Arson and Saru from here.
I'm going to go ahead and give some respect to EUNE, a ladder that always kind of the second brother to EU West, but in this case, Saru from Greece won our last GSC. We have great players like Drai as well coming in from that ladder. We have Noel, who you mentioned, coming in from the EUNE TRC. And we also have Digitals, the first player representing Cyprus in a GSC. So a big win for Cyprus, whatever. I'm not sure there's many viewers from Cyprus, but if you are here, you have a player to root for and a player representing you as well. But Wida, talk to us about EU West, where some of the big names are.
I mean, Lusher, rank 1, he's been an absolute machine so far, and I think we're going to be excited to see him perform and really take a shine here. Solo, obviously, as well, ever present at the top of the ladder. Volterix has been in some kind of trouble recently, had to play the up and down and the hex league to stay there, which quite surprising, right? So, again, a lot of these bigger names now, they need to put up a strong performance here. Again, it's one thing being good on ladder, but doing it in tournaments as well is necessary.
And now we've gone through a lot of our players. Let's hear from one more. David, you ran an interview with Gunmay, so take a look at our very next T, Fight, and Tactics, and we'll be back in just a bit.
Hello everyone and welcome to T, Fight, and Tactics. I'm of course Impetuous Panda, part of the Rising Legends broadcast team, and I'm joined always by just very unique and very special personalities in our competitive scene. This time around it's going to be Gunmay, someone that I think longtime fans are very aware of who he is because you've been around for so long, Gunmay. How are you feeling and how have you been with TFT recently?
I'm feeling good until he basically just called me old now. Now I'm feeling a bit worse, but now I'm feeling good. I've been enjoying this set a lot, and just my competition as well has been going well, especially ladder, so I'm very happy.
So quick intro for fans that maybe aren't fully aware of who you are. You're Spanish and Swedish, same as me. You're a 6'4" gaming machine. You've been around since the very beginning of TFT, I think. Any top players, even on the NA side, when they think about EU players from the origins of TFT, from set 1, set 2, names like yours, like Fluffy, like Dark Hydra, these are kind of the Solgasang, of course, Dasic, kind of the key names that shaped TFT into what it is today. Is there anything else you want to add in terms of your history with TFT, maybe going back to set 1 or 2 and how that's changed coming down to set 8?
Oh god, well, it's been a long time now. Like it's been 3 some years, right? Like we've been going at it for a while. I mean, I started in set 2. I think it was around like December 2019, I guess it was by now. So I started playing the game then. I think I got like maybe 2 weeks into it, like just around New Year's, I got to Challenger. Mm-hmm. And started like playing on EU. Then I swapped to NA and started playing on NA. So that's why I'm kind of known on both servers for that. So and well, we're still at it 3 years later. So.
And outside of TFT, what can you share with us in terms of what you do? Is TFT your full-time thing? Are you trying to balance playing at a high level with content creation, or working in a real job in the real life situation?
Yeah.
What's that with you?
So for me, like lately, I've been working basically 11, 12 hours days. I do not do TFT full time at all. I wish I could have like 6-12 months just to go at it for one season, Mm-hmm. But maybe in the future, who knows? But right now I work in sales. Mm-hmm. It's a very competitive business as well. That's honestly, it has similarities to playing ranked ladder or similar stuff. Like as dumb as that sounds, but it's very competitive in the same nature. I think that's why I like it. I made the jump to doing that, like, I think it was about a year and a half ago or something. I used to work in construction and stuff like that, like pretty much all my life before that, and just made the jump, and I've been enjoying it since then. But yeah, long hours, a lot of working, and I try to balance it with TFT as best as I can. I had time off in December when I was switching from one company to the one I'm working at now, and I was playing pretty much TFT all day, every day, and I think that showed. I think that's why I was so dominant in the beginning on ladder, and why I've like kept my form so well, even when I've been like not being able to play as much. So yeah, I think it's kind of a struggle of balance there. Like I probably sacrifice more sleep than anything else, but yeah, I mean, we make it work.
But we are closing up the interview. It's great hearing from you. Any last shout out you want to give to anyone that has really impacted your career? Anyone that you want to thank in terms of recent prep in the last few sets from Spanish players, for example?
I mean, yeah, we the ones I practice with the most is probably the Spanish players, like people like Snoody or Chuso, Dessa, Dalesom. Like these people, we talk continuously, like throughout the weeks and stuff, and practice together and help when we can. I've been very fortunate to have like more of a good support system in general in my private life as well. Like my girlfriend is great and everything like this. For the moments where, like, even though I'm, like I said, I'm a very cocky person, I like to like be a strong guy in front of everyone, right? But like you have your moments, right, where you are weaker and you doubt yourself, and having someone that believes in you even when you don't yourself, I mean, you just feel indestructible at that point, right? So having that support system has helped a lot for me, and so I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling great about everything right now. I'm going into GSC 2. I'm looking to win it, so.
That's good to hear. That's music to my ears, considering that, you know, we're looking for another Spanish win. Lumarpin won GSC number 3 in set 7, and we're hoping to get another one on the board for this set as well. And obviously, the World's coming up. We're hoping that everyone reaches their top form, including you, Gunmay. We hope to see you there and to see you continue to build your career in TFT. It's been a great one until now, but I think you still have a lot to say and a lot to prove when it comes. Forward to it.
Thank you. Yeah, for sure. For me, Worlds is the goal. I don't want to quit until I win Worlds.
We've heard from and talked about our wonderful players, but as we approach the game, let's talk about a little bit of what we might see. We've put together a couple of compositions that defined the meta last patch, and we expect to follow through a little bit during this patch. So I'm going to start us off talking about Gadgettine. Last patch, if you were looking for an AP opener or maybe a vertical line, Gadgettine was the name of the game. It kind of sucked before that. Annie and Zoe were the only salvageable units, Annie defining the front line of a lot of AP compositions. But once RFC was cycled out, Titan's Resolve was cycled in, you got a lot more consistent value from the items they brought. Lulu getting a bump in damage made them a little bit more reliable in the early game and let you transition to that late game. Yeah, they caught a nerf, but they caught a further nerf on PBE, so clearly, at the very least, Riot thinks they're still going to be strong, and I'm with them, hoping we're going to see the vertical, but we're at the very least going to see them as an AP opener today, and we're just going to keep rolling with the AP compositions, because Wida, you're covering Anima Squad for us.
Yeah, we have a bit of an AP package for the viewers at home here today, and I'll be talking a little bit about like how Anima Squad works. So in the early game, you will, generally speaking, be looking for Jinx plus Nessus and Silas. Those are the easiest units to hit. But if you're lucky enough to the Riven, your composition will have an easier way for you to get the stronger front lines online due to the triple attack of the Riven. Jinx will also be an item holder for you to look out for here. Spear of Shogun, Gunblade, JG, whatever you name it, she can carry all of them, and then you're going to transition into playing for that Misfortune in the late game. And with the Anima Squad emblem being craftable, that provides you some interesting options when you try to cap out your board, trying to play 5 Anima Squad potentially, play something like a Fiddlesticks, an Urgot, or even an Echo. Echo is probably the best unit actually, even though it might not seem like that, but it really benefits from the extra AP as well as the HP to get that shield big.
I will be talking about the comp everyone has loved to hate this entire set, that is, of course, Yuumi. Before, you used to have 3 or 4 players going for Yuumi every day, or every game rather. In this case now, it's much more nuanced. You have to play this comp only under very specific variables, those being uncontested, no one else trying to play Yuumi, maybe one player on Supers, but that's really it. You have to have a few key augments at 2-1. You have to have a chance for a lot of econ with things like Golden Ticket, Trade Sector, or Rich Get Richer, or the comps that really work well with this comp specifically with reroll. Prep 3, ideally Prep 2 can work as well, and Battle Mage. You want to play Yuumi on the second row so she has the range to snipe those backline carries. Second most important thing is going to be the hero augments. If you get anything that isn't the 2 cost or 3 cost options, it's going to be a lot harder to play this comp. But if you get any of the Rel augments and any of the Nyla augments, you're going to be absolutely golden, as well, of course, Yuumi's Predatory Precision to get that extra damage coming out from Yuumi. And the key thing that everyone has to keep in mind, that players definitely know for this weekend, is the fact that the key unit in this comp is not actually Yuumi, it's Nyla. Nyla is the cornerstone tank in the middle with the Redemption online, with the Onyx Spark online, with the Titan's Resolve online. And this is really the most important unit in your comp. Secondary, most important unit is going to be Rel, especially with Hold the Line as the carry augment. And then thirdly is going to be Yuumi. So if you're thinking about what components to prio at the very start of the game or on carousels, usually it will be tanks first, and then things like blue buff and things like any kind of AP amplification items as well.
Yeah, so that's going to be the quick rundown, but let's give a bigger overview of the meta with that in mind, because I feel like emblems and the augments have really defined which of these lines are stronger. If you get a Gadgettine emblem in any way, shape, or form, even a heart, that composition goes up like 7 placements in estimation, because you don't have to wait for that Nunu. You don't have to dig for him. And Anima Squad, you look at the top performing augments, and it's just Anima Squad all the way down. It's just like Anima Crest, Anima Heart, Anima Crown, anything Misfortune, anything Riven, all top 10 performing augments. So, like, those are massively strong comps right now, but they're not the only lines available. David, I know you're the AP expert, but do you expect seeing any AD lines coming into this tournament?
Yeah, Church Shot I think is definitely still viable, but you need to go in from a high roll position. You can't just decide to 2-1. I'm playing Church Shot because I have a bow. It's not really the case anymore. Duelist is definitely a very good option now, especially with Fiora getting her buff and her augments now being very pickable compared to pretty much every other patch this set. Overall, I think this is the patch. I think it's normal as well that as we move along, finally it's the patch where you can play really anything. The balance is at its best in terms of augments, in terms of hero augments, and as long as you have the correct spot for it and the right opener, that's the most important thing. You can really play almost anything in this game right now.
Yeah, I think that's the real key, right? Because I think that for a lot of players right now, it's all about getting those frontline items locked in, as you were talking about with the Yuumi comp. But just across the entirety of the field, I think we're going to see a lot more players start to prioritize Belt and Chain Vest start, because those options are very flexible. You don't want to get locked in with, let's say you start Bow and you get an RFC. Yeah, Jax is playable right now, but we don't know to which extent fully it is playable, right? Because we know that China was toying around with the Hacker Jax. We've seen traditional vertical Jax be a thing, but Reign of Anger is the exact same board as Jax and has a higher top end, for example, as well. So a lot of niche situations you need to be open for right now. So I'm super excited to see what our players have in store.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to the Gadgettine for half a second, like, that was the reason Gadgettine was so bad before 13.4. It was like, oh yeah, RFC for nobody! This item sucks! I don't have a Jax! Why would I be playing Jax? That's the only person it's useful on! So, you know, really glad to see the flexibility in the meta. One quick question before we toss over to casters. I was looking at the 13.5 patch notes. Just going over them. Threats seem to be getting buffed across the board. Are we finally going to see a vertical threats composition viable, please? I'm tired of traits. I just want to slam everything that has one tag.
I know for sure Kevin Parker is actually an enormous fan of Threat Level Maximum as the threat focused augment. So if he's in our game and if he gets offered that option, I guarantee you, Nigeria, we will be seeing this comp play today.
Loaded dice as well. Look out for those prismatics, but that is going to be the main name of the game, right? Because when you get that loaded dice onto the free costs, you're gonna an entire world of opportunities opens yourself up. You're stepping onto the magic carpet. You have Vel'Koz by your hand. One of his
maybe not Vel'Koz.
5 hands.
Anything else but Vel'Koz.
Frostburn is actually doing well. Frostburn actually is like super well performed for once. I'm gonna let him.
You never know, right? But at the end of the day, you also end up looking at something like the Bel'Veth is such a flexible unit as well. So super excited to see, again, whether or not that's going to be a line taken, because the option is definitely there now.
Yeah, the meta completely wide open, as are our casters for this toss. Veerless, Counterfeit, take it away.
All right, thank you, Matt. For any first-time viewers, my name is Counterfeit, and it's my pleasure to officially welcome Veerless to the show. We've covered a few events together like DreamHack, so it's great to have you here, Veerless.
I am so excited. Obviously, my first time here being around, which I'm very much excited for. Not just being here, but watching all these players. There's so many new faces here coming into the mix as well, which definitely gets me very hyped.
Well, just before we get into our players then, because we've got a really good first lobby coming up, just to kind of touch on what the analyst sets were covering there. They already talked about Anima Squad, Yuumi, and Gadgetzine in depth, and talking about the meta being pretty open. So, from where you're sitting, Veerless, comps, changes, what are you liking in 13.5?
Ooh, well, there certainly have been quite the changes. We've had, for example, Brawler, which got buffed, which I think can be very exciting, because we always tend to go for the Aegis type of frontline, and now Brawler's become a bit more viable again, perhaps even a vertical Brawler lineup that we can come and see out. I'm a little bit sad though on the flip side, because we have, for example, Underground. It can be super good if you decide to stick for it, but of course the early cash outs coming out for Underground have been nerfed. So are we gonna be seeing as much of Underground as we've seen before? I am not too sure.
Well, let's take a look at our lobby then, our players who may be venturing into the underground. We have got a stacked first lobby. We have got multiple regional champions in here, and of course some of newer faces coming through to the scene as well. The Golden Spatula Cup number 2s, all these kind of level events, it can be a pretty intimidating thing to come into against such a big established names.
Yeah, and of course the pressure here is high. You have to perform really well today. Of course, we're going to go down from 128 players to only 64. That will then move into tomorrow. But without further ado, we're going to be kicking things off here with game number 1.
All right, so we will be checking in with Seamus Prime, who we've had a little chance to visit with before, coming through from the Turkish region. But just before we kind of get deep into the players as well, do want to know, of course, we did talk about the various different comps we played. Of course, this will be coming up a lot as well. You mentioned the Brawlers and the Underground changes, the Recon. Panda already mentioned the Duelists and the Fear Augments doing well. A little bird did tell me that this, along with what Matt was saying, that there are a little bit more presence from threats coming through. So I'm really excited to see what our players have got for us.
Oh my god. We were just talking on the desk about the Anima Squad, and here we have Ekimus Prime, who already has a Riven and a Vayne. This is insane.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, we know from doing this before that the start here, going to, we know the Anima Squad is strong, we know the Recon is strong, so why not just get both?
Well, yeah, why not get both? This is a very amazing opening. There we go. They get the free Anima Squad out. They already are keeping some extra units on the bench, obviously, just waiting to see what you're going to be hitting further on. But this is probably the dream start here for her. Well, let's see what she's going to be getting out of the next minion. She has a sword. You could be looking to slam something tanky, perhaps on your Riven. Because if you want to stick to Anima Squad, that's most likely going to be one of your prime units.
And we've immediately got the hero augments coming in, and they're going to be a whole bunch of 2 costs. So this is really interesting. We're seeing it earlier. You've seen us going pretty deep into the rerolls. In fact, using every single one of them. So it's going to have to take one of these 3.
Yeah, well, luckily there was an Ezreal here. And this is still a bit... I thought for a second maybe she was going to be going actually for the Jinx that was up. But having the Ezreal to come out, which I think, you could have the Recon then come in. And let's see what's going to be happening here over at Kenobi. I see on the bench, I see a Talon, I see a Poppy and a Galio. There's a lot of frontline stuff here going on. And then picking into the Sivir. So, perhaps here looking to go for something civilian, short-esque later on. But Sivir is a very flexible unit and is very good early.
We've got the Gwinsus being slammed in early on for the civilian mascot setup. We've certainly seen civilian do pretty well as a core part. It's particularly if you can pick up the civilian emblem, then you've got a ton of mana coming in for a ton of different units. Interesting to see Markod from Germany bringing out actually a pretty similar setup, though we've got the different sides of Sivir being shown here. Endless Pizza for Markod, which we know does very well with mech.
Yeah, I think the key difference here is obviously Markod is already level 4, so they have an extra unit in, and additionally the Silas being 2-star, the Ram is also in. So the front line, very heavy tanky. And, well, on the flip side, looks like right now Kenobi is also going to be going for that level 4, found that 2-star Renekton here. So even more frontline, the Brawler activated. And I think that with the Sivir in the back lane, this is looking quite strong.
Yeah, and I really like having a strong frontline like this when you're getting paid out every few casts your Sivir is putting through. So Kenobi going to be forcing out as strong of a board as possible because he's now got an alternate economic route up against Marks, who has got the opportunity to get excited with Jinx here. He's one of the augments that we've seen, along with the other animal augments, really making a big splash on the stats.
This is already looking a lot better. They do have Marks here, obviously. Item slammed upon the Jinx, which we were already talking about. Good item hoarder. It is 2-star, but right now, with Civilian and Mascot and Brawler, everything is up on the board. This is very, very strong. So right now, the key point probably here is to slowly start to build up the econ, because there's... What? Oh, okay. Well, there's a Misfortune already in the shop. I am not too sure. You might just want to shift into something else at this point.
Oh boy. It's going to be pretty tempting. It's a bit of a problem. I mean, we've already established that we are getting a fair amount of extra mana in by way of Civilian, but the only problem is nobody's been pushing the board strength so much. He doesn't really have gold in the bank to say pop up to level 6 and just throw the Misfortune in for just the ace and the raw damage.
Exactly, yeah. Even in that case, it can be good. Like, a couple of patches ago, we used to have the whole ace meta going on, which definitely is not as viable anymore. It's very hard to be hitting. Because in that case, you can have something sure shot, Samira. But at the end of the day, that is very tricky. So for now, just having Misfortune as an item holder, that in itself could be really, really good. And then get that damage in. For now, just sitting on the bench. But again, front line is doing a lot of work alongside with then the Civ. It's still going to be quite close. But looks to be... Oh, hold on. The Renekton... Okay, no. The Renekton is going to go down. I thought for a second the Renekton stayed alive for a good chunk of time. But now it's time for the second carousel. And let's see what we got.
All right, so we've got some good ones coming. Just want to take note, of course, of the players. We've got Loris and Marco51, who are currently undefeated in the lobby, whereas AKA Wonder languishing down at the bottom. We do tend to like our players in two flavors, either eminently successful or getting punched up so much they are still getting their economy going the opposite way.
Let's see. So Kenobi has found themselves here. Here. Let's see if we're going to be following them here as well. No, instead we are switching to Loris, who has a lot of 2-star units.
So this is one of the things we were mentioning before, that Fiora has been seeing a lot more traction more recently. And in this case, we've got the not the Vitality of the Ox, but the frontline fencing version of Fiora, which means she's getting an absolute ton of armor and magic resist, 250, I believe. Whenever she's got her ultimate active, which is a lot of the time going to be most of the round.
Yeah, and that is what is making Fiora so viable right now. You know, even though I think the Duelist is still quite good, Oxforce is maybe not as ideal to go for unless you maybe have a Renegade Spatula. But it is still, and especially right now early, you know, with the item upon the Fiora here as well, there's a ton of healing, and the Lux can just go and add in more damage. This is definitely one hell of an early one, but we were talking about the Misfortune, and this is exactly what's happening. Even though, you know, maybe the Misfortune is only temporary, it's doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, I really like this. Kenobi, we got a little glance at what they were doing there. There's already built the Spirit of Shojin to maximize the gold return on the Civ for right now. I do wonder if you're right here, we might be seeing these items being destined for a misfortune, at least partially for a misfortune, later on.
I'm being level 6 as well. Oh, hold on. So we're switching to AK Wonder here. Still on level 4, but the amount of units that are there and present. We do have a 2-star Silas, we have a LeBlanc. There's certainly a lot of options. For now, they're just, just trying to econ up here. 30 gold in the bank. But, yeah, surely this is not going to be a win. Now going up against Kenobi once more, and the misfortune absolutely deleting the board.
So Wonder really neutered his own board heavily to make sure that win streak stayed in place. I think maybe a little worried about running into Lallana, who's also lost streaking, but Wonder's given up an enormous amount of HP to make sure that his economy stays as strong as it can be. I'm a little worried that this is going to come back to bite him, since he's not running underground like a lot of our lost streaking players normally would.
Yeah. Still close to level 5 though, so I think after Krogstad, maybe he can. But this is the thing, are you going to just stick around to 40 and then prioritize leveling, or do you immediately want to run to 50? Ooh, alright. Well, Aurelian Soul immediately gets sold. That's a bit of a shame. More threats up on the board. Aurelian Soul got buffed, of course, but still a lot of people, don't like Aurelian, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. He really feels like a ton of fun unit. For young Ying, right now, the Brawlers are doing a pretty good job of buying a lot of time. And also Young Ying's doing, in terms of HP and gold, he's doing very, very well.
Yeah, this is looking very solid. He hasn't even lost too much HP yet. He is still on 94. And if you were to compare that to AK Wonder, who's on 59, and that is stage 3-1, that is a bit painful.
Absolutely. Kenobi is the only one win streaking right now. It's Marco, another player who was up towards the top. Will be taking the field. It looks like we're seeing a little bit more sure shot than we might be otherwise. I think all those Civis from early on, of course, going to encourage that heavily. It's going to be a little tight, I think, between the two of these ones as to who's actually going to come into stage 3 with a potential built win streak.
Yeah, and ideally, Young Ying here wants to find the win to get to 50 gold, but that's going to be denied. But I guess with the lost streak, they prefer to keep the Lee Sins on the board and then eventually level to get those 4 Brawler in. And now, Prismatic Augments, what is he going to be choosing for?
Oh boy.
Oh, there's quite some options here.
I mean, particularly for AK Wonder, who was noted before is very low on HP. This may not be great. I mean, Sure Shot Crown is nearly always going to end up being thrown in, because this means Young Ying no longer needs to get an Aphelios to hit Sure Shot 4.
It's very true. I mean, ideally, you would want to hit him, of course, late game, and then you can trade him out for either the Senna or the Siva. But right now, temporarily, you can hit the full Sure Shot very, very early on. And you can sort of, make sure that your Samira gets 2-star first, for example. But on the flip side, we do have someone who also has 2 Sure Shot in, and with a lot of items upon. Senna, Hextech, Gunblade, and also the Zebra. This is a lot of 2-star across the board. That's going to be doing a ton of damage now.
I mean, we know that the Radiant items have been a little bit, I think, undervalued at times, but just checking on the numbers, I know, yes, the Radiant Infinity Edge did get 5 more AD, and as the Radiant items as a whole tended to get a little bit more love as of 13.5. So this may not be the last time we see a player coming through and kind of getting or angling for a 3.5 item setup for the main carry.
Now with that, 50 gold in the pocket for Marcotte here. Now let's see what the strategy is going to be. There's more Civs in the shop. Yeah, you could be going for a 3-star, but ideally you would want to trade them out. Now, Kenobi is still stuck on 3 for the time being. Has found a Syndra. All right. I guess, temporarily that works.
You were talking before we started about, I mean, while this isn't presumably going to be a long-term proposition for Kenobi necessarily, Syndra has been seeing a little bit more love recently.
Yeah, so Syndra has gotten a couple of changes. So we had Syndra's Force of Will, the damage of that, significantly buffed. So on a 1-star Syndra, it got from 100 damage to 250. So 2.5 times the amount that she previously had on a 1-star, which is maybe therefore, this is a little bit more viable to have her as a bit of a temporary unit, get some extra damage in. Because at the end of the day, it's still a 5-cost unit, which we know are very, very powerful.
We get a little bit of a resigned expression from Kenobi as he's still struggling to find that extra short shot. We did check in with Marks briefly there, who's been bringing out the Jinx carry, actually frontlining her in the last encounter, so we're keeping an eye out. Apparently it's working very well for TFT Marks and for Seamus Prime, both of them on win streaks right now.
Well, Kenobi a bit hesitant which item to go for. Wanted to go for the belt, now goes for the vest instead. So looking to build a bit more of a frontline, I assume.
Oh, for sure. And it's interesting to note that, Seamus Prime's got a couple of items, but nearly everybody else has slammed all they can. Lallana and AK Wonder are the only two other players who have not put all their items in right now. So we check in with Lallana. Of course, Lallana, for a very long time, being the top UK player, has started. The UK scene has definitely started to develop, but it's still, of course, wonderful to see Lallana back here again and competing at the Golden Spatula level.
Yeah, and the board right now is looking very, very good. We have most likely a Belvet temporarily with a Thieves' Gloves upon, and a Yasuo as well, which in fact has their augment. Not sure which one of the two it is, but that means that they're most likely going to be very heavily leaning into the duelist right here. Now, can they cut through? Because that is a Fiora 3-star.
So this is one of the things we were maybe hoping to see here. So wise spending for Loris, really fascinating organ, which is definitely not being seen very often, but will reward you with XP for every time you're re-rolling. We were looking at all the changes. Yasuo got buffed, Fiora got buffed, the augments coming in, as much stronger. So yeah, absolutely, maybe we are in a world where 3-star Yasuo, 3-star Fiora is actually a thing.
Yeah, we do have Lallana here, bit struggling with economy, whereas a lot of other people have hit 50. They're still up on 30, so yeah, you can see, am I hanging on? Most likely yes, because 2 Veins, if you can hit it and then get more duelist in and eventually hit a Z, that is going to be amazing, but at the end of the day, you're going to be losing econ temporarily.
Yeah, it's not a great situation up against TFT Marks, so we get a chance to see what they're doing again. Again, we've got our friend Jinx on the front line. She's doing crazy amounts of work. Again, this is the get excited Jinx. Once she gets that first, she gets, attack speed in, but once she gets the kill in, she gets a ton more. We can see the damage numbers there. Thank you very much, Danny. It's almost entirely a 1-unit composition. A 3-star Jinx is all you need, apparently.
Yeah, that's all you need. And if you have the right items as well, that's great. And we were talking about, maybe it's a temporary unit and it could be great as an item hoarder. But at this point with the augment, I think it's very good to keep it.
All right, let's take a quick look across the Marks. So just to get a little bit of explanation about this board, because Prankster is something which we haven't necessarily gone into a ton of depth on before, but Jinx looks like she's very vulnerable in the front line, but the Prankster will let her scoot away out of trouble while taking that initial damage that will let her get off her first cast very, very quickly and get that first kill to fully come online.
Yeah, and especially with it being Prankster free because of the emblem that is there, and the hacker as well. Right now it's just upon the Nasus. I were to assume that's going to be slammed upon a different unit later on, but temporarily this is fine. As we see right now here, Lallana, we were talking about it, has found the Z and has the right items here. And now you can really get that board online.
Yeah, you're talking about the star status of Lallana's board not being very high. That does still remain the case. We have got the Vayne up to 2-star and a fully itemized Z, but he's also 1-star as well. So I wonder how long this front line will stay intact and keep Z from being focused.
Well, it's doing pretty well. Zed attacking the back lane while Vayne is working some magic with those more up front. And yeah, this is so far so good. So hopefully Lilana can now stabilize a bit more, of course, being the lowest HP in the lobby. So that means there's not that much wiggle room anymore to work with. So is that Vayne going to be cutting it? Is the Zed 1-star going to be cutting it? As now we're moving into more gold augment.
So I think it's good news for our players at the bottom right now. Wanda, who's now on a win streak, Lana, who's now potentially about to start a win streak as well, that we've got, just more gold augments coming in. So the board strengths will stay roughly where would we expect them to stay right now. And for Lana, actually deciding to go straight for raw power. For Wanda, looking to build up a late game carry, which right now he actually doesn't really have fully set up.
Ooh, I do like this. So with the augment of both the Annie and now the Spellslinger emblem that they've got from the prismatic augment, this is looking very spicy. This is exactly what you want. So usually the emblem goes upon the Echo. Now, instead of perhaps prioritizing LeBlanc here, they have decided to put the blue buff on the Sona instead. Of course, it kind of depends on what is being contested in the lobby. We have seen a couple of other LeBlancs in the lobby so far, so going for a Sona and potentially wanted to 3-star her instead, I think is a very good option. And look at this, it is deleting the top person in the lobby right now.
Yeah, that's Sepsimus Prime, who's came in from the Turkish TRC, doing pretty darn well. I think the situation right now for Wanda is pretty good, because he's on a win streak, he's preserving his HP, much as Lilana is doing from the bottom of the table. But, as I noted, the big thing that he's missing is his itemization for Talia, but he's low enough on the table still, he should be able to get good priority on the carousel.
Oh, now there is a Zoe. So you could, for example, use her as well if you want to go a little bit further. For example, try to get to level 9, but at the end of the day, if you look at the econ, it's only 20 gold that's left in AK Wonder's pocket. So trying to go back up to 50 and stabilizing right now is probably the better option. Now, I was wondering, so the 2-star Sona we were just talking about, they have gotten rid of it in order to get the items now upon the Talia, but oh no. We just had an incredible win, and now, maybe I spoke too soon. It's Annie versus Zed. Can the Annie come into clutches? Do a bit of damage, needs to get to the ult again, but it will be not. Ooh. And it will take a hit here again, slowly going down a bit lower on the scoreboard.
I mean, from between our two players who were heavily loss streaking, honestly, AK Wonder could afford to take that hit a lot more. So we're looking for Wanda's second item to go with that sword to really get the Talia online. Hextech Gunblade is an option. We could potentially go for a Giant Slayer as well. It looks like that will be the choice. So both of them are trying to pick up, but further to what you're saying, Lilana is, much like AK Wonder, building up to being a bigger threat in the lobby.
Yeah, and of course, this is the thing. You can either have an amazing high roll game early, but right now, as long as you're hitting your units, you can save the day at the very end. We've seen it tons and times before, where even someone on a single HP could still come into clutch and win out a game. So it simply is never over till it's over.
Well, for Margot, it's definitely very far from her, on a decent amount of HP, though the money has been spent getting to this point. So remember, this is our endless pizza player from before, so really incentivized very heavily to have one big, strong tank. In this case, it's not going to be a set, but instead a beefy Zac, along with the Fiddlesticks.
Let's see, so the Senna, of course, is here to help out, but will be attacked by the Zed. Goes down, almost dies. Oh, there we go. Zed takes them out, now goes to the Yellow Star. So right now, all that is there is, for the majority, the front line here to deal with, and this is looking good. Of course, the Zed, being 2-star, will remain alive for a bit longer, Phil, doing quite some damage, but this is looking very promising here for Marks. Gets another win, slowly creeping up further up on the board, and actually, The HP in the entire lobby is so close. We have at most 49. The lowest is 29. So there's only 20 HP difference between all 8 of them.
And that's kind of wild, based on where we were previously. There was a huge gap between the top 4 and bottom 4, but the bottom 4 have done a great job of climbing back up. If you check in, yes, it will be the sunny weather giving a little bit of extra shielding, which will also keep the civilian up at 2 for Markod. I think Markod's in an okay position right now. Even if the bottom of the table is coming in very strongly, he's got enough HP to build up a loss streak and make sure that his 2 stars and eventual transition of items onto what will presumably be an Aphelios or Samira will actually happen.
Yeah, curious to see what they will lean into a bit more heavily. Obviously, you got the right items here for a Samira. So if you want to go for that, now then you need to deal with this Belvet who has the Recon emblem slapped upon her. Of course, Recon got some nerfs as well. So maybe it's not as viable, but the thing is, if it's not as contested in your lobby, and you're going to be 3-starring your units, then it could get very tricky.
Yeah, I mean, Obsibus has been doing very, very well in lobby. You can see, thank you again, Danny, our damage numbers there absolutely cracked. A little thrown off by Belworth being the last unit standing, but she very often is because of how mobile she is around the board. Let's check in with Kenobi. So we've had a kind of a swap out of our players at the bottom, from it being Lalana and Wanda before. Now Young Ying and Kenobi are both in trouble. They may not get the chance to turn their fortunes.
Well, get a sword, get a rod, get a bow, and a cloak. Well, definitely large chunk of items. Let's see what the plan will be.
I like what we've got here, though. I mean, we're talking about the Gadgettine set being, on the radar, but just regular style set and a sure shot backline instead of the ace backline we'd have seen in previous patches. This looks like a pretty darn good comp, and now we've got Samira up to full strength. The only thing really missing from the final, ingredients here is to actually find the Aphelios as well.
Yeah, that would be a final upgrade. But this is very, very nice. So they have the Aurelian, who is now attacking faster and is healing up the team. Gives the force sure shot with the emblem. And we were talking about, Brawler got a bit buffed as well. So with this being 2-star units, having the Sejuani then to come in to help out, just a little bit of extra frontline. Now, Urgot is making things a bit tricky, but so far so good. And I think this is going to be yet again another win here for Kenobi. And Markor just goes further down and further down. And actually, we have perhaps here another player being on the brink of death, as now Young Ying has gotten to only 5 HP.
Oh boy, yeah, tough times. And it's worth noting, of course, again, coming into today's play, or coming into this tournament, we've really, the main kind of headline here in terms of the players we've got attending is France taking a little bit of a step back and Germany stepping into the limelight with having the largest group of players. In this particular lobby, we've got 4 different German players playing and only 1 French player. So Kenobi's got a lot to, lot to show off here if he wants to make sure that France keeps the center of the spotlight.
Yeah, they were struggling to find a good couple of frontline units. Only a 1-star Echo, 1-star Alistar. They still had a Ramazin temporarily, which I guess now in order to get the traits active, you want to swap, but of course the HP and it's not going to be as strong. Now going up against the 2-star Zed Infect. The Aphelios, of course, is doing a lot as the blue gone, but can it deal? Oh no, the Zed right into the back lane, and with this, Young Ying is gonna crumble and will finish in the last place here in our very first lobby.
Well, it had to happen for somebody, but yeah, that's the first player out for Kenobi, and for Markod, still barely holding on to Lana. Not only win streak, but she's going out. Lana is really the threat there for some of our low health players at this point. You get one instance of the Zed jumping directly onto your carry, and it's all over for you.
This is very interesting. So they still keep the Severin instead of the Samira. Most likely, once the Samira's 2-star, you want to perhaps change those about. But with the Aphelios now found and the items, this is looking good. Now, the main struggle will be if that Zed is going to be eating up everyone in the back. That means he's most likely going to go down third. All right, okay, no, he's actually going the other way around, and that means Euphilios can still do a lot of damage. The LeBlanc is still there, but right now there's not that many units left here for Lalana. What can the Zed do? It heals up a little bit, a bit of Omnivamp, but no, Lalana will also now be on the brink with just 5 HP.
There was a lot of stuff to like there from Markard's board, which will probably be... Well, we're almost going to get a chance to check in with them in a second, but the change to switching to more to the crescendum, to the single target damage on the Aphelios means he's got a much, much better time against Zed, that you can potentially deal with him directly. Otherwise, the Zed's going to just chew through the whole board and eventually reach Aphelios. In this case, Markard's got a much better matchup, and we're now left in a situation where really anybody could end up being a top 4 or bottom 4 at this point, from our current 4th place down.
That was quite rough, though. The last 3 items on the carousel being emblems, which, I mean, it can be very good if you're looking for them, but if you are not, then you're left as the last player. It can be a bit of a bummer. But right now, AK Wonder is on that win streak, so maybe even without the item you can survive. And there's a lot of people right now in the danger zone. We have Laura's 9 HP, Mark Court also on 9. And Lalana, of course, on 5, which we are following here. They're going up against Kenobi, who's only up on 16-2. So it's either going to be Death for one or another player being incredibly close to it.
I do like the fiddlesticks for Kenobi just being right in front of the, of the backline carries to try and make sure they stay alive, but it doesn't matter anyway. Zed still goes through and rips through absolutely everybody, and he's also able to deal very quickly with a Sat as well. Lalana is barely holding on. Loris goes out though, and the Kenobi is going to go all the way down to 2. We're going to be dropping down to 1. We're still in the same spot we were before.
Yeah, this is very, very rough. Loris did go down, unfortunately. And now we're going to be taking a bit of a look at someone who's at a bit more oh, wait, no, we're going back. We're going back to Markord. So, even though Epsimus Prime still on 30 HP, she's doing really, really well. But Markord, this is a bit of do or die here. Let's see who they're going up against. Is it going
to be Kenobi? Yes, it will be.
So it is.
We'll see the elimination here. I think the Aphelios being at 1 star, I'd have to give it across to Kenobi. Samira is looking so good on the backline, and unlike before with Lalana, there's no real way of each side deleting each other's short shots until the front line is dead. That set is very tough to crack.
The Aurelian Soul almost got the Aphelios. Still not. It's still alive and kicking. Now, though, the set will definitely be very tricky. It will get rid of that Aphelios. It is very tanky. It's healing up very, very slowly. But can it deal with this 2-star Fiddlesticks? It goes down, but instead it can't kill the final unit. And Kenobi is out and will finish 5th.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that's one thing that's going to stick with you for a while. The very first game of the 6 games we're playing today. Of course, again, our top half of our players will make it through. So you really want to be hitting the top 4s and above to make sure you get to see day number 2. So for Kenobi finishing at 5th, it's going to leave a very bitter taste in his mouth.
Yeah. Very painful. Now, more items to be found here. Perhaps a bit of gold, which can be very nice, because there have been quite a few that have used all their econ. Well, doesn't seem to be that much of a problem here for AK Wonder. 66 gold. And with this, with the HP that's up on the board, the win streak and everything, you might even be able to see if you can go for level 9. Or perhaps oh, there we go. Well, it's going to come out. Having a potential Janna you could put in. But instead, alright, so we have Syndra, more items here to be picked from. What will you choose?
Oh boy, I mean, the thing is at this point, Celia's fully itemized. I'd imagine, okay, so we're going for a secondary carry. There doesn't seem to be a good option for getting Syndra fully online. The thing is, there's a champion duplicator waiting on the bench, so for Wonder, it's quite possible we're going to be seeing Talia hitting the 2-star. And as you noted before, she does do a lot of work at 2-star now.
Yeah, of course that is a lesser champion duplicator, so it can only be put upon someone who is...
Oh, I got caught.
Yeah, it's only free cost or lower. So I'm not sure. You might be able to do something with your Alistar if you find something. But, alright, it's gonna be a very close one. Atilia is kicking and fighting, but AK Wonder's win streak has now been broken. It's TFT Marks who is up on the scoreboard with 33 left, and Optimus Prime and Markcourt are now both on 1 HP.
Oh, wow. So, I mean, we're always looking for the recon, as you noted, for this to be not contested, and so for the 3 stars to come in. For Optimus Prime, it just hasn't happened for her, though. She's woefully short on money. She's finding veins at this point rather than the Kaisers, and I think top 4 may be it. At least one of these two, Markcourt and Optimus, gets to hit top 3. I don't like Optimus's chances, though.
No, this is going to be quite rough. Obviously, the Velvet being 2-star and with the Bloodthirster upon, I think this can be really good. But at the end of the day, Recon has been nerfed and it's not as strong as it used to be. Now you have a Zack who is just eating up everyone, and the Fiddlesticks comes to help out. The board gets deleted. It's only the Velvet that remains, but without a 4th place finish for Optimus Prime.
That leaves us with 3 Markcourt, Marks, and a Wonder. Wonder taking a win in the previous round means he's in a pretty good spot. Marks starting to get a little bit more dicey, but should be a couple of lives left. Our players, they've been playing this lobby pretty damn aggressively. I mean, but at this point, money is starting to get pretty short. Markcourt is out of money, but I might have to eat my words, actually. Marks has still got 30 in the bank and has got pretty much the board they want. Including a hacker Jinx, just to point out here. Because that's not something we see too often. Going to the back line. It's looking pretty good. I really like this approach. I've never seen this particular one from our tournament players, but it's working pretty damn well to get that first kill in. Backline Misfortune is well itemized as well, and the Echo is absorbing a lot of damage. The Aphelios will be targeted in the backline and just avoids getting blown up.
Now, how much can the Misfortune heal up? It gets rid of a couple of units right now. Can it delete the Fiddlesticks? That is the question. It will attack. But no, Marks will now go further down. Markcourt is still alive though. And look at this. We have 9, 7, and 1 HP left in the lobby. And this might be here the final round.
So this is somewhat adhered to what we expected, though we've got, admittedly I didn't have Prankster 4 boards on my bingo card, but we've seen a lot of the, we've seen the Jinx, Anima Scott doing well, we've seen the Sure Shot doing well as well, and we did see a little bit, of course, because even Wonder here, that the Spell Slingers are still very much live and in contention. So, we see things develop here. We've got 3 players who all deserve to win this lobby, all with astoundingly good comps.
Yeah, so they 2-star the Janna here, get her in instead of the Yumi, which it wasn't really going to be... I mean, it gives you the mascot additionally to everything else that is up in the trait list already. So I think right now getting that little extra buff in for your front line could save you. The Jinx, though, will immediately take out one of the people already in the back lane. How much can this Talia do, though? It's now going to come online. It will go attack. It's only going to hit 1 unit, though, so there's still so much alive here for Marks, and I think they are going to be winning this.
Yeah, the pranks are kicking in for the 3-star Jinx. Marks just bringing out something else, just a little off base, and Wonder will fall down. Markcourt survives on the win streak, so we've got 2 M's to finalize our first lobby of the day.
Oh, Markcourt remained alive here as well. And we were talking about it. Even on 1 HP, you could come into clutch. Well, either way, it's going to be incredibly close.
I think the big thing for this one here is, we've got I think the big problem that Markcourt has is that you've really got 1 point of failure here. That Aphelios on the backline, and Jinx is going to be laser pointed at trying to take him out immediately if she can. We'll see if she lands successfully. She will, directly on top of the Aphelios.
All right, let's see what's gonna come down. They do a bit of damage upon that Fiddlesticks.
Oh, that healing!
Oh, this is huge. And right now, it's definitely gonna come down to the wire. The Misfortune will go attack. It's not gonna be deleting the front line just yet. And with the Fiddlesticks now coming online, oh, this is so tricky. Can Markle actually do it? Can he come into clutch, or is Markle's holding on tight? Of course, the healing coming out of the Misfortune is insane. No. And with that, Marks will be the winner here of lobby number 1.
Wow. All right. Well, apparently the stats were telling us true, Veerless. It's all Anima Squad all day, every day. We weren't sure if we were going to be seeing the Jinx actually being brought through as kind of a primary carry, and in this case, they throw it directly into the opposing carry, but it worked spectacularly well.
It worked so well, especially the Misfortune and the Hextech Gunblade. You were talking about the healing, but it's insane, because it kept on slowly targeting that front line and eventually getting rid of the Fiddlesticks as well. And that means sort of the main damage points are just gone. And what are you going to be doing then? Then it's maybe just the Aphelios in the back lane, which I don't think they managed to get 2-star at the end. So all these little things adding up on top of each other. Markle, though, did survive for the longest time, being incredibly low on HP, so props to him. He did very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely sent us a message that SureShot is very, very much in the center of the conversation. But of course, you don't want to hear what we think about it. You want to hear about the big brains of the analyst desk. We will have an interview with the God during the break. But when we return, of course, we're having an analyst desk based on game number 1, and then we're going straight into game number 2 of the 6 we'll be showing you today.
I'm the God. My name is Philip. I'm from Portugal, and I'm a cool Portuguese guy who likes this game, basically. I started playing in set 6, so I had set 6, set 7, and set 8. So set 8 is basically my favorite set of all time. I think my performances right now is the best, I guess, because I'm a first or 8 player, so I may be first or 8-8-8, but I think I'm getting more firsts now, so my performance I think is good now, I hope. I really enjoy them. I think the new format is really, 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 really good, and I said really 6 times because it's really good, because we are playing for our spot, but also for our region, and I really enjoy it because it seems like players that aren't that well known, like Master or something, they can win and enter, and I think it's really good that they open doors to everyone. I want to give to all of them, I can't say everyone's name, but Chilendario, Maestro, Tavas, Ipanina, those people, but all Portuguese, and we are really like a family, so all the Portuguese family, I really want them to get a shout out. They deserve.
Anima Squad reigns supreme, but kind of not in the way that we expected. Coming into this, I was like, all right, misfortune all the way, but we got to see everyone go boom with that Jinx carry from the winning comp.
Yeah, it was a very early 3-star Jinx as well, which I think is one of the biggest factors. You mentioned it. We did at the top of the show. It's kind of a tempo thing. If you get the right tempo with this comp, it just snowballs out of control. And you can get some huge, crazy boards and crazy wins like this one.
Absolutely right. And again, I also said at the top of the show to keep an eye out of Mox. He was first place right now in the Summers In League, right? So he's been doing very well overall. It's a player that we've been looking out for towards the back end of, I say, set 6. When the entirety of the German scene kind of rose to prominence, he was at the forefront of that rise.
And one player that I want to talk about, Iberia. Sorry to cut you off, but I was just kind of excited to see the journey that AK Wonder had in this game. Going into Krugs, he was sitting at like 50-something HP. It's not the great place to be. Maybe with Underground, it's kind of okay, but not the place to be usually. I think chat was saying this guy is doomed. But AK Wonder, very experienced player. He knew that he was just playing for Econ, trying to stabilize with Spellslingers later onto the game. We saw his board at 4-1, everything 2-star. He had 6 Spellslingers in thanks to the Spellslinger Crown, Prismatic Augment he got at 3-2, and then got also the Jewel Lotus Augment at 4-2. So overall, he did get a little bit saved by his augments, but uncontested on Spellslingers, hit the 6 Spellslingers for Talia with both Damage Amp from GS and Guardbreaker, and it was really a menacing board that got him a 3rd place in the end.
Yeah, like you said, his success was facilitated by those augments, but it was also facilitated by his line being completely uncontested. Nobody else in the lobby was going an AP comp except someone on Anima Squad, which shares 0 units with Spellslingers.
Yeah, I think in general that's like the overall name of this lobby. When you look at how the duelist line was contested by both Loris as well as Alana. I can't remember exactly if anyone else was on that line, but that really played a massive part in it because Alana had to roll very deep. It took a lot of damage in the earlier parts of the game until 4-1. And again, the sure shots were also contested across the board. You had Kenobi who was like playing in front of the curve all throughout the game due to that delivery tips.
And with Duelist, as you were mentioning, Weeda, one of the biggest problems that with Duelist, usually you're playing from very high HP, you've tempoed all of stage 2 and 3, you're very healthy, and then you kind of pitter out into a top 4. In this case, Alana was already sitting at, what was it, under 20 HP going into 4-1 into 4-2, and that's a spot where despite you getting very strong, despite hitting that 6 Duelist or 8 Duelist power spike, if you have one bad fight where you're playing that one high-roll player that had perfect set items and had a Felios at 4-2, for example, you're gonna doom. You're gonna get doomed. Your game's gonna end in a 7th or a 6th in this case for Alana. So that was really the problem, I think, for this player.
And one of the knock-on effects of everyone being contested in that way, of course, was we had one player, Ibjimus, going for Recon reroll, but never hit a 3-star. Because all of those contested lines ended up with only one winner who was further gimped by the fact that they couldn't keep rolling. They couldn't find all of their units. They just found the most out of all the people contesting that line. You can sneak into that top 4 even with a 2-star recon composition. And I think that is one of the big things I'm taking away from this game is the cannibalization of all those teams. Weeda, like you were saying, results in some of the weaker boards getting to eke through to the top.
And I think that Epchi in general had a very interesting way of looking at this game, right? Because I was watching her stream. She's streaming right now, so if you want to go over there and support her, that is an option as well. And I was looking at it, and she was very, she rolled all the way down on 2-1 to get a playable augment and went for the radar spots that we also saw on stream. But again, when the prismatic hit, she insta-rolled away. She had 3 pretty decent options, insta-rolled away, trying to get that recon crown instead and was rewarded for it again. It's just a thing where I was playing to maximize your position, even though you may or may not be in a position to high roll.
Yeah. I think one of the really impressive things this game was the adaptations coming in. Wonder had a couple of pivots through there. We saw as well Markot going for kind of a fiddle carry composition accidentally. Like you were mentioning, David, did hit that Aphelios early, never found a second Aphelios the entire game. So it ended up being, Aphelios sure is doing a little bit of damage, but that triple itemized fiddle too, just diving into the backline and massacring enemy compositions.
Yeah, the biggest difference from players that played at more casual levels to players that we're seeing today in GSC is that they completely dispel the idea of, you start playing a certain comp, you play that comp till the end, and you hit your units. If you don't, you just go 8th. the fact is this comp is really just getting to the late game. If you're able to have enough gold to find 2-star 5 costs, that is the way you end up strengthening your board. You have to forget about the idea of sticking to one comp and instead just continuously trying to improve your board every single stage, and that's the way to try and get these top placements. So it makes total sense. You have Fiddle 2, you do whatever you need to do, you sell whatever you need to sell to get that guy itemized.
And I'm looking forward to coming into these other games. I want to get a read from you guys. Of course, we saw a lot of AP lines on 13.4. We talked about them at the top of show, but this game, we saw 2. And Recon is kind of in the middle there, so I'm not sure I even want to count that. So we just saw AKA Wonder going for AP. Do you feel like this is a fluke, or is this the way the meta is starting to shape up here on 13.5?
I mean, there's many different options. It really depends on your opener, for example. If you have Gadgeteen Crest, Gadgeteen is still a very good option with Set, for example. If their Adamant is good, all of a sudden that opens up a complete new line of units that you can play that you wouldn't play otherwise. In the case of Aka Wonder, perfect augment, Spellslinger Crown into Jewel Lotus. It's just really the best you can do for a Talia carry comp. If you start with an AP component, a Rod, or a Tier, you can go into Viego if the augments match this. For Yuumi as well, as we mentioned earlier. So there's many different options, but you have to have the right reason to go into that line, really. And most of these players did not. They had instead, with a 2-cost hero augment, they had options for Sivir, and then decided to go for AD instead.
It's also worth noting, right, that Enema Squad is an AP line as well on top of that. So it wasn't just the Spellslinger line that came through from AK.
Completely spaced on that one. I was just like, it's Enema Squad.
It happens, right? Because sometimes you're thinking that, okay, it's Jinx reroll, when in reality there's also a fully equipped MF2, which is like one of the more premier AP carries in the set, right? Probably more premier than Talia right now. She's gotten buffed to Kingdom Come, and it feels like she's still not really reliable enough due to her targeting. So it's like, again, like it's a very strong line overall, but sometimes you'll just struggle to kill specific units because sometimes another unit moves, and then all of a sudden, hey, there's like 3 units in line there, so I'm gonna hit there instead.
And with all of those results from round 1 finally coming in, let's take a look at the top 32 in the standings. Wojciech coming in there at 17, a familiar face for sure. We see quite a few, and quite a few new names as well.
Big names like Coco, 2 Spanish players, Giosko and TFT. Some of them was also in GSC1, a very unknown player that really broke into the scene, into the kind of the mind space of all of our Spanish fans, but also EMEA fans in general in this set. So happy to see him performing on this first game.
Again, like 1ASA, right, David? He's back. We're talking about GSC1, 1ASA. That patch that we played that on was very dominated by the AD flex lines, and 1ASA was the dominator of those set flex lines for a long time for the first couple of days. So seeing him coming through that way is very nice. Cerebrus is another player we haven't really seen too much about, but look at that. Vandhager, TFT Marks, and Salvi, Ellie as well. Which are like so many German players who are just performing incredibly well.
Yeah, that internal environment in Germany, especially between, their full league, and we all know everyone has a regional Discord server, so those scrims must be going incredibly well for them, really dominating the ladder still. We do see the presence of those French players, Lyris, Tardamon, Jedusor. We still get to see a little bit of variety up here at the top.
We saw in second place also a Spanish player, not even going to say his name, I'm not going to jinx him, but he's doing well. First place is a player that relies on mental a lot. We saw in GSC1, so Nunibu, I'll say it now, getting first place I think is so important for him for the rest of this day, for the 5 games that are remaining, and for the players that are trying to make it into that day too.
For Fuzzled as well, coming back, having a good showing in game number 1 after that GSC showing as well. Coming up, like we were mentioning earlier on, Counterfeit was talking about this, we were joking, all right, the median of the UK hasn't really gone up, but we've suddenly got a huge standout alongside Lalana. Finally, the UK has produced a second truly competitive player at the top of the scene, and that's super exciting to see.
Okay, Quentin, I'm here talking about the Germans that we saw on this first and second page. The big reason is because there's 25 German players in the tournament today. This is 1/5 of players playing today in GSC are German. So likely that they're going to see a lot of them performing well and also maybe performing not so well. But they overtook the French coming into this GSC2. It's one of the, I think, coolest storylines coming into this tournament.
Yeah. the TRCs are really changing the way that these games shape up, that these competitions shape up, and we're seeing, talking to all the players, universally have heard that they're super excited about the TRC. It's giving them a much better practice environment. So I'm excited to see that continue to roll over into these GSCs. And now we are ready for game number 2 to toss to the casters. Counterfeit, Veerless, take it away once more.
All right, thank you both. Well, thank you all three of you. I would like to say, in defense of the UK, everyone was calling out Kerfuzzle is doing well here. I just want to take every chance I can, Veerless, to shout out UK players. We got, Kerfuzzle won the first game, of course. Kerfuzzle's amazing. We had 3 different UK players all coming in its top 2 as well. So I'm excited. I feel like this is going to be the UK's day. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones. Oh, Veerless. There we go.
Sorry, apologies.
He did it in Iberia.
No, you were talking about UK players, but of course I'm a little bit biased when it comes to the Dutch ones, even though they maybe don't have as much of competitive experience, but we were very pleasantly surprised with Dan Styles, who came from the rest of EMEA, and he won it, and perhaps not everyone saw it coming. Perhaps more people focused on Sponsorius. I know, a very big name as well. Lots of fans coming out for him. But yeah, I hope to see them do well here today.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's definitely a good variety of players getting up at the top. Of course, there's several other countries you haven't even got a chance to mention as yet. Of course, Turkey, ever present in the TFTC. Poland, of course, our current regional champion coming from Poland as well. So one thing I think everyone's really hoping for, and I think we're going to be seeing coming through several players like Sponsorius you mentioned as well, is seeing more and more countries kind of taking up the, getting into this sort of sphere, building up their communities, getting their own Discord servers, practicing together, and getting more variety of players. And honestly, TFT can only benefit from that.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, TFT in itself, of course, is still relatively new, and it's perhaps a bit more niche in comparison to a lot of other competitive games, though it takes a bit of time to grow in especially countries where perhaps esports in itself is not necessarily a given. So it is cool to see that more countries are coming into the mix, and that more countries are contesting for those qualifier spots as well.
And of course, remember that from today, of course, we started our regular time, but going forward, we're going to be starting just a little bit earlier. So come a couple of hours earlier for the next couple of days if you want to catch us from the very beginning of the broadcast. Because, of course, we wouldn't want to have you miss out. But this will hopefully mean that we'll be able to get all of our TFT done and be done in time for summer.
Yeah, and this will now be our lobby that we will be looking at. We have none other than Sologazong, who is there, and this is a very fun lobby because all of these people, because of the seeding, of course we reseeded after game 1, all of these came fourth in their previous game, now having 5 points up on the board. So that means, this is yet again another game, and can you deliver? Can you finish top 4 once more?
You mentioned countries coming into this one who haven't really seen a ton of before. Armatensia, from playing out of Ukraine. So we'll be interested to see how she does, of course, coming in from the rest of EMEA. But Sologasang, a player, of course, who is, we'll be coming back to in a minute as well, an incredible ladder player who has mostly had tournament success elude him. But let's talk about Armatensia for a second. We did get a chance to speak with her briefly before to find out she's a big Lulu fan, but there's still a lot of time and space for her to establish herself on the larger competitive scene.
Yeah, she doesn't have that much competitive experience, even though she loves competing. She described it as sort of being in her blood. So maybe, starting with just playing games casually and then slowly finding yourself like, I want to be really good at this and maybe I could give it a go. And coming out of course, the rest of EMEA, where she came in and she was a bit more of a newer face along quite a lot chunk of established names. And she beat out a very large chunk of them. Only 5 of them qualified for this Golden Spatula Cup. And she came in 4th. And now let's see if she can reproduce the same consistent playstyle that she pulled off back then.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely something to be said for, giving more players access to this kind of play, to this kind of tournament setup, allows players who maybe do have a good approach to playing in the tournaments rather than necessarily just pure ladder grinding to really take the spotlight and shine. As we'll get our first augments coming in, it's going to be silver this time, but we've got some potentially fairly impactful augments.
Yeah, I mean, with they have the 2 duelist active. You might be able to go into his Z, go for the Hacker Heart, then here, so he gets more Omnivamp. But yeah, at the end of the day, what can you do? You can also maybe opt to go for the Battle Mage. I'm not too sure if you want to pick into Defender right now. But, goes for the reroll instead. So, yeah, what would you pick then in this case?
I think consistency is, well, to say the obvious thing, the most consistent choice here. But no, decides to go for the cybernetic shells. We know that certainly some of the shells did get buffed, but instead going to go for raw onboard power and an upgraded Kale. Goes immediately into AP. We know the desk was talking about keeping yourself as flexible as possible if you can. Arbortensia decides to go the other way.
Yeah, no, just immediately making an item, slamming it upon the Kale, and this is very tricky because on the flip side we have a Draven with 2 items. On the other side, Narkis is also just gonna go for it.
We're checking with Solar Kazang, as we mentioned from before. It's worth noting, kind of in the global story of Solar Kazang, because of course he's been around the scene for an awful long time. The almost managed to break the whole tournament curse, coming in, I believe it was around 8th in the last regional. So definitely, he's an incredibly good player. And hopefully, from having sort of semi-broken that curse last season, perhaps this will be the season Solar Kazang will really take the spotlight.
Yeah, so by the looks of all the augments on the right, no one has decided to go for a heart augment, as in, I mean, I do understand. It's very early. You're not too sure yet which units you're going to be hitting. So I think keeping it open and flexible is probably the way to go. And then maybe once we get gold or prismatic augments, maybe then, for example, with a crest, you can pull up something more. Now, right here, Solar Kazang is away and looks to be yet again another loss here. Obviously, they are still level 3. They will be hitting level 4 as of right now. I had to sell the units in order to still be on 10 gold.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out on the points they got playing for in this lobby. So, again, our players will be playing 6 games, getting reseeded every single round. So looking to be in the top half of players. Which means we've got a pretty good idea of where they want to end up roughly, ultimately. As Behemoth's Prime, that's got a pretty good starting board under slightly different circumstances. We could be looking at our Lux carry. Unfortunately, not the case for Prime this time.
Oh, it is interesting though. I mean, you could have the 2 Luxes and then eventually having one as an item holder and selling, and then you still have one more Lux left. You want to lean, for example, into Spell Slinger. It can be really good if you hit that emblem, which we saw in the previous game as well. Although right now, a lot of tankiness going on the flip side. The Brawler being activated and stacked with 4 of them. And we were talking about, of course, Brawler getting the buff out. And I think especially right now here in early, when you have the Renekton 2-star, the Jack's already in. This is looking very good.
Clemo with the second wind as well. I mean, if you're looking for high impact silver augments, when you've got a ton of HP like the Brawler's going to have, that's going to work very, very well. But let's take a quick look around the lobby. You can see that we've got a few players who've got a lot of items, Dansky and Clemo from the Brawlers from before. But in terms of actual win streaks, Hadralf and Narkeds, both from Germany, both currently undefeated.
And the HP is sort of still in close margin, I would say. So you the lowest ones have only 86, and then obviously we still have 2 players who are win streaking, Narkes and Hodrov, who are up on 100. Now let's see. We are going to be following him. gets the Zoe, there's a LeBlanc, so this is smelling like a bit of Spellslinger here.
Yes, I mean, I certainly do like what we've got going on right now. I think the only problem is that there isn't a horrendous amount of offensive itemization. It's all relying very heavily on keeping this Silas up and cracking. I think Anima Squad's going to make up a small amount of difference. And we're going to be seeing a Jinx being thrown into the back line for the second time today in 2 games. Perhaps it's just the style these days.
Well, let's see how much it can do. So the Silas you were talking about, even though it has the defensive items upon, it's definitely struggling to stay alive. The rest is doing a good amount of damage though. Now, with the LeBlanc, they can finally get rid of that, and the Zoe dashed away because of the Prankster. And, well, with that, they keep that win streak up. And so does Narquez, actually. Now, up in the shop, maybe not the best units.
What?
On the flip side, alright, okay.
I mean,
Selling.
just find a Samira at level 5.
Jesus.
Easy.
Yeah, this is insane. And very nice items there as well. So, I guess sure shot it will be.
So yeah, Narca is not a player we know a ton about, but Widow was telling us that is a kind of an old school tournament player who's been around the scene for a long time. So, given that the situation we're in right now on day 1, even from the very beginning of the tournament, the quality, the caliber of players playing is very, very high. So to see Narcas doing this well this early is a very encouraging sign.
Yeah, this is very, very solid. And now you don't have necessarily that big of a rush to get to like level 7, level 8 in order to hit your carry. You can chill a little bit more and have less of that stress, stabilize, get that econ up, and with 20 gold already, this is looking very nice heading into Crux and exactly 30 now.
And it's also particularly good for Narcas that he was able to take out Howdraft's win streak to make sure that he was the only one to win streak into Crux here. So has a win streak, has all the HP, has all the gold to ask for. We've got a few players starting to drop down, but I think you pointed out really well. In this lobby, unlike our first lobby, we haven't got the same level of, some people are doing incredibly well, but other ones who are suffering massive HP losses.
Okay.
Check in with Droy. See, so they've got Underground going on. We're talking about Underground coming into the patch, and all of the differences we have now compared to 13.4.
Yeah, so when it comes to Underground, everything up until Heist 3 got nerfed, but everything above then got buffed. So I guess they want to make it more worthwhile to sticking around. So the majority here is coming down to the gold that you're getting out of your heist. So, for example, Heist 1, it's 8 gold. Heist 2 is cut from 25 to only 18. And also for Heist 3, it's 10 gold less than what it used to be previously. So if you want to have some good cash out, you want to go 4 or above. But that is quite risky. That means you need to stick around and perhaps even lost streak more than you like to. You're going to lose a lot of HP perhaps. And then is it going to be as viable as you want to?
Yeah, I mean, Detroit is currently lowest on the scoreboard. Intensia dropping down as well. Solo Gasang on a small loss streak, but a decent amount of money in the bank, is about to break his streak. So we've got a few players from the lower table starting to build up, but we actually are starting to see a bit more separation between our top 4 and bottom 4. After I was saying that there was more even lobby before.
Yeah, Droid is down to only 58. Now let's see. We have gold Arkmans. There is the Fret one, which I am not too sure if that's going to be very great here for Sologazong. You do have Trade Sector, so that could, is a free refresh every single round. That is very nice if you are looking to reroll a couple of your units, which could be very nice when you're looking at Gadgettine, potentially. But they're still sitting on it. Maybe they want to reroll.
They just kind of keep us in suspense. Yeah, absolutely. So that's fascinating. So we've got the uplink, which means... Oh, and for Sologosang, we've got this really interesting Gadgettine board. Most of the time, people aren't bothering to pick up the 3-star 1 cost because they're generally relatively weak. But as Niberia noted in the pre-show, Lulu, has gotten the buff, so is a pretty good item holder. In this case, might even be sticking around for the long term.
Looks very, very good. Of course, already the previous battle, Solagazong had won that. Now let's see, because this is getting quite tricky. They have a Kaiser on the flip end, which is 2-starred in fact. And the Annie only being 1-starred is not going to stay alive for too long. And maybe it can still get out of Jinx here. Instead of will attack the Nyla, who is closer up front. And with that, no further unit killed. So Solagazong, after round 1, it's now back to a round loss.
And looking, it's a little bit further up the table. You can see Clamau, I believe, taking a loss to Narquez there, who remains on top. Abjimas just barely below on 92. So we are starting to get back to something which looks a little bit more like our first lobby, with a couple of really dominant players at the top, exerting pressure onto everybody else.
I mean, you never know what can happen. Already in the previous one, we saw that anything could still switch, depending on, especially if you're going to be hitting your carries late or not. Now, here, so here we go. We have, from what it looks like, a potential vertical brawler comp coming out. Jax with items upon him. We have a Riven that is also very tanky, defensive items. And a lot of 2-star units. And so far, it seems to be doing very, very good.
I really like brawlers as kind of a, put the question to the other side, or to what everyone else is playing, and say, can you deal a massive amount of damage in short order? Because with a second wind as well, these brawlers are so hard to put down. If you don't have, you can't plink away damage. You need a massive quantity to be able to put them down in any amount of good time.
And there is 3 spatulas in this carousel. So it's not going to be making you, like, let's say you get a Teen Emblem, for example, but you could have admin, you could make heart, which is very viable if you're looking more into AP. But even duelist, that's definitely a large chunk of options. It looks to be that Holdrov and Dansky are going for the spatulas. Curious to see what they're going to be making out of that one.
Well, we did see Hudrov briefly before running the Anima squad, so I'm sure he's extremely pleased to see that get all the way to the end of the carousel. But yes, we do still have a few more pieces of business to attend to, because Droy is still here. Did actually go for the threat level maximum board, so we're going to see Niberia's choice being played out here. Hopefully we'll actually get to see our first kind of real sign of maybe even, I don't want to go too far here, but perhaps even carry Aurelian Soul.
Oh yeah, that could very well be the case. Now, they're still struggling with the units though. The only 2-star at the moment is the Vi, has a good chunk of items, but right now, the rest they couldn't simply find. They did roll down a large chunk, only keeping the Rammus for now up on the board. And this Lulu is still doing a lot, now has the extra item upon her too, that's coming from the Gadgeteen. Still though, having the Aurelian Soul there as a temporary unit definitely is helping out. And this looks to be a win here still. Lulu.
I don't know, the Lulu's pretty tough.
Lulu,
It's the buff, recently buffed Chainsword on there, which is keeping that Lulu alive at the tail end. But so we did get a little note actually being passed to us by Matt saying that he looked into Solagazong's tier list and actually found out that the comp he's running at the moment is actually one which is on his tier list. Reroll Poppy and Lulu, and then potentially even pick up a Wukong along the way. So while this may seem a little unusual to us, to him, I think he's completely in his comfort zone.
Oh, yeah. And that is very, very spicy. So, I mean, the Wukong, and this depends. There's still one more augment to come out. It's going to be either a hero augment, or we could still be seeing just a regular one. But if you could be hitting that Gadgeteen crest, that could be so amazing if you're already working around it. Now, this one is a bit more tough.
Yeah, Armatentia is in some pretty big trouble, despite having a pretty good board. We have got Last Stand for her, so she's going to be able to work back from a deficit, and she's got a lot of money in the bank, so our current position isn't quite as bad as it looks like, but it's still puts in a perilous situation that Last Stand is good and all, but you're going to eventually run into a bad enough matchup that you'll lose anyway.
Yeah. Matentia's here looking to slowly stabilize, creeping up to level 7. You can decide to hit it right now, which they are in fact going to be doing. So that means there's not 50 gold, but they will be hitting that Wukong. And looks to be they're going for the sure shot comp, or perhaps still looking to switch into something different, or picking up a lot of threats here.
I mean, yeah, makes a lot of sense, particularly. I imagine Droid's not going to be terribly pleased about that, since of course he'll be contesting those. I do want to call out one of the few of the organs we're seeing on the right hand side, though. Haldrath, who's currently in second place, has got richer in place. So, it's not only got a absolute ton of money, and I think we've seen that money being actively spent. But bringing a non-combat augment to play is just showing how strong Anima Squad is right now.
Yeah, and not only do they have that, they decided to go for the emblem here. They have made it with the spatula that they found earlier. So you could be looking to go for 7 Anima Squad, or just keep 5 and then keep in a bit more of different traits around it. The Prankster, for example, can be really great. I am a bit confused why the Zoe is up in the front line.
Oh, Prankster.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah.
So, yeah, we did see a little bit of those.
Okay, there we go, yeah. I was a bit scared that Zoe was going to be dying immediately, but she maintains alive. And now the
I'm with you there, we didn't see an absolute ton of Prankster being played last time we were here, so it's definitely one of those things when you look at it, you're like, what? But it's working pretty well, as we will have Prismatic third augment coming in. We've gone from silver to gold to Prismatic, which means no hero augment, but this will still be massively high impact.
Oh, and Hodorov decided to re-roll, and now it's on the future side, so you're gonna know who you're going up against. A Cursed Crown, which is very tough. And now...
Hodorov does have a Thieves' Gloves ready to go on the bench right now, so Lucky Gloves does make sense.
Yeah, on the flip side, let's see. Oh, that went a little bit too quick. Oh, the loaded dice. All right, okay.
Oh, this is fascinating. We haven't seen a ton of loaded dice outside of the threat comps normally, but I guess Clemo is got it in mind. He wants to be hitting this, up to the 3-star jacks very quickly.
I'm not too sure if anyone was necessarily contesting it, so you could even use it to get some of your other units better online. But going for the vertical brawler, I do like to see it. I was hoping that was going to come out because it has been a while since we have seen those comps do well. Now over here, Almatensia certainly is a bit struggling, is not hitting the 2-star Samira as of just yet. Does have good items, but the rest of the units go down. And with that, very low HP, only 3 left.
Well, the important thing, of course, is it's not 1 HP or 0 HP, which would actually set off Last Stand. So that's still a fairly big reprieve, but looking at the distance between Almatensia and the rest of the lobby, it's not looking great. Last Stand we've seen kind of bring people maybe 2 or 3 extra rounds, but rarely, you've got to be playing through an almost perfect play to be able to bring yourself back from 1 HP to say even hitting top 4.
It's very rough. Still not hitting it. Not hitting your other units there as well. Zac being 1-star, Fiddle being 1-star. And in fact, there's perhaps a bit of a lack of items. So there's only a Bramble Vest up in the front, and then the Samira's having items, and that is it. So the team is just not as strong as on the flip side. And now, there's a Puppy 3-star, there's a Lulu 3-star, and the Annie is helping out there as well. But with that, Almatensia going down to 1.
So that's Last Stand is now in effect. But yeah, Soliga Sangs with really fascinating reroll competition. I'm definitely going to have to look into that more between days. Doing some very, very good work. You can see Zolo is putting everything in. The only player who's got no items left in the pocket right now, because he's putting absolutely everything straight on the board.
I mean, it's working out for him. So let's see What will be picked up? We have Amatentia, who can make a Giant Slayer here.
Oh.
So that could be really nice. But then again, ideally you want to, if you have your sure shot, you want to be hitting your Aphelios or something else. Oh, there we go. No, actually, they're going to be making it still upon the Samira, but still no Samira too.
Yeah, it's so painful. At this point, I think you just got to start chucking. You're going to bin into things, until you find that Samira. Because we talked about it before. This last stand is great. The Omni Vamp and extra armor magics and things is, it's really great if you've got multiple carries online. But Amatentia doesn't at this point. She's got no money in the bank. She's got to completely rely on this Samira to carry her out of this massive, massive hole.
Oh, and on the flip side, we have an admin comp coming online. The Soraka, Camille, LeBlanc, you name it, it is there. Now the Fiddle is at least doing a good job trying to deal with this front line. And now the Samira, of course, healing up the squad. So maybe Amatentia can continue to stay alive here. Oh, it's
gonna be tight. Very tight. And oh my gosh, the Radiant Soul almost save it, but no. Last stand strikes again, and Amatentia goes out in 8th.
Oh man, it was very, very close. I thought maybe she could have had that. Well, now, of course, the pressure is still on because we still have a Droid and a Dansky who are dancing around that 20 HP mark. So also they don't have that much left and also not that much money. So right now they're just hoping to hit the unit. I guess here for Dansky you want to see if you can maybe get the Soraka online, but instead we'll be throwing it on the LeBlanc, and I guess that is a good decision in order to do so, to stabilize a bit further and then maybe try to still crawl to level 8.
Well, Dansky's Sang going face to face with Dansky. Zolo did just take a loss in the previous round, so while he's been able to hit everything he's wanting for, I think there will be a little bit of a dip in power before Zolo can bring on the later parts of the composition as well. Dansky holding on for dear life, desperately needs a win streak because he's not got enough HP to put together a loss streak.
No, not at all. Yeah, this is incredibly rough. You gotta play a bit risky here, so at least for now they're hanging on, but then what if this doesn't work, and what if a comp comes that is stronger than a 2-star LeBlanc? Well, there's one more LeBlanc at least to be found, but it still will take a lot of cash in order to get a 3-star.
Well, let's talk about some of those comps that could well be stronger. Of course, up at the top of the table, we did see, of course, those dice being cashed in to get the 3-star jacks online. And if you want to tell us about how that makes you feel, you can use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends over on Twitter.
Well, it certainly makes me feel very happy. I like to see it. When I play against it, not so much. Then I definitely feel very frustrated on the inside. But now let's see if it actually can perform. We are still sort of yet to see if it's going to be viable enough. Ooh. Now, over here, right, well, you can hit your Echo if you want to, but instead, alright, switcheroo a bit. Oh, well.
Why? What a charming board Narcos has got.
Yeah, this is, again, looking quite strong. So they have a tanky Fiddle with the armor. And there's so much items. Alright, yeah, you sure you want to be slapping something upon a couple of units? Now, Sejuani positioned and full tank is activated. But they're going up against Ologazang, which we, of course, were certainly aware about. They have now a lot of 3-star units. They are being dealt with for the time being, and maybe it has to be the Lulu clutching again.
I think this is the problem for Ologazang. We were talking about before that he's kind of hit as strong as he's going to be in the immediate, and now that we've got players like Narcos with the Woodland Charm bringing out these incredibly strong front lines, we're just dealing in a whole order of magnitude of tankiness that I don't think the reroll composition can just bust through and actually access the back line. Check in with our brawlers again.
This is just scary. They have the Orgot as well, looking to get the admin in additionally, so... And even on the way for a 3-star Riven, that could be very great. Only 3 more to go. The cash is on the low end, so ideally you want to see if you can stabilize now that you're level 8. Not everyone in the lobby yet is. But surely this needs to be powerful. Can it deal with Solo Gazong's composition though? So far so good. Takes up the Poppy, there we go. The Annie also will now crumble. And, well, perhaps this is not the best comp out there. Of course, the Jax... This is just so well.
I think under normal circumstances, this will be totally fine. The problem we've run into here is this lobby is going absolutely bonkers. We did, thank you to Danny, our observer, for telling us the Clemo's admin right now is gaining 15 max health every round. So these brawlers are going to be multiplying that up even stronger. They're basically impossible to kill at this point. We've got a 3-star Jax online who's got the rapid fire cannon, so he's not even taking very much damage. But he's still ridiculously tanky. He's hitting from the hand of justice as well. This board is going to be so hard to put down before at least we get to top 2 or 3.
Yeah, and right now they're on top of the lobby as well. They have a lot of HP left. They're level 8. They can slowly econ back up. They can afford a loss or 2 if that were to be the case. Now, Solo Gazong is in a bit more trouble. Down to 11 HP, and of course... Still level 7 here, going up once again to another Urgot. This one seems a bit more promising though. The Zoe is still online, the Annie is still present, and it's only now the threats who are here to deal with those 3-star units. And with that, actually, Droid goes out.
And so we're seeing another AP carry, like main carry of a composition, being flung directly into the backline. Sologasang just threw the Lulu directly into the only carry Droid had, and that round was just immediately over. I think things are stepping up. We've got Dansky and Sologasang both very, very low as we get into our next character, which once more will be populated with more than a few emblems.
More than a few. This time it's even more than the last lobby. You have an underground, 2 times a recon. Looks to be that they do want to go for underground. You might be able to chime that in somewhere. Who knows? On the flip side here, though, I see a Nunu. That could be very spicy to get in. So with that, Gadgetin is activated. And, well, extra items are always nice to have, even though... your LeBlanc is fully itemized, but having more free Soraka is always good.
Well, as Naviria pointed out in our caster chat, the big thing is, for Dansky, this is a nice little upgrade. For Sologasang, who was denied at the carousel there, that's going to be a huge sticking point, as the Nunu staying out of reach means no Gadgetin 5, potentially this entire game.
Yeah, Sologasang is still level 7. He does have the econ to slowly try and go up, but is he going to be having the HP? That is the question. Oh, the LeBlanc! Oh no! And with that, Sologasang 2-1 HP. I'm not too sure how much he still has to go in order to get to level 8, but you need to be hitting it.
Oh boy. Yeah, Zolo, I think, very, very lucky to survive it one. No last standard place. Dansky feeling pretty pleased about how that last outcome went. Looking pretty good right now. We've got so much stuff making use of this prismatic battle mage on the front line.
Oh, this is quite painful. At least they can hit a 2-star Soraka, but it's still no Nunu. Still stuck on full Gadgetin and with no econ. Right now, decided to roll everything, and there's, of course, there's only 1% chance you get a gold, and an even smaller one that you get a Nunu.
Not gonna happen. Up against the brawler board from before of Gunmay. Keep an eye on that Lulu in the backline. She will dispose of a lot, but we can see the brawler is definitely one of those compositions that doesn't necessarily have the vulnerable backline carry. Pretty much everything's from up to the front. Jax theoretically would be the vulnerable one, but as we can see, he's making it through the round almost entirely unscathed.
Yeah, there's nothing that this Soraka can do. It was a very nice attempt. It was very strong in the mid-game, but now going into late and then struggling to hit a couple of your core units, then, deciding to reroll on level 7, it's gonna come and bite you in the end.
Alright, so we're down to our top 5 with Haldrath and Dansky, both very low indeed. Ajimas Prime has managed to pick up a pretty heavy head of steam. The Turkish player managing to, did a lot of streaky through stage 3, is still looking very strong, and along with Knockheads and Gunmay, I think it seems like right now those three will be fighting for first place.
Let's see what they're getting out.
Also, I wanted to bring this up earlier, we didn't get a chance to. Howdraft did actually manage to sneak another carousel, another emblem off a character. It looks like they made it into an Oxforce emblem. I was thinking that maybe we'd see an Anima emblem coming in, but instead, a little bit of extra tankiness. Howdraft, though, is still in a very perilous situation.
Yeah, so one Anima squad, one more Oxforce, and therefore you could maybe lean into Oxforce even more. But right now it's just the free Oxforce online. Looking for a particular unit, not too sure which we want to be hitting. They have the Vayne, they have the Misfortune.
Misfortune items, at least, are extremely palatable for this round, even if it's not extra AP. Up against the Gunmay's Brawler board, though, this is, we've got spread damage from the Misfortune rather than massive single target damage. So I still wonder if there's enough to break through, especially since that 3-star ribbon in the center there has got the redemption to cut down on Misfortune's damage as well.
I mean, Misfortune does a lot here, but the front line, I mean, obviously on the flip side, it is pretty much completely front line, which is very scary. And with that, we have to say goodbye to Hardorf. It looked very strong in the beginning, but again, this time Anima squad is not gonna be on top, and we have our top 4 now secured.
So it's worth bearing in mind, you'll see 5 points along from most of our players when it comes up with their little card, showing that these are all the players who are roughly in the middle of the table. So, of course, we're only in round 2 right now. There'll be 4 more rounds after this, but as we go through the day, we'll be keeping our eyes closely on our players who are lurking around this kind of spot in the competition, because this is where we start to see people, if they drop below the line, then they don't get to see day 2.
Yeah, that is where, every game is counting. There's only 6 here to be played for. And if you have, even if it's just 2 bad games, that could cost you in the very end, because of course everyone is going to be fighting to go and move on. Now, once again, the Brawler comp doing a lot. Oh, the Jack's just one-hitting certain units. This is incredibly rough. And I'm not even sure the LeBlanc being 2-star. Oh, actually, it's gonna come and prevail. And wow, Densky is still alive.
Well, that's what we wanted to see. LeBlanc is massive single target damage. He's doing consistently. I mean, ideally you'd like to be able to kill things and get resets again and again. But at the stage that she's at right now, she can output enough damage to take down the Brawlers before the redemption kicks in and just heals them back up again.
Yeah, Narc has now decided to go for an Aegis kind of front line with then short shots in the back. It's a bit of a similar strategy that Amatensha wanted to go for earlier on, but she was denied her units. And on the flip side, we do have that 2-star Samira. Filio's still 1-star, but at least that's 2 up on the board already.
Yeah, absolutely. I like this board. So we've got the Camille heading into the back line, which is going to be a problem because this is a very front-to-back board, and nearly all of our damage is coming from the short shots. Whenever they are being taken out of commission, it's a big problem, but that Camille is not strong enough to take them out long-term.
Yeah, not even the Fiddle can do that much. It's a bit of the back lane who now has to do most of the work. But we're getting hit, and with this, it looks to be yet another victory. And in fact, Dansky will with that go down. On the flip side, it is now, alright, Brawler Comp not doing as well anymore.
No, well, I think Obsima's Primus board is directly dealing with what Kamau is trying to put out. Narkez in the middle. I mean, it's looking like Kamau won't have too much chance of recovering here because there's a couple of lives in for the first and second place player right now. I don't know if Kamau can even beat either of them.
Now, well, there is another Oxforce emblem there picked up. Now here, what are you gonna do? There is an Echo. You could be throwing him instead, but you're not gonna be hitting him, at least not as a 2-star. Yeah, it's gonna be a question. Is it gonna be enough? Is positioning maybe gonna be making a difference? Can it perhaps come and Crowan and put the Jax now on the left side of the board? But yeah, both of his opponents right now are up on a lot more HP. So even if you win a single time, I'm not gonna be out just yet.
So Canu's last chance. You can see that the Brawlers definitely don't have any real way of getting to the backline. They're relying on pure beef in the front. The two Sejuanians going face to face. Jax is staying up and fighting pretty well to the end here. Again, not taking nearly any damage while the rest of the Brawlers go low. Fiddlesticks comes in. I think this will be the winnable round. Even if before we've seen it fall against the admins, the Brawlers are still strong enough to win against what is the ghost of Narquez.
No. Echimus Prime also down to 5. So, a lot of things can happen. Now, with the Oxforce emblem, obviously you get a bit more tankiness in the front, your Echo now being 2-star. So, definitely is not looking too bad. Ideally, you want to have maybe a unit or 2 up on your bench for your Syndra to do a bit of stunning. And still no Aphelios 2 hit. That's a bit of a bummer here as well.
I mean, that just makes it all the more impressive. Narquez managed to beat both of his remaining opponents with the board he's got right now. I think you're right, though. For Camus, trying to make sure that Jax stays up as long as possible and stacks up as much as possible is very important. There's no Ginsu's in there for infinite stacking, but it's still enough to keep everything online. Both teams' carries are going to be facing off eventually once those front lines crumble.
How much can they do? Oh, again, the Jax is coming along, and now with him soon hitting the backlane. Oh no! Okay, Fiddlesticks. But oh my god, this has just completely flipped on its head. But Narquez has done the impossible, even without the Aphelios 2, which made sure that the previous lobby didn't quite go the way of the winner. But right now, Narquez instead has found the victory, but it was very close again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I'm so happy to see, and I think we were both kind of rooting to see Brawler coming through and making a big impact in the competition. That was really, really nasty. And I think we could even potentially see harsher versions of that setup because, normally you're looking to try and get in the augments to really maximize your Jax value. Yeah. In that case, we didn't necessarily see that happen. So, very, very good stuff. I think we do still exist in a world where Sure Shot does remain very close, if not at the top of the heap when it comes to, just getting a cap-type board under regular circumstances.
Yeah, Sure Shot is still up on the table. Did get contested once again, which we saw in the previous lobby as well. So people certainly are going to be keeping an eye out. Can I do it? Can I not? And Brawler perhaps is still a bit more of a composition that now comes back up on the table. People are perhaps a bit more hesitant to go and play it again. So yeah, if it's not contested, you might as well go for it. And I think this vertical one was very nice. Not a Brawler 8. They went for an admin and a heart around it with the Soraka. So maybe there's plenty of other variations that are possible with that Brawler frontline.
Well, we'll have to see if Brawler grows throughout the tournament as they grew in this game. But, of course, we will be headed to break. We've got our analyst desk ready to join us after that break is done. We'll be hearing from Magaki during the break as well. We only barely started here today in the first day of the Golden Spatula Cup number 2. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon.
So my name is Magarki. I'm a French TFT player. I'm playing for Team Aegis, and I've been playing TFT since set 2. I feel like this set it's a lot more flexible, a lot more complex, and as pro player I really enjoy playing it. Yeah, I prefer this format because it makes the regional tournaments have more importance, and it's nice to have each country or each region with different ways to qualify. Otherwise, if you miss out on the ladder, then it's see you in 6 months. It's how it used to be, but now it's better. There are numerous ways to qualify, so I like it. Best way to qualify is through the open qualifier, and to win this qualifier. And I feel like most players feel like the open qualifier is a lesser way to get into the Golden Spatula, but I think if you manage to win the qualifier, it means you're prepared for the real Golden Spatula just the week after. So I would say play in the open qualifier. So thank you for everyone who's been following me and like cheering for me in the chat. Et merci à tous les fans, notamment d'Aegis qui sont à fond derrière nous, ça fait plaisir.
Always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life will be perfect anyway.
Game 2 ends with another bang as we are now heading into round 3. Guys, some interesting developments coming out of that game. The one that I want to flag is Ebjimus, of course, taking 2 top 4 finishes already in the tournament. A very strong start as Narquez tops the lobby with that Samira composition. But that wasn't what we felt defined the lobby as much as the admins that were flying all around everywhere that game.
You asked in game 1, Iberia, why did we see only a few AP comps? And I told you about admin, opening up so many different lines and really giving a player a reason to go into that line. And that was the case for the Jax line. Gaining HP is what Jax wants to do because you scale with a 6 and 8 brawler. And it worked perfectly for that. Dansky as well, a player that I know has played a lot of AP. He got really high on ladder a few weeks ago when AP became relevant again and really showed why the on-kill admin mana or AP is really, really good with LeBlanc. But yeah, we did anything else to touch on with admin? Because I think 4 players were running admin to some extent on their boards.
I think it's just a general speaking, just one of those things where it just can kind of fit the narrative or whatever your composition is doing, right? Because we saw the brawler player in Klamula Hagra, putting in the permanent team-wide HP at the start of fights, right? Which ended up giving his brawlers an extra boost, and that scales multiplicably with the brawler trait overall now, with that being percentage HP rather than a flat HP bonus.
And that was kind of the story of the later stages of the game. The early game, of course, the first 2 knockouts, Amarantya just never ended up stabilizing. Neither did Droit, unfortunately, for my threat dreams. But David, you wanted to talk a little bit about the mid game and why that was such a cluster.
Yeah, Solo Gusang especially hit a very early Lulu 3. He was able to use that Lulu as a hacker unit, which is actually not a meme. It's actually very, very strong, especially Lulu 3 that's itemized, can just one-shot any backline carry. But then started running into players like the Jax player that, there is no backline carry. You can't get that value there, for example, and just wasn't able to preserve enough HP to actually, drift into a top 4 instead of the top 6 when he fell off, when just his comp kind of stopped working altogether. Similarly for Hodrov, really great Anima Squad start. We talk about it, a very high tempo comp that dominates stage 2 and stage 3. Lucky Gloves, I think not the best prismatic augment for that comp, and just in any comp really, was kind of forced to pick it at 4-2 and then just fell off entirely at that point. Wasn't able to get a 2-star 5 cost to put the Anima Squad emblem on, for example. So overall, both these players were looking so hot, but then just kind of, dropped off into the bot 4. So it was kind of sad to see, actually.
I just wanted to flag really quick the reason that happened with the Gadget team. We talked about it earlier on in the show, but when you're going for a reroll composition like that, you need to hit your units early to establish that tempo, because you're not going to have the gold to level to 8 and dig for that Nunu unless you have a lot of HP to spare. So that's one of the reasons that Solo's comp fell off so hard alongside the boards that he was running into in a prismatic lobby.
Yeah, and you have someone like Narcus here who ended up getting somewhat fortunate in the early game, right, by finding that early Samira. I don't know exactly which item he got from his grab bag, but he had an insane item tempo early on, right? Slammed, Hand of Justice, Last Whisper, and had a Warmox, right? So he just was able to play for full tempo, got a full streak. I don't think the Samira necessarily was critical and crucial to that full streak, but him having the strong brawler frontline with a strong backliner with those items just helped him propel himself into a fantastic position.
And the Woodland Charm as well. I mean, you kind of have all this tempo stages 2 and 3. You think stage 4 are going to fall off, and you get the perfect Woodland Charm to synergize with the 2-star stage 1 he had on the board, and that just allowed it for that tempo to continue pretty much the entire game. And we saw, I think, the end here. It got a little bit closer at the end for sure with FG trying to make a run for it. But in the end, as you mentioned, I think it was some high roll at the beginning, but you have to know how to capitalize on this high roll and really take that to a win, and that's what Narcus did in this game.
Yeah, with an augment like the Jewel Lotus coming in, right, a lot of people are not really utilizing this augment as an AD augment. For something like Samira, giving her that ability to crit like that without having to commit the Infinity Edge and allowing yourself to go into items like the Hand of Justice and the Last Whisper and any other final damage item, you're just really propelling your damage in such a massive fashion.
The things we haven't really touched on explicitly yet today is how much the augments are helpful at the top end of boards. Something we've always gone over since the introduction of augments, but bears repeating, is the difference between combat augments and non-combat augments, because non-combat augments, say that 5 times fast, or even once in my case, really get to accelerate you towards the mid game, but once you get to the late game, you start feeling the lack of that little push over the edge. Things like that Jeweled Gauntlet, like that Woodland Charm, can really make up for a lot, and helped Narcus to make it all the way to the end of that game.
Optimus had triple cybernetic, was something I highlighted very early on when it was hit on the 4-1, right? Because a lot of people were looking at it. It was a 78% chance for them to find the hero augment. It ended up being a prismatic, right? So a lot of players were looking to angle for a hero augment you were talking about, David. And that ended up just throwing off the inside tempo as well. And then again, it's talking about you have these strong combat augments like the cybernetics just doing a lot of work.
Really feeling for Hodrov that game, because we saw like the Anima Spat Slam and I was like, okay, good, we know that's a strong angle, we know that Spat is pretty strong, and then just never found any other items ever the entire game. It was just like, I guess it's Thieves Gloves MF too. I guess. So, sometimes you hate to see that. Items do still matter so much, and it's those little things around the edges more than the compositions themselves that tend to make the difference in these higher level lobbies in the later stages of the game especially.
Yeah, completely agree. I think you nailed it. I mean, again, like we mentioned, the prismatic augment, it helped some players a lot, and then it doomed some players even more, I think, in this case. And it was really hard to pivot out. I think even for Dansky, we didn't talk about it too much, but his line had one of the best AP in the game, had all his upgrades, had a board that could be a first. AP is Adamant's one of the comps that if you get the right Adamant, you can really cap out into a very high cap board. But he had the Radiant Relics, and he hit Spear of Sharana, the Shojin. Works great on LeBlanc, great for AP units, but it's actually stat-wise the worst Radiant item in the game. Even the buff that we got in the middle of the set didn't help it out too much. So that's one more reason where you're expecting maybe something different. You have to instead settle for that Spear of Sharana. It ended up not really helping your comp out too much.
Yeah, real unfortunate there for him, but of course, still going to be mildly happy with that finish, and of course, heading over to the standings to see exactly how happy Dansky and our other players should be, because we just found out as well, off stream, Lobby 1 just got finished with a Camille reroll on top.
Looking here, we do see still a lot of big names. Shredded My Dark Horses is now running into this pack of second page players that are definitely going to be qualified for Day 2 if they keep this pace going on, but they have to make sure to stay consistent the rest of the games that are happening today.
Yeah, a lot of interesting names, right? Jedosaur is another player I was talking about, was playing in the Up and Down in the Hex League a couple of weeks ago. Opale is also another French player that we need to keep an eye out for. Has been in and around a few specific events in the French scene, so a player that is definitely one to keep your eye on. Again, you're talking about TFT Mins earlier on, right, David? The fact that we saw him in GSC #1 come through and actually start building a bit of a name for himself as one of the few unknown Spanish players that no one really had any frame of idea about.
Yeah, he was invited to there's kind of a secret prep group among the elite Spanish players, and he was recently invited to this prep group, kind of the being accepted by the top tier players to allow to scrim with them and to learn the game with them. So definitely happy to see his journey popping off here. Talking about Spanish player, we do still see Chuso dominating 2 wins in a row for him, for the Romanian players, Cerebrus as well. And Wida, you're very happy to see a certain Turkish name in the 3rd spot in the standings.
Yeah, Ging has been performing very well so far. And Cerebrus as well. We talked about Shasu last time around with GSC #1, but Cerebrus is a part of that same practice group that goes under the name of BG Industry. So an interesting one for sure, just to point out there as well. Seeing a Romanian at the top of the standings here, not something that we are too familiar with on the GSC circuit.
Something to note here, if you're a fan of one of the players who's either at the bottom of these standings that we've seen today or somewhere else, don't worry about it too much. We are only 2 games in, the rest of the day still to go. But as you guys were pointing out, players like Chuso, players like Cerebrus and Ging are going to be so happy with this start. The mental aspect of it is huge. You can kind of relax a little bit from that initial tension.
And I'm just saying that especially players like Chuso and Ging that have been first on ladder, they're doing well in tournaments as well. They've had a great set to this point. So I think once you have the initial, first 2 games where you're on a good streak, your preparation is coming through. You're seeing the results immediately. I think it's a great sign.
And after that, we are going to be heading over to a break as we get ready for round number 3. And in the meantime, please enjoy this interview with Snooty. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay, so my name is Balu Antares Moroni. I'm 28, and I was originally born in Germany, but I'm currently living in Spain since pretty much since I was 5, and I'm more known as Snooty Boy in the gaming community. Okay, so the thing I enjoyed the most about this set is that I actually think they got the grasp on the hero augments. They've been getting much better at that, and the first month I was pretty much playing nonstop, like 12-14 hours, so I'm really enjoying it. Usually when we're almost at the bit set, I'm kind of tired of it, but I'm still in the mood of gaming 8-10 hours a day, so I'm really loving it. So TRC is definitely have to be important because like the reference we have in Europe is France, and their system revolves around their national competitions, their TRCs, right? And they've always been a step ahead and they've kicked their ass forever. So I think that Spain is actually catching up is really important. Myself, I've always been good at ladder, but struggling with these tournaments. And now that I've been playing in these much more often, I think it's getting better. Oh, so I've been competing in pretty much all the Rising Legends competitions ever since it existed, and even before it was called Rising Legends. But I think this year has been my best performance so far at GSC 1, where I got 10th. I think I could have done a bit better, but that was still pretty nice for me because I actually get a real shot to get to the European Championship, which was pretty much my dream ever since I competed. So that's pretty nice. Of course, everybody who supports me every day, thank you very much for the cheers every day. And everybody who's enjoying TFT, keep on doing that. This is an awesome game. We're going in the right direction. Have a nice day, and thanks for watching.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at
Welcome back, everyone, to Golden Spatula Cup number 2. My name is Iberia, once again joined here by the lovely Peter Hartnell. I forgot counterfeit cast in the middle there. I was just like, what's his IGN? I guess Hartnell. That's not how that works. Don't.
I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. People change their names over their cast and career.
Counter Hartnell Cass.
Yeah.
I'm feeling a little hungry. Yeah, I'm feeling a little hungry, Peter. Just not for more games, but for my lunch, which is like 20 minutes late. So, you know what? We're just gonna say it's ready for more games. It's gonna keep me on my toes as we're headed into a lobby with a couple of familiar faces, a couple of new ones as well. Get a nice mix, as we were saying during the break. And with today's games, I'm really excited to see how the meta is shaping up as well.
Yeah, of course, you know, I think you guys picked up really well on the admin picking up a real headers theme here, and I think, you know, it does feel like we're in such a good place with the amount of variety of different approaches. I'm you know, I want to pick on something which I think we both can sort of miss before, which was the Anima squad, you know, being one of the AP routes, the admin being AP routes. I think for me, the reason why the Anima squad didn't sort of register as an AP comp is because everyone keeps flinging their jinxes directly into the opposing backline, so it doesn't look like what AP comp traditionally looks like.
Just flinging them into the sun, just being like, whatever happens, happens. You're just here for prankster, don't worry about it. And I'm interested to see how that develops over the day, because we haven't really seen that line contested yet. We haven't seen a whole lot of cannibalization on the AP lines. As we brought out in game number 1, there was a lot of that. We had the 3-way contested sure shot, 2 to 3-way contested duelist, depending on the stage of the game, but things like Anima have kind of been left on their own. The only contest we saw last game was on that admin line, as we brought up earlier. But as we get into game, Counterfeit, there's a lot of names we recognize, and of course from our interview earlier today, Gunmay.
Yes, and as claimed, he won't quit until he gets to Worlds. Hopefully, Gunmay will get to Worlds and carry on going afterwards. But I suppose, you know, it's all one step at a time, because of course you've got players like Dasik playing in the Days Tournament as well, you know, who made that promise and kind of set that goal for themselves, and it worked pretty darn well.
And I'm interested as well with this start here for Gunmay. Of course, we know on 8.5 we are going to have those items pop off, but during the current patch, before that happens, a tier on a Lulu is exactly where you want to be starting if you want to keep that AP angle open.
Yeah, we can already see a couple of those AP variants presenting themselves to Gunmay. But of course, before we get too far into it, I'll know about some of the other players you mentioned, you know, with some familiar faces. Of course, me being from the UK, I'm going to take every opportunity to bring up the UK in conversation as possible. YLCO, playing in this lobby. Actually, you know, one of the Harbinger players, you know, one of the real first signs the UK might have more to give than it did historically, which, honestly, apart from the Lana, the UK was somewhat invisible until YLCO seems to be the one to open the floodgates of UK players.
Yeah, really, YLCO, one of those defining players. Every time I see a second UK player in here, I'm always excited. But Lana has been that constant in the scene coming from the UK. But we're seeing newer players coming up through that. Thanks to more activity in the TRCs, we're seeing that happen for a lot of countries, including, as we've talked about a lot on this show, Germany, who's had a lot more representatives this set than prior sets.
Yes, and as it was being noted before, it's quite hard for there not to be any German players. Pretty much all stages, but what we've got in front of us right now is a prismatic start.
This is going to be interesting. The options here for YLCO pretty decent. We saw Woodland Charm be very effective in the prior game. Binary Airdrop, great on comps like Gadgetine. I do just want to point that out. One of the things that makes Gadgetine really good is things like these gloves, anything that gives you extra items because of the way Gadgetine 5 works.
Oh, for sure. You can see YLCO going deep into thinking about this.
Oh, yeah. In the tank, for sure.
I mean, with the hero augment rerolls coming in as a separate rerolls, we're definitely seeing our players, you know, more recently being much more willing to throw their rerolls at an early prismatic augment like this, which can be so game-defining.
Yeah. And that's going to be the binary airdrop, which is going to go well. You can just slam a couple items on your front line, on your back line, and guarantee that to proc, because you only need components as the second item as well. So with 3 components, you can trigger that augment.
YLCO isn't going full aggressive. Could go for Grinsus or could go for a Last Whisper at this point to maximize board strength, but apparently seems to think strong enough. Azalea will be going in from Germany, while the other players has gone for the Living Forge, so definitely taking a long-term view of this game.
And even with short-term success, you have that early Senna, which will provide a lot of power over the course of this early game, plus Collector. That's a really, really strong item combo, even with the Runans on top, so you get that AoE proc.
Oh my gosh, of course, with it being prismatic, we are getting some players who are going to give us a much clearer idea of what they're doing. So Gunmay has gone for the golden ticket, so tons of reroll in the future, but Level Up is one that's drawing my eye as well.
Yeah, Level Up is going to be great for getting to that late game. Zorlanash going for a birthday present, which you never see. So that's fascinating to me. Keep my eye on how that goes.
It does characterize our lobby as one where we've got multiple players who are looking to, to push up levels. Birthday present directly rewards you for getting levels. Level Up gets you levels. And, we've got
Living Forge as well.
Forge. Yeah, it rewards you for staying alive long, which presumably you needed to level up to do.
But keep an eye on that. I suspect as a result, we're not going to see as aggressive of an early game. But as I say that, Gunmay has a full board with that golden ticket, just trying to get as much early power as possible, holding 4 pairs. That's just brutal.
Golden Ticket is definitely one of those incredibly interesting augments because you're so rewarded sometimes for rolling really aggressively, and other times you can end up with absolutely nothing. So there's a huge swing in what's possible. Let's do a quick look across the lobby. We can check in with Captain Anchor and Karegel, who are down at the bottom of the table right now. We've got 3 undefeated players, and we've got 2 players in particular who've been taking a bit of a hit early on.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing what Anchor is going to be bringing here. The Yuumi looking pretty temporary in this composition. An early Shiv Slam, just trying to get as much units killed on this board as possible. Knows that he's not going to be able to go for a win.
That's right. We're seeing more Radiant items coming through since their buff in 13.5, so maybe Captain Anchor has got it in mind to be building out some kind of composition that's going to make use of at least, a couple of different big AP carries.
Yeah, this lobby so far is starting to bifurcate. You have the very high top, you have those streaking players, and you have the players that know they have to sacrifice their early game. Gunmay, kind of accidentally, with that golden ticket, if he had hit any of those pairs, he'd be in a great spot. But now that he's started taking those losses, he has to keep eating the L's to keep his game alive.
One of the players I'm hoping to get a chance to check in on is Volta, who's currently got a Spatula sitting there, and let's see, has also picked up a sword as well, so interesting. Don't know if we're going to be seeing maybe some laser core. Oh, so it looks like we're trying to build towards a duelist Spatula, but we don't currently have the bow to make it.
No, and looking at those items, that would be a really strong transition for a Samira Sure-Shot composition in the later stages of the game. And just looking at Volta's results from the last couple of matches, unfortunately, he's been ping-ponging between wins and losses, which is going to make his late-game economy significantly weaker.
I mean, the players at this point in the competition, they definitely need to make sure that they are giving us those consistent results. Again, we're looking at players who are roughly in the middle of the pack in this lobby. So, they're more or less where they need to be, but if they do ping-pong games and, start taking some surprise 8s, as at least, of course one person's going to, then they will slip down the table and put themselves in a much more tenuous position.
Yeah. YLCO as well, we mentioned earlier, with that binary airdrop, had the potential for a stronger board, went for it, still taking losses.
That's going to be a little bit disappointing. Certainly you can't rely on what you get from the binary airdrop. And I'd love to see YLCO, as you said, going into the Gadgeteen line and build up a bit more power. But overall, heading out of stage 2, we've again got Zulanash, only undefeated player, and it looks like we've got an interesting hodgepodge of board here.
Yeah, this is definitely trending towards a Draven carry composition, not full committed. You can see the Jax on the bench, not picked up, so not ready for it. But Gadgeteen, very strong early. Draven, very strong early. Defender, great frontline addition.
The reason I would be a little, I'm a little surprised to see this coming in for Zulanash is because you're getting rewarded for going up levels if you've got the birthday present.
Yes.
So ideally you want the golds to do that. And right now Zulanash by keeping this win streak going with all of these free 2-star units that he's getting, doesn't have nearly any gold in the bank and is completely reliant on the streak.
Yeah, once that streak breaks, if he hasn't built up economy in the intervening time, he is very likely out of this game.
At least for now, keeps that streak going. We'll go into stage 2. So again, we'll take stock. Gunmay and Captain Anchor down to the bottom. Captain Anchor in particular down to 65. We've seen, Nigeria, what happens to players who fly, I don't say too close to the sun, but too close to the sea? This is a bit of a tortured metaphor already.
Yeah. I mean, even if it's too close to the sun, it's like Dyson's sphere close so far. Not quite going into the corona, but in trouble for sure. 65 HP, full loss streak, and that means he wasn't able to kill very many units on the way down, versus Gunmay doing a little bit healthier at 75. And Anchor still hasn't found a committal to a composition, holding that gadget team through the early game.
Yeah, really interested to see what if Anchor does do well here, of course. From Greece, much like our Golden Spatula Cup 1 champion. Again, just taking us back out to the wider picture, I'm absolutely loving that did actually happen in our first Golden Spatula Cup, and I'm hoping, if Greece doesn't manage to pull off 2 in a row, which would be, of course, amazing, we get to see another new country take the crown.
Yeah, representatives from across the board, of course. Last set we had Mujiwara make the entry there for Mina and show some strong representation from that region as well that we hadn't previously seen. Our first Egyptian player, I believe. And now Gunmay, we talked to him earlier. We saw the interview with him going for a recon comp. Very stable, very standard. With that golden ticket, going to be fairly easy to find those 3-star units.
Yeah, I mean, this was looking pretty strong right now. But Gunmay doesn't have, the ideal 50 gold to be able to just get free rerolls all day, every day. A streak would certainly help. Gunmay did note for us before, of course, like a lot of our successful TFT players, has a big, has a support structure of his relationship and your family and friends, who I'm sure are in the chat right now rooting for his success.
And I want to highlight Zoilanash. We talked about him earlier, how crucial this win streak has been to his gameplay and how crucial it will continue to be. You can see it intact there at the top of the board. Still not going to have built up enough economy to be in the safe zone, but keeping it going through these PvE rounds, through the PvP rounds following it up, is a very strong positive sign.
Ooh, okay. So this is one of the changes in 13.5 which we didn't get a chance to address as of yet. It's that you no longer get the Gadgeteen crest unless you are running Gadgeteen when it comes to 3-2 or later on in the game. So Captain Anchor has kept that possibility alive, has hit the emblem, which means the potential move up to Gadgeteen 5 in the very near future.
And this is a rescue here for Captain Anchor. The problem with Gadgeteen early is digging for that Nunu at level 8. Having a crest circumvents that problem and allows you to get Gadgeteen 5 much earlier in the game, giving you that power spike by that level 7 point. And for someone who's low on HP, for someone who's been suffering in the economy trying to find those units, that is a massive save.
Up against Volta, of course, very long time at TFT player in the competitive scene. Always has been a little bit in the shadow of how many other amazing French TFT players there are. We'll get the win against Captain Anchor, whose board is apparently not quite strong enough as of yet, pre-Gadgeteen 5.
Yeah, it's still going to be a struggle, still doesn't have a 2-star carry, still doesn't have reliable damage sources to salvage this loss streak. You can look at the backline there, just a Sona 1, Lulu 1, and a Rel 1, and you can't trust that any 2 to keep you alive.
Worth noting, though, is now some of the pressure might have been relieved from the top of the lobby. Zoilanash has taken his first loss of the lobby. And while Leah is up there as well, there is no longer the same pressure on Zul to keep pushing forward and keep pushing levels to make sure the win streak stays intact.
They see coming into another round, hopefully able to turn that fortune around. Still sitting towards that 50 gold mark with a full loss streak, so a lot of money going to be coming Anchor's way.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about before, Anchor is definitely building up towards a couple of late-game carries. We know that this particular comp can absolutely accommodate that. We'll see Zoes, we'll see the Blancs, we'll see Sorakas. So I think that Chalice will get good use long-term. But for now, Captain Anchor's lost streak remains in place. We'll have to keep an eye on any 2-star developments popping up from the corner of the screen.
As we head into the carousel, I do want to once again highlight Soylanosh, as you mentioned, taking that loss streak, and Volterix are finally losing the win streak, and Volterix has started recovering that game. We said earlier on he's got to stop ping-ponging around those wins and losses. Seems to have stabilized at that 87 HP mark.
Yeah, I mean, we've got several players who are all on 80 HP and above, and then, of course, the middle pairing, we're in the 70s. It's really only towards the bottom we're starting to see our players in peril. We talked a lot about Captain Anchor, YLCO also in a little bit of trouble, as Volta didn't just hit one duelist spatula, or one duelist emblem, but has hit 2 instead. This board is cracked.
And this is something you and I were talking about when we were going over the patch notes. We were saying, okay, Yasuo got a buff, Fiora got a buff. Is there potential to see a reroll composition? Turns out if you get 2 duelist emblems, yeah, absolutely. You've got these 2 cost carries, 3 cost carry in Vayne, Papa Shojin on her. You've got an incredibly competent carry to carry you through the late game, and you've got supers to boot completely uncontested.
That's a huge amount of extra damage up against Kylo right now, who is bringing out our admin board of the game. Though actually looks like they managed to get a Tome of Traits into a Gadgeteen Spatula, so maybe we're going to be seeing Captain Anchor contested.
And that's going to be a problem for Anchor. He hasn't stabilized enough. He needs that open line in order to recover his game. He's finally stopped the bleeding in his loss streak, but at 31 HP, still a dangerous position.
A very, very scary board. But of course, Alaya and Org, the ones towards the top, definitely have their own different flavors of what's going on. The pressure continues to mount. YLCO, Captain Anchor, both going down very low. But we are seeing a couple of upgrades creeping in. I think we'll get a chance to look at Org in a second. One of our players, another one of our players from Greece. No, Alaya. I tell a lie. With a pretty solid looking board. We see a little bit of our echoes of the Brawler comp from before, but this one a little bit more laser core aligned.
Yeah, you've got that Senna in the back from stage 1, and you have that Collector, so pretty significant damage alongside the Sure Shot to get you started, and it seems to have been enough to keep him significantly healthy throughout this early game, set him up for a later Sure Shot line, or something like a Belveth. Perhaps those items are great for both Samira and Belveth if he so chooses. So a couple options still open to him. And a lot of gold coming from the Collector as well.
Yeah, we know that's, tends to be one of the less favored items that kind of crosses a lot of ground with, of course, everyone's favorite ace, Samira. But as noted before, we've got the Living Forge kicking through, and oh boy, one of the most frustrating items in the whole game, which you can see Alaya is very carefully trying to keep anyone from noticing is coming into play.
Don't worry. Living Forge bugged, guys. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to reset the lobby or anything, but I don't have anything. I'm just a little guy.
This is pretty big for Alaya, though, because, at this point, on a win streak and has a pretty solid board, all the bits and pieces at the back this doesn't look like an overwhelmingly strong board, so I think anything that lets you get one more round in and one more set, one step higher on the interest charts is definitely going to be worthwhile.
Absolutely, and you can see as well, one of the things that is the strength of the rocket-propelled fist is, like you said, players not being ready for it, but it also weakens compositions like that Talia that need to be dug into that corner to get the maximum AoE effect towards those middle clumps.
This is exactly the situation we're waiting for. The hook, line, and what a stinker. We'll get this round pretty much for free. And you have to know, Captain Anchor, the player who
maybe not
on the floor to drop rounds. Wait, what? Wait,
it's something we were bringing up earlier. Yeah, something we were bringing up earlier, Peter, was that Gadgeteen, A, very strong. B, Aurelian Soul with the recent buffs is going to be casting much more frequently and is an incredibly powerful unit in his own right. So Anchor now has turned that... legendary hero augments coming out.
This is big for Alaya. I mean, that's instantly going up to Sure Shot, well, the potential of Sure Shot 4. We've got Shiny, which of course everyone's favorite augment, but maybe not anymore. Actually, Volta foregoing picking up a 5 cost here to focus on making sure the duelists are as strong as is humanly possible.
Yeah, it looks like Contempt for the Weak coming out there. And Anchor, so happy with this pickup. I was going to mention that both Karegel and Anchor, who have those Gadgetina emblems, are going to be thrilled by this. Both of Nunu's augments, though they see me rolling just got nerfed, are incredibly strong for those Gadgetina compositions, especially since Anchor is running an AP carry in the Aurelion Soul.
So we've got, yes, the 3 Chalice members. Volta's Zed at this point is not the strongest, and it's not got Hacker either to go straight onto the back line. So this should go well. Yes, I do apologise to Anchor before for doubting how strong this board was going to be, because, I mean, Annie, especially with the new Teen Titans resolve, is an absolute rock in the front line.
Yeah, and I have to say, Contagious Laughter giving that stacking AP on the back of an Aurelion Soul is disgusting. You can see how much damage it does to Volterix's board here.
So that means Captain Anko moves up to be the only win-streaking player in the lobby. The Gadget team really turning a corner for him massively. This whole setup is pretty good, and we know, in the future we've got the possibility of bringing in a Nunu too to make this even stronger. So Anker's in a really good spot right now. I think they could easily climb up to top 4.
Yeah, really incredible patience there when he was on that loss streak. That is one of the hardest things to navigate during the early game if you're going a loss streak composition. When do I have to get out? When do I have to roll down? And that patience paid off. Now on a win streak at 31 HP. As we head back to YLCO, one of the first players we looked at.
Yes, YLCO in a very, very perilous situation. We have got the Animal Squad Belvas, which is pretty solid. We note, of course, this is our, the binary airdrop player from before, so they can never rely on hitting the perfect items, and just has to rely on them being good enough. This time, they are.
Yeah, a bit of an odd Anima variant coming out here. 5 Anima with the Duelist Vayne carry. You can see already slammed that Rage Blade incredibly early, which is how that happened. Spats galore on this carousel as well.
We know that's always a blessing for any of our players playing Anima Squad generally. And YLCO is going to pick up a 5... No, doesn't pick up a 5 cost to go for it. Apparently it has got something else in mind. But looking at their bench, there's a lot of items that need combining for YLCO, so maybe that's why.
I think just desperately digging for some items for whether he wants to pivot into a Misfortune or just so that there's a good second item there on that Vayne instead of the Bear Glove.
Alright, so we check in with Kylo, who is, again, contesting the Gadgetina angle right now. But so far, it feels like, for the most part, we've seen already that Annie 2 is fine. We don't need to necessarily contest those specifically. But if the Zoe, if you want to hit the Zoe 3, that's going to be tremendously harder with someone else taking them as well.
Yeah, and it feels far too late here for Kylo, going down so far into... his econ has just completely collapsed at this port. Now we're going to see...
Well, it's particularly frustrating for a player who's playing level up. But, ideally you want to be able to keep leveling and go to level 9, level 10 in the game, but at this point, you're just completely absent of Prismatic Augment from this point forwards.
Yeah, dug as far as he could and found nothing. X did not mark the spot in this case, and now, though he will find a win, I'm concerned about his performance over the next couple rounds.
I mean, there's very little room to maneuver for our bottom players, though. Zilanash has started to drop down as well, so we've now got 3 players in the danger zone. While
on a full loss streak, I believe, yeah.
Wow, 8 rounds of loss streak. There's a ton of money in the bank, and level 8 as well. I think Zilanash might actually have enough potential to turn this one.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Last Stand there, you've got the Eclipse Prime reducing the damage on all of your units, and we already saw how his game plan early was just streak until you stop. He turned that in the opposite direction, and he's allowing himself to loss streak all the way down to that 1 HP, wait for the birthday present at 9, and then figure out what he wants to play from there. All of his items pretty flexible.
Yeah, so instantly bringing the 2-star 5 cost. I mean, this is expertly done from Zulanash. There's so many augments in TFT you so rarely get to see, so having this kind of command of this line of play is fantastic to see up against Kylo, who is one of the players who is in a little bit of trouble. I think will survive through this round, though. The Gadgetines are still strong enough.
Yeah. I would say Zoilanash and Anchor are two players that I really want to highlight this game for their use of streaks. Incredibly effective, incredibly tactically competent in those cases. Both of them took incredibly long loss streaks. Zoilanash is still in progress and turned it around at the exact time where they could convert it to another streak. Opposite directions, similar skill.
Taking stock of where we are coming into Stage 5, YLCO has departed as our first player out of lobby number 3, or round number 3. Zulanash and Kylo very close to being eliminated as well. And Alaya up the top on the win streak. We've got a pretty divided lobby.
Yeah. More AD components coming out here for Zoilanash, plus an Aphelios. He's going to be happy about that with the Samira on bench. There's the birthday present. Not exactly what you wanted.
No, I mean a 2-star. I think this is the ball just waiting for that 2-star Aphelios to turn up. But I think for the time being, Zoilanash has to make do with what he's got. Has got the 1-star Aphelios. Has got the very good items. This is probably as best as he's going to get in the short term.
Yeah, I think you just slam the sure shot in there, toss the items on Aphelios, maybe give him a Giant Slayer as well. We'll have to see.
Up against the Recon on the board. So we've got Zoilanash putting the final pieces together, apparently confident enough to wait on putting in one last item, and as we can see here, it's actually working pretty darn well there. Aphelios doing an absolute ton of damage, and bear in mind, this is a board with a last stand still unprocced.
Yeah, and we can see YLCO, or no, that's not YLCO, Aaliyah, I apologize, with that Living Forge still finding success with the Collector, has found the Aphelios, finding a lot of board power off that.
We have had a couple of upgrades coming in across the board as our players in the mid-table have started to power up. Captain Anchor hitting level 9, Volta hitting 3-star Fiora, and Gunmay hitting 3-star Cho'Gath and the 3-star Kaiser as well. Things are heating up, and I just don't know if our current bottom of the table players can keep up.
Yeah. Now that Anchor has lost that win streak in suspect positioning, Zoilanash still going to be very strong, but Gunmay is going to accelerate this lobby, and especially into Kylo's board, which we've been highlighting. Not the stronger Gadgetine board in the lobby, still lacking against this Recon board.
Massive single target damage from the Kaiser will rip through even these incredibly high damage reduction targets. I think this is the end of the line for Kylo. I don't think we'll be seeing any other eliminations this round, but of course, very good news if you're contesting Gadgetines.
Yeah. And Zoilanash, we see, has taken a win, so losing that streak gold, but preserving HP and preserving that last stand until he needs it. We've seen the downside of last stand is when you're not using it in order to save yourself an extra round. Sometimes you just go out because you haven't had the time to build a strong enough board and can't take that extra hit for any benefit.
I mean, definitely giving credit to, to what we've seen so far, that to be able to survive this point without using it, I think speaks to incredible mastery of what you're doing in the game, because to play without augments at all is a pretty scary prospect. But as we check in with augments in them for a little while, and they have brought out the Heart Root.
Yeah, has a Soraka in the back. Unfortunately, a Soraka 1, but it seems almost like it doesn't matter as this team is just ripping through the Recon board. It's all up to Kaisa, who gets completely stunned out, and Gunmay takes a loss here.
Yeah, all doing some real good stuff. Going to check in on some of the other boards here. You can see that, again, we've got 4 different players who are all in a position to be eliminated. I think our top 2 players are very happy with the way they've played this game. Playing strong does seem to get you into a consistently strong position, which of course is where you need to be here in day 1, getting cut half away with the players.
I think the way this lobby shapes out depends on the economy of Volterix here. Because that duelist composition, I believe, still hasn't hit those rolls. Has supers, doesn't have particularly many 3 stars. There we go, just 2 on the board. I think it may be a little too late, but he's got... he's so close to another 3-star.
Oh boy,
This
yeah,
is
you have
brutal.
to sack off on them, don't you? And then always, of course, you'll see them turn up in the shop again immediately afterwards. There we go.
Every roll, man. Every roll has a Yasuo.
I suppose, yeah, Volt is just going to end up playing another one in. The Ox-Force is at 2, so at least it keeps the front line up for a little bit longer, but I know that we both like this, like this coming in. We were hoping to see in 13.5 people still experimenting this late into the set is honestly heartwarming to see.
Yeah, really enjoyable composition here from Volterix. Unfortunately, just did not hit hard enough to see the cap of this board. That's the risk you go with any reroll composition. So Volterix going to take that 6th place finish as Anchor fights for his life.
Anchor has been fighting an uphill battle the whole way through this game. I'm honestly, really impressed by the tenacity of Anchor to still be going at this point, to have made it into the top 5. Again, we've got 4 players who, if all gets a bad enough loss, maybe even they go out as well. Everything apart from first place right now is up for grabs.
Yeah, I actually really like picking up the Syndra 2 here. With the recent buffs, her stun duration at 2-star has gone up from 1 second to 2 seconds. Combined with the CC from the Fiddlesticks in the front line, that is going to be a lot of lockdown against any enemy team.
Yeah, we know, of course, Villas, who was discussing in the previous games, definitely a big fan of that Syndra. We can see now it actually has meaningful damage coming in, double chaliced up, so will be even more damage you'd expect. The news, of course, just going right through the center of the board and just being an absolute nuisance. Captain Anchor will hold on for longer. This board is looking very, very good. Gunmay is gone, and maybe Zillanash as well.
Yeah, Anchor surviving. Additionally, Zoilanash, of course, still does have that last stand procced, so he will actually be rather excited about this loss.
Yes, I always get caught out by that tricksy last stand. Honestly.
Well, usually they've procced it by now and they've gone 8th. Like, it's an augment that when it works well, works incredibly well, but is so infrequent that you can find the value from it that you want. Like, look at this board. They now have Omnivamp and a bunch of defenses, and you have Eclipse Prime, making them take even less damage.
Yeah, up to level 9 as well. I mean, at this point, yeah, we're starting to itemize the multiple carries as well, which is, of course, again, we just talked about the last stand really comes into its own. Urgot, newly nerfed in this patch, so will be a little bit less reliable than before, but I think, with several different options here to put Urgot specifically stronger, decides to instead go for the frontline reinforcement.
Yeah, here comes the roll down. Finding that Janatu will be a big pickup. Not a whole lot else that he can roll for at this point.
So it will be rainy weather, which will mean we will get a very fast cast on the initial Urgot ultimate, which was, again, one of the nerfs that coming for Urgot was reducing his starting mana, so it will make a difference. The Morkais are still getting used for Zillanash. This board is still looking pretty darn strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And running into Captain Anchor are 2 masters of the streak this game. A great shroud to start off the match.
Hey, you were saying you were hoping we would see Asol in this lobby. We've got our 2 different players playing them against each other.
And they're really doing work. Anchors is doing so much damage into this backline, but you can see that Urgot completely uncontested will spell disaster for Anchor's board, taking that 4th place.
Honestly, I think Anchor did extremely well to get to that point based on where he was before. So all credit to him. Again, this is, it is the top 4 days. Days 1 and 2 are very much the top 4 days. So Anchor did exactly what he came into this lobby hoping to do. Now, the real big question going forward from this point is who's getting second.
I think I've got to say it's either Zoilanash or Aaliyah. Aaliyah has so much more health to work with than Aug. We've seen Aug's board loses to Zoilanash's board, and they're going up against each other next. So unless something significantly has changed with this matchup, I think we're down to our top 2.
All right, Zulanash, let's see who's got the most. Certainly Zulanash has put an enormous amount of work in that birthday present from the start of the game, building up to this point. Of course, got the massive damage coming out from our friend Mordekaiser in the back corner of the Aphelios, building up the damage while everyone across the board is starting to drop for Org. The huge waves of damage coming in. Zulanash is operating on a whole different planet, and that second place will be secured.
And Aaliyah takes a loss as well. This should be Zulanash's lobby to lose. You can see just how little damage his units are taking as he picks up a Nunu too. He has such a beefy board between his last stand, between Eclipse Prime, between the innate tankiness of some of the units he's chosen in that Alistar, in that Echo. It seems impossible to take this board down, but Elia is going to do his level best to do just that.
Elia from Germany, Zulanash from Romania. Of course, Elia, we did see in our previous Golden Spatula Cup coming in top 4, so this is no mean competition that Zulanash is attempting to take down. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
Here comes the Fiddlesticks into the front line, buying some time. Aphelios is finally down, still has the Mordekaiser in the front line for Zulanash. May be able to take out the Aphelios, goes into Oxforce, and it looks like that Mordekaiser that we disparaged so much when it first got picked up will survive. Samira! That was a win for Zulanash? What?
It was the Janna. Janna stayed alive at the very end, just said,
I didn't even notice her because she was just sitting there hard chilling in the back line.
Oh my gosh. All right, so I guess at this point, we're really looking to see if Aaliyah can find something that will break through here. And I think bringing the Zephyr in should make a pretty major difference because we know how much of the damage is coming from very specific sources.
Absolutely fantastic pickup there. The Guardbreaker, I think, is going to provide relatively less value. I like the addition of the Fiddlesticks, add some CC to slow down that backline from taking out Zulanash's board.
We're in a situation Zulanash needs to win a couple more times, I suspect, to be able to take this lobby home. We'll see if it works. We have got the hook coming in. And of course, we're looking for the Zephyr, but the Zephyr only goes onto the Alistar, not the big knockup we were hoping for.
Beautiful positioning from Zulanash to start off the fight. A huge ult from Mordekaiser may spell disaster for Aaliyah in this round. Could even take him down. So many units surviving from Zulanash, and he will. 1 HP, and Zulanash takes home lobby 3.
All sins are forgiven. All criticisms of Last Stand are now thrown by the wayside. I don't even remember all the times the players got absolutely destroyed taking this all, when all I remember is Zulanash turning out a board that was beyond monstrous.
Man, I am kind of freaking out on the inside. I don't normally freak out at the last round. You gotta stay a little cool and collected, but that was so cool. We got to see the birthday present come into Last Stand. We've never seen that combo, and if we have, I've forgotten it because it went 8th. Like, that's what usually happens. Zulanash took that massive win streak, lost it. I thought he was out of the game. Turned it into a loss streak, utilizing the Last Stand, and turned it into one of the strongest possible boards in the game. Just incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I think the big thing I take from coming out of that one was, we had the birthday present, we had the Living Forge, 2 very long-term prospects being brought in by our players, coming out, with an initial prismatic win. So I love to see more of that going forwards.
Yeah, Zulanash very happy with the game, but Aaliyah just as happy taking that second place. Let's hear from him during the break. We've got an interview with him lined up before we come back with round number 4. We'll see you soon.
My name is Ilya. That's why I named myself Ilya TFT, because I'm not that creative. I'm from Germany, and my goal this GSC is just to get day 3, so I qualify for regionals. I really enjoy playing this set. It's so much better than the last set, like the hero augment mechanic is really fun, especially now that they introduced 4 rerolls and you don't need to save your normal augment reroll, so you don't get Mortdog that often. And I didn't really like the dragons, so that's nice that they're gone. That's pretty hard to say. Like a lot of really good players, like the friend drones, like double German legend Salvi. I played versus him in German League, and he destroyed us really hard. So he's probably one of the only people I'm really scared of in Germany. But that's a hard question because there are so much good competitors, and it's always decided by like who got the best opener, who got a good day, like who's comfortable on the patch. And because the patch is really fresh, it's really hard to say right now who's gonna be the most difficult player to play against. I want to shout out the German community, especially Memo and his Discord, because they're the reason I made it this far. Without the support of the German community, I wouldn't have gotten that far in TFT. I would probably have stopped at like reaching Challenger, I reset and then quitting.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Game 3's Analyst Desk, a very fun game indeed. Some players got a little gift, a little birthday present along the way. I'm Petrus Panda, joined by Virlis and Wida. Welcome to the both of you. And overall, just first impressions, Virlis, on this last game we saw. What comps did you like? What comps did you not like so much? Why do you think certain players popped off so much?
Man, I think the augments here in particular played a very huge part in the wins. We were talking about the birthday present. We will dig into that a little bit later. The Gadgettine crest as well coming out, which I think was fun. But it also led into Gadgettine being quite heavy contested. So some people across the board couldn't quite hit the same amount of units. In the end, though, Zillanage did phenomenal.
Same to you. Any just first impressions on this game?
Yeah, I actually had to go back and look through Volta's VOD during this game because I was very confused as to why he ended up going with Shadow Jutsu instead of trying to fish for something else, like fish for a Consent for the Weak, for example, which is, in reality, let's be real, that's the real set carry augment, right? Like Shadow Jutsu doesn't really exist in that regard, but because of like the fact it was 2 5s, he probably would end up with a worse choice if he had gone deeper with his comp. So at the end of the day, you gotta respect that he had to make the compromise, and that's kind of something that has been introduced now with the additional rerolls of the hero augments, right? Like you can't always guarantee, like sometimes you just need to be okay with what's happening instead of trying to dig for the best augment in a slot.
I'm surprised what most surprised you about Volta's game was Shadow Jutsu, because playing Super's 6 Duelist is not a comp I've seen very often. Maybe I've been hiding under a rock the last 2 weeks, and this is something that has been prevalent all over ladder, but I have not seen Supers play with Duelists. The moment I saw the 2 Duelist spats, I'm like, okay, he's going to go 8 Duelist, like normal, cap out with a very good vertical trait. That ended up not being the case. I think he maybe got baited by just too many Fioras and Yasuos and spree units in the mid game in stage 3. But, props to Volta for at least trying. I think not many players would try and go down this route. Ended up not working out. I got a 6th in the end. Same with Gunmay for that reroll strat with Golden Ticket. Went for a recon if it's uncontested. Like we talked about Yumi top of show. it's definitely a viable comp to go for, but sometimes you put a lot of agency on the game and not so much on the player. If you're not able to hit, it took a long time to hit that Rammus 3, for example, ended up bleeding too much HP in stage 4 and 5, and ended up going 5th with a board that I think could have been a top 4. But Virulus, you were talking about Gadgetzin Crest. I want to just touch on this a little bit because we saw it in the NA mid-set finale last weekend. Players were very clearly angling towards putting this crest onto set and playing around set being mech'd up. And the damage reduction was just so big for this 5 Gadgetzin board. Not the case at all on this lobby. 2 players had Gadgetzin Crest, neither one trying to go for set, maybe just didn't have the right items. You do need kind of best in slot for mech, but just played kind of usual AP games and didn't really work out for either of them, Fearless.
Yeah, no, with Anchor in particular, you know, he had a very rough start, and once he hit the crest, we all were thinking, all right, this has got to be it. But he still got a 4th-place finish. I guess top 4 at the end of the day is very good still for him. But it was a bit rough, you know, not hitting the units, and eventually it had to be the Acel 2-star who then had to be sort of the carry for the team. There was a Syndra too as well, but because the units were just not present, he had to sort of shift around the composition a bit, move into Heart, and then Acel as sort of the main damage point. It's not very ideal. It still got him a 4th place in the very end, but it could have been better were it not contested.
I mean, for me, I'll actually want to grab this, because for me, this is one of the most important things when you are a tournament player. You want to go deep in tournaments. You need to take these spots that may or may not seem fantastic for you and then work them into the highest placement possible here. I like the way that he played around double cone, built into the cone that he got from his Radiant Relics, and really just took that and ran with it. Obviously, would have liked to see something like maybe a Talia, but didn't happen here, and he just used the Acel to pretty much perfection.
And the elephant in the room, of course, the winning comp, the winning player is Zulanash, Romanian player, who picked up Birthday Present, got nerfed recently. It wasn't as powerful as it was. Start of set, where Hustler and Birthday Present were two of the best tempo augments, prismatic augments in stage 2. In this case, played it kind of by the books. You're 6 before Krugs. It's a very fun play style. You don't get to do it every game, so I think it's exciting, especially for players that kind of want to solve this puzzle of playing very flexibly. Birthday Present gives you a random unit. You have to try and fit into your comp and find ways to synergize around it and you know, benefit from a 2-star unit in your comp. He did it perfectly, but then at some point, in stage 3, stage 4, you start losing rounds and you're in trouble because all of a sudden your tempo's gone. You don't have that win streak anymore. But he found Last Stand, which is the perfect complement, because now you're thinking, okay, I have this plan B where I can now go fast 9, lose streak 9 rounds in a row, and still have the safety of, even if I actually lose all my HP, I have one last chance to make a board like the one he was able to make with so many legendaries, so many 2 costs. Even without Aphelios 2 as the main carry, he had the 2-star Mordekaiser, the 2-star Leona with Eclipse Prime as well, and overall was able to build one of the kind of the Exodia boards that you expect to win lobbies.
We had 2 Exodia boards going up against each other, really, right? With both Elia's board as well as Zulonash's board were 2 incredible boards here. And even Elia did have that 2-star Aphelios. He got there via the early collector from the Living Fortress. He also found the Blitzcrank Cook as the second item, and it kind of potentially got a little bit unfortunate with hitting the Mana Same when you're playing that route. Would have liked to see maybe another tank item instead, for example, right? But again, just a way to see how 2 players can end up at effectively the same board, but just by going there by different routes.
Mm-hmm. And Stand United as well. Second augment for Elia. Stand United is an augment that obviously benefits from all of these legendaries that have Corrupted, that have Arsenal, all these extra traits that give you even more stats for a board that is already so strong. There's very few games you can actually think, okay, this game is a game that's telling me go fast 9, build this Exodia board, you can double up, you need some of these augments that actually get you there, like Last Stand. So it's nice to see 2 players in one lobby duking it out at the end, and finally Zulanash being the winner. Were you happy, realistic to see Zulanash winning, or were you preferring Elia?
Yeah, it was a very pleasant surprise, and I think especially, Elia had so much HP left, and it was just Zulanash just on this amount, and we were all thinking, Elia was going to take this. He has so much left. He has such a big buffer. But it all came down to the very wire, and I think especially the positioning in the very last round. So he managed to dodge the Zephyr, which, ultimately gave his front line even more time to live. It was only the Yellow Star that went flying. So, yeah, this was just wonderful, and the big tanky ones maintained alive.
Mm-hmm. We do have the standings ready. We know Romania's doing very, very good today. We had Cerebrus at the very top with 16 points. Now also we saw a win from Zulanash. Seeing the second page here though, Kevin Parker, a big name in the first GSC, made it to day 3, got 13th, now sitting at 17th. So again, staying consistent. A player that came into the open qualifier. Of course, some Spanish names here as well, like Yosko, but so many Germans we are populating this page and probably the next as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're looking at Marks. Marks and Salvi actually have the same exact scores and the same exact placements, just in a little bit of an intertwined way, which I find to be a little bit hilarious to a certain extent, right? But Kevin Parker, you're talking about, is a player we expect to go deep. Is a player that, for him, the bare minimum for him is to make it to the Rising Legends finals. There is no other goal for him. He has kind of missed it on fine margins, whether those have been self-imposed or not. That's up for debate, right, in the previous sets, but he is one of the strongest players to look out for. And speaking of the strongest player to look out for, it is Ging, as I was talking about, my winner, my hero.
Clearly, some casters are caster cursed, and others are caster blessing Wida. I think from now on, players will get into your DMs and say, Wida, please pick me as your favorite. I want to do well this tournament. It is the case here for Ging, the Turkish superstar from the very beginning of competitive TFT, popping off yet again in one more tournament. Fearless, any names that pop out to you?
Yeah, honestly, even on this page, you see actually a lot of Germans come out. What I think personally I like to see here is that the amount of points is still very, very close. I mean, Ging, of course, he is sort of speed running this, but all the others are sort of in a very close margin, which means that anything can still happen in the remaining of the day.
We had Mujiwar there as well, representing Egypt and North Africa. Wasn't in GSC 1, but is trying to make a comeback in this GSC 2. But we are ready for Game 4. We're ready for Niberia and Counterfeit once again to guide us through all of the action. We're hoping to see more capped out boards like the one we saw in the last game. But please, casters, be ready. Take it away.
Thank you so much, David. And of course, I actually got to eat during the break. This is great for me, Peter. I'm all revved up. Got to eat with the game. I ate that entire game. Got to see Last Stand. I'm thrilled. I'm refueled. I'm ready to go for round number 4. I'm feeling so good.
Yes, well, I mean, looking to where we are in the tournament now, as Adesh was saying, we may have a king called Ging, but there's still plenty to play for.
That was good.
I think Vilas pointed out really well that there's actually such a small divide between, around 9th, 10th place now and all the players who are playing below them. Just a single point dropping down so low. So we're actually going to be heading up towards the top of the leaderboard now. For our 4th round of play to Lobby 2. So these are players who are probably safe in terms of actually going through to Day 2, but this could well be a preview of what we'll see in Day 3.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing if the play is noticeably different from what we've been seeing so far. I want to see further meta adaptations. It's always something I like to keep my finger on the pulse of, see if we see more or less Gadgeting, because so far, only really been played in that reroll comp from Sologasang and when there was an emblem present. So these are the little interesting things I want to keep my eye on, so we know what's going to be going on day number 3. We know who's playing what. We know what's going to shuffle out, because we're always going to be wrong. Like, we've never been like, oh, we're just going to see this. And we've never been right. But being wrong in interesting ways, that's what I'm here for.
No, absolutely. It's what I live for. I'm with you that, I'm a little disappointed in the previous game that for Volta, the duelist reroll angle didn't end up ultimately working out. I hope we do get to see our players continue to experiment, and as well, I hope we get to see more Gadgeting as well. I'm sure before the end of the day, we're going to get to see something else we weren't expecting as well.
Yeah, one of the players I want to highlight in this upcoming lobby is Canbiz, who has been in the scene ever since its inception, been one of the top players alongside Double 61, a lot of shared history there, shared lineage, if you will, and one of those players that I kind of missed. There was a couple of sets where Canbiz didn't make those appearances at the top echelon of play, and it didn't feel right. It's like having a GSC without Voltairix, without Dasik, those names that have been here since day number 1. So I'd love to see Canbiz coming back. I'd love to see that he's doing well, obviously, and I'd like to see if he can maybe take it home today.
Yeah, playing for Carmine Corp alongside Double 61. We've got ourselves, as I said, we're towards the top of the table, so our players are getting more and more off the charts. As has already been noted, Germany coming in with the largest contingent of players for probably quite good reason. I've got a strong presence here in this lobby. The Mujiwara, to noted from before, representing, more of the scene, bringing the Egyptian side of things. Love to see it.
Yeah, MENA representation. We've got the French coming in as well, trying to reclaim their crown as the most dominant region in TFT, and I'm so excited that we're getting to see these regional clashes. It's something we've not had access to in previous sets, but with the additional support given to those TRCs, with them being an official part of the qualification process, it is just doing so much already for the development of these players.
Yes, absolutely, and so many of these regions definitely need those successful players to look up to. It's a hell of a thing to ask for a player. If you're the only player from the region, who's currently trying to compete in this kind of scene, you don't have that same level of support. I think that's why it's been so important that places like France and Spain and other communities have been welcoming of those smaller, developing communities and tried to get them on their feet.
Yeah, speaking of developing communities, Tropical here coming in from Greece. We saw a great showing from Sorrow during Golden Spatula Cup #1, eventually taking that one home. And just last game, we saw another Greek player do incredibly well with Captain Anchor. So I want to see if the region as a whole is really just like cropped up overnight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've got some pretty tough competition to do it. We mentioned the German players playing this lobby. Wet Jungler, one who jumps out at me. If you ever go across and check the E-West ladders, Wet Jungler is nearly always near the very top.
Potential Sivir 2, rather, here. Regular Sivir, actually not that interesting, it turns out, counterfeit. Just be like, oh man, a Sivir, cool! Running that 2 civilians.
It's not a bad start. We've already established from our previous games, if you can play strong from early on, you're probably finishing in the top 4.
Yeah, well, Sivir 2 specifically is rather exciting for me if you get that chance for the 2-cost augment. Something that we dug up during our research ahead of the tournament that I found fascinating was Civilian 3 actually weirdly highly placed in terms of compositional success.
Well, it's not Civilian we've got a heart for Tropical. There's a chance to dive into Gadget Team, which we know would be strong, but it would entail completely redoing your board and giving up the Sivir 2. So it's thrown away instead. Thrill the Hunt is always a classic and gratefully received by Tropical.
I'm just waiting. I'm staring at that Sivir in the shop, and I'm staring at the Malphite on the board. There's a choice, and the Gangplank in the shop. There's a choice that could be made here that nobody in the history of competitive TFT has made.
I know you're going, Matt.
Because it's probably a bad composition, but I'm not 100%. We're not going to see. We're not going to see it. All right, cool.
I want to see Tropical reroll Sivir. I don't think it's going to happen, sadly.
It's bad. I've tried it. I tried it with a Justice Punch composition, and it was the worst decision I've ever made. I do not trust Sivir 3 at all. But it would have been real fun. Instead, just going to go with that strong mascot frontline. Going to get a ton of healing on those frontline units, and alongside the Gunblade from the Sivir, very strong early start.
Yeah, but Shredden on the other side will, of course, be Impetuous Panda's Dark Horse pick. It has got the Underground into play, so if we're looking for any of our players to take those lost streaks and turn them around, Underground is, of course, a crucial ingredient.
Yeah, meanwhile, on Jinx's side of the board, another German representative here also has a Sivir on bench, but on board, much more importantly, the starts of a great Anima Squad composition stacking up on that Riven from minute 1.
Yeah, really fascinating to see how this one does here, because we've got more of a defensive item setup. We have got the Electric Charge there for a little bit more damage, so you can kind of turn your tanks into damage sources to an extent. There's still a lot of 1-stars in here for Nuki, though, so I don't know. We always love to see Anima Squad be dominant early on, and I remain to be convinced this board can do it.
Yeah, it's not going to be strong enough until you get that Riven 2, rather, for that powerful frontline. That's where a lot of the power in an Anima Squad composition actually comes from. And you can see it's being contested here by Canvas, who seemingly has the stronger frontline with this Silas 2 with the Ionic Spark.
All right. Yeah, I mean, well, it's Anima Squad versus Anima Squad, so only one of them's going to end up taking the stacks and building up the early success. I think having 2-star Silas makes a huge difference here. And Nuki, now caught in an awkward spot, having spent out to put together a strong board, but not strong enough to really get going.
Yeah, just down to 1 gold here. Level 4, no way to really increase his chances. Might pre-level here. That is one option to be had if you really just want to desperately try and recover that tempo.
All right, well, let's take a quick check across. We can see that mostly our players have been keeping to relatively open augments. So Wet Jungler bringing out the Knife's Edge, Nicey Boy going for the Pandora's items, and Shredden going for the Grey Triforce. So nobody's particularly married to any particular line of play as of yet, but for Wet Jungler, at least that's some raw power on the board, and it's being put to good effect.
Yeah, that Kale on the back is doing quite a bit of work right now on that opposite corner. Really good positioning, of course, for that Knife's Edge. Going to be taken down eventually, but that Riven falls, and it's just going to be a 1v1 between the Jinx and the Kale.
This is a little bit awkward for Jinx RL, aka Nuki. Okay, barely does take the loss. I thought it was going to be a win-loss situation there to help further exacerbate the early awkwardness.
Yeah, frankly, everyone in that exchange was happy. Both of them were just like, no. Okay, all right, good. I got the win, I got the loss. That's what we wanted. Nobody's game plan going out the window just yet.
Taking a quick look across the currently unslammed items, we do seem to see an enormously large amount of needlessly large rods. So we could be heading down the AP track for our bottom half of the lobby pretty seriously as things go on.
Yeah, tons of AP lines available on this patch, as we discussed previously on the desk and games in between. Is very wide open meta. So you can go admin, you can go spell slinger, you can go gadgeting. There's tons of ways to spend down those rods and still end up in a successful uncontested composition.
But as we noticed coming into this one, our only Egyptian player. Oh no, sorry, not only Egyptian player this time around. I believe there's a couple of Egyptian players in the mix, but Mujiwara definitely the one who's taken the most spotlight. He came second in the Golden Spatula Cup number 3 on the Dragonland set. So definitely a player with an enormous amount of potential, and again, a player with the potential to be the player who really leads his region forwards.
Player going Tiny Titans as well, which is always an interesting pickup for me, especially at the beginning of the game, because you have that choice to just eat the biggest loss streak imaginable, but not going for that. Instead, accepting the lower item priority for most of the game and going for a little bit of a win streak to end out from the carousel to PvE.
I think that's what we've been seeing across this lobby, is we've seeing a lot of players who are trying to win streak and losing, and vice versa. We do see Shredden, who will be actually cashing out on the first drop of the underground, now diverting across into Recon.
I see it. I see why. You've got the Triforce. However, the moment I saw that the cash out was just a single rod, I had to stop myself from audibly going, oh. Just feels bad, man. You spend all that time trying to get that build up. You don't even get any gold. I know. Item components, item tempo, very powerful. Just doesn't have the same rate.
In Shredding getting a win streak going. Because, he had the underground from 2-1. He couldn't have got a better start to potentially go deep into underground, but instead diverting our power right now. And with this being a silver augment lobby, maybe this is enough power.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the Triforce, his entire board is being buffed up. He's already got 3 units at that 3-cost mark. And Kale, once again, in a 1 versus 1, but this time she's not going to win out. And that's really unfortunate for Wet Jungler, taking his first loss just before PvE.
I'm fascinated to see how well Wet Jungler is doing in the competition, even if he just did lose out on a lot of money coming into Krugs. Wet Jungler so close to Solar Gazang in terms of being an incredibly strong ladder player who hasn't been able to make as much of an impact in the tournament scene. Again, perhaps this is the tournament where that all turns around and we start to see a lot of players really making those big impacts.
Yeah, Wet Jungler is going to be going for this duelist composition in the later stages of the game, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Tons of gold to start off out the PvE round. That's going to be really nice for him to recover that economy after the loss, ending his win streak.
So, I mean, looking forward to how things are going. So we've got nobody win streaking out of stage 2. So we've sucked a lot of gold out of the economy, and we've also got silver augments for now. This could all change, of course, in a round's time, but so far, this has actually been one of our lobbies where it hasn't got spun wildly out of control from the very beginning and might actually maintain a sensible tempo.
Yeah, very much a vibes-based lobby at the moment. Nicey Boy, the only one seemingly still on a streak, with that full loss streak down to 63 HP. Clomo has the Brawler Spat available. but looks to be going towards a sure shot angle with those items on that setup.
I mean, it's a pretty damn good setup. Maybe you could see a Brawler frontline, just being used as part of this. We know that the composition is generally pretty flexible. Currently up towards the top of the table, up against Canvas, who looks like they're not really in a position to turn around those initial hits they've taken.
No, earlier on in the game was headed directly towards that Anima Squad angle. Instead has pivoted towards a more Star Guardian focused composition. Has that blue buff as well, so maybe could be looking to pivot into another AP composition, perhaps Hearts with the Lee Sins on the bench. We get another silver.
Ooh, boy. All right, Sure Shot Heart presumably going to be coming in there. That's incredibly strong. Silver augment. Wet Jungler's got some more damage on his mind. To currently right smack in the middle of the upper pack, which we're seeing separated from the lower four by a considerable margin.
Yeah, at the very minimum, sitting at that 15-20 HP mark in difference. Everyone at the bottom of the board actually looking to roll down. You can see across the side, everyone hitting their 2 stars, trying to stabilize, recognizing the difference in this lobby. And we can see Tropical, in the meantime, has also picked up Tiny Titans. So he and Mujiwara are in it for the long game, looking to allow themselves to take consecutive losses in the later stages to preserve their economy, push towards higher level boards.
As we check in with Shredden, playing out of Pullen. Did do a little bit of rolling to bring this board a little bit more strongly online. The Kaiser's not up to full strength as of yet, but the Vayne is looking a little healthier with some pretty decent items, which I think Shredden is going to be not quite strong enough. No, I'll take it back. Absolutely is strong enough to start climbing.
Just barely, but he will have stabilized at this point. Once he gets the Kaiser 2, that's really what he's digging for at this point, because until you get that, that's where your items are. And I'm feeling brave enough to say it here, Counterfeit. I don't think Chalice Vayne is a particularly strong carry. So those Thieves' Gloves not doing a whole lot in that case.
No, but I mean, I always do enjoy that the Thieves' Gloves give you these little opportunities to try and optimize as much as possible. But, I mean, yes, to come back to the larger point of this being a lobby which has really brought down the overall pace of what we've been seeing on stream, a second silver augment coming in means that we're really in a space where it's all on these traits and compositions themselves to provide the ball power.
And I want to highlight there as well, Mujiwara picked up the Duelist Heart, so we're potentially going to see Wet Jungler contested on this composition.
Well, we haven't talked about Nicey Boy as of yet, though, either. One of the concepts we wasn't really part of the conversation, but maybe, well, I guess we'll see if it should be. Renegades for Nicey Boy currently being set up. We can even see a bit of it brewing on the bench as well.
Early loss streak for Nicey Boy all the way into this stage. Did turn it around early on, but just taking another loss, so not ideal for the economy, but we'll be building up, like you said, towards that Viego. And there's one on the carousel.
Sometimes you just get rewarded, I suppose.
Just hit. It's that simple.
Just be given the gifts. So, I mean, looking forward past this carousel, though, Tropical and Mujiwara both took losses in the previous round. I think our Tiny Titans players may start to slip down and allow for Wet Jungler and Clemo to climb up and take first place away from them.
Yeah, it's worth noting and contextualizing in this lobby, yes, Tropical and Mujiwara are very high HP, but they also got 30 HP for free from their augment. So, realistically, they are roughly the same strength as the middle of the pack.
So if we check on Mujiwara, so we noted before, we've got the Duelist Heart in there, certainly one of the stronger silver augments that Mujiwara could even possibly have at this point. We're still going to sing a little bit in No Man's Land for Mujiwara, in terms of really bringing this comp online, getting Duelist 6 in play. But for what he's got right now, just trying to make sure the losses aren't too harsh.
Yeah, running into Jinx as well, who is still on that Anima Squad composition. We saw Tropical pivot out of it, but we are going to Canvas rather, pivot out of it. But this Jinx looking really strong. Able to get massive damage onto that front line, just take out 2 units at once. And Anima Squad really working out here.
Well, this is what I was talking about with the trait power. Anima Squad stacks, for example, don't care about what the power of the augments is in the lobby. They're still going to be providing the same level of value. Yeah. And Nookie, aka Jinx RL, starting to build up a head of steamer from the middle of the table, and the top keeps getting bled of HP.
Yeah, like you said, very flat power curve with the Anima stacks versus the way that augments can cause a lot of power variance. Icy Boy has not pivoted those items onto the Viego, probably waiting for a Viego 2 and putting that replacement talent in the meantime, but does have a rather strong board heading towards those later stages of the game.
Does seem to just sort of taking a grab bag of stuff. Oxforce 4 in the mix as well, looking pretty solid. The Nicey Boy from Germany will, I think, have a little bit of trouble in trying to put together a win streak, though, because as you can see, the rest of the lobby are trying to focus on making sure their on-board units are very strong, even if their augments are not.
Yeah, Nicey Boy assembling a hodgepodge of units built out of really strong units on their own. Something like a Belveth, Nunu, both powerful units in their own right, even without the synergies that they're usually played with.
Yeah, and I think this is a good way for Nicey Boy to be playing, because if I remember correctly, with 2 silver augments, we are guaranteed to see a hero augment for our third choice coming in. So given how late that's going to be coming into this game, we could be seeing a lot of people bringing out 5 costs and adding them to their comp, just like Nicey Boy soon.
There's the Viego transition, having found a Viego with no items, deciding it was worth it, swap out that talent and get that Viego started. Worried he might temporarily lose board power, frankly. So I want to keep an eye on that as we go forward and retouch at the top of the lobby. Tropical and Mujiwara both still finding success with their compositions, relatively speaking, as we see Tropical leveling all the way up, getting rewarded instantly with a Samira. Again, lots of just hitting this game, to be honest.
I mean, and that's what makes it all the more important that it's a relatively low-powered lobby, so getting the 2-star units up is all the more important. The 3 sure shot in. Tropical does have a decent amount of money in the bank, has a decent amount of HP, but we've got Mujiwara hitting 2-star Zed, Klano hitting 2-star Ramos. Things are starting to step up just short of this hero augment coming in.
And here we see that duelist composition for Mujiwara is taking the shape of a Zed with Laser Core. I think this would be the more effective variant of a Zed carry composition, since you know you're going to be contested on every single duelist. Minimizing the ways in which this can go wrong for Mujiwara, as the Zed, all on his lonesome, LeBlanc in the back doing a lot of work to help him out.
Yeah, and even with just the 3 laser core, it's still good enough, giving Tropical a fairly big hit that will drive him further down the table. Again, our bottom 4 are low, as there we go. So we've got 1 5, 2 4s. All of our players have the chance to drop in a legendary if they want it.
Starting to get risky with these rolls. We'll find style and flair. Not going to risk the extra roll, and thank God for that, because I don't know about you, Counterfeit, but I sure have lost a lot of games off of doing that.
Oh,
it's like,
yeah,
surely I'll get the other carry augment if I roll a last time.
I mean, it's so tempting, isn't it? So much of the time, but 2-star Samira right now is pretty strong. I think Tropical would have, wouldn't have been too sad about finding an Aphelios in the mix as well, but
yeah,
at least it's on-board power right now. You can, you've got your items on your Samira, you're strong enough to keep fighting up. Again, our players are looking for top 4 today. Tropical can make that happen by playing a strong board right now.
And here we're going to see it go up against Jinx IRL's board with that Anima squad he's stuck with since the very beginning of the game. Now with the Bunny Mercenary on the Misfortune, one of the most successful augments in the game. But it does require your Misfortune to have literally any items, so I'm not sure how successful it'll be this round.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little taste of how powerful it can be. I think that's going to be a little disappointing for Nookie because, going up against Tropical, who's just powered up their board with immediate power. Nookie has got the long-term power locked down, but right now can't keep the streak going, and so will start to slip a bit economically.
Yeah, this is the strongest variant of the Anima Squad composition. I do want to point out, you will have to keep a dead unit, so you'd love to have a crest as well. But Misfortune, with that little extra attack cone, with that little tiny shield on her, does just so much more. Not having to move her ability in order to hit what will be a massive percentage of the enemy board is going to do so much in the later stages.
Anuki is looking for the upgrade of his fortune. Is looking to Prime maybe put together a sword or a tier from next carousel just to get her casting a little bit faster. Up against Nicey Boy, we're talking a little bit about the Renegades coming up for the first time on stream. We'll see if it's good enough.
Yeah, can't see right now because the Viego's in the middle of it. Which augment? It was the carry augment for that Viego, and it is sure carrying. Counterfeit, able to hit that Viego too, and just wiping the board with Jinx.
Yes, they're going to have that extra boost of damage for Viego thanks to being the carry variant rather than the Omnivamp being spread across the team. Having the execute through is definitely very, very powerful, but it's extremely eggs in one basket. And speaking of eggs in a basket, I don't know how that makes sense, but Felios is on the carousel.
With a BF sword. I'm sure that right now Tropical is really regretting Tiny Titans, because that would have been a great pickup. Said Camp is going to find it. Camp is on level 6 still. It is 4-4.
Boy.
I'm not sure what he's running at this point, because early on he was running Anima. And he sure isn't anymore.
I can tell you what he's running. He's running out of time, Niberia.
Oh, nice. Good one.
Start picking up. I know, I was quite proud of myself there. As the comps come online, we've got all of these 5 costs. Most people are picking up the legendaries rather than the 4 cost option here, and Canbiz has done exactly that. Even at level 6, we've got the mascot online, and we've got the 3 stars starting to emerge.
And at the top of the show, David was talking about this. The key to the Yuumi composition is not Yuumi herself, but rather that Neela in the front line with the support from Rel. So that's why you don't see a ton of items on that now Yuumi 3.
All right, Canbiz was riding a little close to the wire there, but now up against Wet Jungler, of course, remember from before, our Ladder Warrior doing pretty damn well here in day number 1. We are, of course, still in lobby number 2. This is almost the very tippy top of how players have been doing in day 1.
Still not enough here for Canbiz, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Looking pretty bad. I'm not going to lie to you, Counterfeit. It doesn't have a lot of gold. He's on a 4-loss streak, admittedly, so that's a little bit of econ. But Canbiz is really going to struggle to recover from this position. Meanwhile, heading over to Clemo's board, you have that Aphelios augment, that carry augment for him to just keep him firing away with full itemization.
Yeah, this is pretty damn scary. Clemo's a long way off of picking up Aphelios too, but... And we don't have Oxforce in place, so the Aphelios has a get out of jail free card. This is high power, but it is high risk. Nearly all of the damage in a single unit.
Yeah, worth noting, armor-piercing rounds, one of the most successful augments in the game because it just shreds through the enemy composition. We're going to see him ult right now and heal up nearly full from it.
Oh my gosh, I got a little close to me though, Doferia. The talent. Yeah. Almost managed to pull the job off. At least Viego's not going to be focusing down for a long time, and we're also seeing Crescendum being brought in, returning to favor after a various buffs coming its way. Means again, he can deal really well with single opposing targets.
And especially with armor-piercing rounds, you want to get that stacking armor shred. So if you're going to go with an ability, you're going to go with the one that gives you multiple hits on the same target. So that when you run up against a defender composition, when you run up against a set, for example, he just gets absolutely shredded the moment you get that onslaught on him.
Just for clarity, 20% shred each time the Aphelios is going to hit. So that is a lot of armor being taken away.
Speaking of shredding...
Oh boy, it's honestly our observer.
I couldn't help it. I'm so sorry.
No, I don't blame you. I blame Danny. I think Danny did that entirely on purpose.
It's been a problem ever since he starting listening more closely to us. He's gonna call us out.
Oh yeah, there we go. In our production chat, definitely taking credit for that. Well, there you go. If you've never, if you ever worked in casting, it's very rare for an observer to be able to make a pun while observing. But good credit to Danny, one of the best.
Just a talented team. That's what we got. And of course, this recon composition for Shredden not going great so far. Really wants that Kaisa 3. Hasn't been able to find anything. Has a Zac frontline at the very least, which will keep him up for a while.
Oh, interesting. We were talking about the Zac as being a potential angle people might start looking into. So that will be the case here. A supersized Zac, I believe, rather than the Fling, unless I completely missed the Fling coming in. But still, a very strong, beefy frontline. Not maybe quite enough right now to keep shredding up.
No, but if you're stuck on a Rammus 1 or 2 and you're given the option of a Zac as your frontline instead, you're going to take that 10 times out of 10 because that's going to be a stronger cap for your board. As Cambiz nearly takes the L here. As we said.
That's very low.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, it's just a real struggle here. Running Contagious Laughter is going to help quite a bit. Doesn't have enough gold to hit the Malphite 3. That is brutal. You can't sell anything.
No, I mean, everything in this board is necessary. I think Campus is in a really awkward spot. We knew coming in today, Nilo had been nerfed pretty seriously. And this isn't even 3-star Nilo who got hit the hardest.
Oh.
So while she's fully itemized, and Yuumi is fully itemized as well, I just don't think there's enough gas in the tank. Especially against Nicey Boy, who's doing AoE damage with the Viego.
And the Fiddlesticks in the front line as well. Just watch this CC as it comes out. Yuumi completely helpless. Bel'Veth and Viego ripping through Canbiz's board and sending him to an early grave.
That's got to be disappointing, as we see a mystery version of the Annie kill there. It was obviously too hot for Twitch, so we've keep your eyes from it below it.
Shredden has hit. Oh no, that's not even a Zac 2. I saw the silver. I was like, he got Zac 2. Good for him. Nope. Second Kaisa 2 is all he will have to settle for at the moment. Probably going to have to start selling those veins if he doesn't hit soon.
But I mean, we've been here so many times before. Recon, we came into today, and I was suddenly being like, Recon's going to do really well. But for whatever reason, it just hasn't seemingly been getting the hits it needs to.
Yeah, we only really saw it find success in game number 1, and that was because it was a heavily cannibalized lobby, as Guido pointed out. So the bar for being a strong enough comp to make it to top 4 was much lower. But without those 3 stars, going to struggle, especially against this Misfortune board. We pointed it out earlier, Jinx IRL been on a tear ever since picking up that Misfortune carry augment.
Oh yeah, and we can see it's a Misfortune 2 at this point. With all the items you could possibly ask for. Shredding, it's all kinds of dead in. We are down to our top 6.
Yeah, Bloody Mercenary pulling a lot of work there. Down to top 6, as you said. Not sure who's really digging for units at this point. Everyone else that we've seen seems to be on a straight path to their endgame composition, not really desperate for picking anything up. I do want to highlight Nicey Boy earlier on. Incredibly large loss streak coming into stage 3. Ended up down to 32-ish HP, or 38 rather, and kind of just sat there. Has been doing incredibly well since that Viego 2. The hero augment really saving him.
Yeah, it's doing incredible work so far. And we see a little bit of reorganization going, but it's we've now got the second setup here. So we've got the items ready for an Aphelios when it does eventually show up. For now, Bel'Veth's going to be doing a great job of item holding, allowing Nicey Boy to continue to ride high on the table.
This is what threats were built for. Really good play from Nicey Boy.
That's working incredibly well. Also, the Fiddlesticks being in play this early on. Let's see what Clemo's got for us, because we've also got the itemized Aphelios on the other side. Should be a good amount of damage with the short shot 4.
Yeah, we'll be able to rip through these backliners as well. Has swapped to Duskwave. Now that he has the Samira, use the Aphelios to soften up the entire board. Samira will clean them up. That's the theory, and it looks like the practice as well.
Yeah, really good call there, and it's good enough to take Nicey Boy down, who's now caught in a bit of a no man's land between, has no win streak or loss streak, no gold in the bank. The board is strong, but without any more money to play with, I think, Viego 2 and Belvet 2 is probably about as strong as it's going to look like for a while.
Yeah, until you can find an Aphelios, until you can find something else to cap out this endgame board, find an Urgot, doesn't really matter what you find, but you really just need more of those high-end units, and digging for them, not going great so far.
We have seen, I will admit, we've seen players picking up Viego 3 with alarming frequency, and I think that's what Nicey Boy is going for, with a couple of Viegos on the bench. One was sitting in the orb waiting from the augment as well, not wanting to remove that from the pool. Up against the misfortune from before, this is the AoE damage, and Viego is vulnerable enough to still get deleted by the massive AoE damage, but not enough to stay alive.
Yeah, but it's up to the Riven now. She's got a double chalice buffing up her AP, and she is just shredding through these backline units.
Oh my gosh. Well, there we go. We've got the double threat composition to match Nicey Boy's. Well, again, he's starting to slip down. But have got several other players in the lobby around the same HP. Tropical, Clemo as well, all around 20s. Mujiwara, we had big hopes for in this lobby, is starting to drift out of potential top 4 contesting as well.
Yeah, when we started the previous lobby, we had very clear winners, very clear movers and shakers through it, that we thought, okay, these are the people who are going to make it all the way to the late game. This lobby, much less clear. There's been a lot of fluctuation between board powers. Mujiwara and Tropical have really been going back and forth. It's like, all right, they're doing well. Oh, they're not doing well at all. Oh, no. And it's been that for the entire game for pretty much everyone in this lobby. So this late game is going to be very quick eliminations all at once.
Wet Jungler is still holding up the top again. Our ladder players, I suppose with the exception of Kafuzzle, of course, who did do very well in the Golden Spatula Cup #1. We are starting to maybe move into the area where I think, as particularly for Wet Jungler and for other players, they're getting just a few more reps in at the tournament stage maybe is enough to make up the difference and break through those ladder curses that we've been seeing so often.
Yeah, Mugiwara now landing on that Duelist 8 has finally pivoted into the full Duelist comp.
All right, it seems like it might be good enough. You have Duelist 8 and a 2-star on the Mordekaiser as well. I mean, if it was ever going to be enough, this has got to be it.
Yeah, here comes Aphelios into the backline, gets shredded down pretty quickly, but survives thanks to that Gunblade. Samira needs a second ultimate to keep her friend alive, but it's not going to happen as Mujiwara will find the win, and Clemo takes a big hit of damage.
This is the land of opportunity for our players here. Again, we're watching currently Lobby 2, so very near the top. But if you can get your strong top 4 in here, you basically can coast out the rest of the day, saying you can just play safely and make sure you don't take any more 8s, and then you're through to day 2, pretty much guaranteed. Nuki though is picking up a head of steam. That win streak is looking pretty scary.
Yeah, been picking up small win streaks punctuated by like 1 or 2 losses, and the effect is not going to go 9 as quickly as he would have wanted, but now that he's finally been able to stabilize on this win streak, he will be pushing for that level 9, for that capped late game board.
Well, so checking with them, they'll be back on the Brawler train again. We saw them before running the vertical Brawler composition. This time, the Brawlers backed up by the Sure Shots. As you noted before, the Weaken and then Execute strategy of Clemo has worked relatively well, though it's still very much up in the air who's actually going to get the top 4.
Yeah, the problem I'm seeing with it right now is Aphelios is ulting second. So, not actually helping soften them up for the first ultimate, and that will spell disaster for Clemo as they fall out. 3 knockouts in a row. I told you, Counterfeit, it was going to go hard and fast.
All right, well, yeah, down to our top 3 just like that. Again, our players here are in a position where this is not necessarily a devastating development for them tournament-wise, but we've definitely got, trying to build as much momentum as possible heading into day 2 and then a potential day 3 stint as well. Going back to Nuki specifically, aka Jinx, IRL, I mean, we're seeing more and more that this Anima squad setup, especially when you can combine it with the Riven, is just so ludicrously oppressive.
Yeah, and hopefully it'll stay that way because they're in a dangerous spot with his economy. You can look, 22 experience all the way, only has 40 gold, can't make level 9 yet, and won't be able to if he takes a loss.
The 8 duelists coming into play again, and we do see some of the weaknesses of the duelists. They're relying so heavily on the Zed. Mujiwara, they're dead by right down explicitly to 0. Our top 2 are here. Mujiwara taking 3rd.
And this is going to be a couple of rounds of just 1v1. They're both very healthy. Wet Jungler has been keeping consistently healthy since the beginning of the game with that vertical duelist composition. Nuki as well. Both of these players we highlighted early, very early committals to their composition, and they've been finding success with them ever since.
All right, so we get a chance to talk about Wet Jungler a little bit more. I mean, we are seeing the duelists, even if we did see Mujiwara getting knocked out there, it's worth noting that Wet Jungler is also running the duelist approach in this game, so they've both been slowing each other's down on kind of getting their full compositions online.
Still both getting top, not just top 4, top 3 is insane.
Yeah, we thought it was just going to be top 4 all the way through the day, but apparently these players have found a way to eke out just a little bit more power. Wet Jungler, as you said, and Nuki have got themselves a big slog of fights ahead of them. And while they won't die in this round, they could easily set themselves up for a future round where it could just be a coin flip whether they survive or not.
It seems like Wet Jungler has found positioning that gets access to that Riven early, puts down a lot of damage on her, and just completely eliminates Jinx IRL's board. He's going to have to push 9 now, looking for something to cap out this board. But all he can find is a Zoe for Prankster.
I think from Wet Jungler, the only thing I can really think of is that we might be seeing a little bit of attempt to get the Sejuani ult to cover Misfortune and slow her down a little bit, but other than that, there aren't an enormous amount of tools for Wet Jungler to use to really try and mix up the matchup too heavily.
Yeah, all going to be on Jinx IRL coming into this. And it looks like Misfortune is going to be the name of the game. Watch this Riven. Last time she got fully focused, knocked out, and left Misfortune all alone. The full stun into the back line. Here comes the Misfortune. Take so many of them, but that Zed, crucially, still alive. One more ult. Misfortune survives, and Wet Jungler takes a meaty loss.
Woo! Oh boy, so it's a matter of inches here in round number 4. These are some of our very top players in the competition, showing us what bleeding edge TFT looks like.
And this is going to give time for Jinx IRL to adopt that composition and cater it more precisely to what Wet Jungler is running, and vice versa. You see that second locket there on the Gangplank going to add a little bit of tankiness to Wet Jungler's board as well.
Now notice with us getting another item coming in from our big friendly crab god, is that Nuki's already pretty much got everything that he wants from his board. Misfortune's itemized, Riven is itemized as well, whereas for Wet Jungler, we've got a 2-item vein. Unfortunately, the items are a little sus.
Yeah, you're stuck ever since, you're stuck with those items. Maybe GG, no Quicksilver. Good pickup, didn't see it in time. And just desperately rolling for that Fiddlesticks on the right side of the board for Jinx IRL. Instead, will pick up his namesake and get that 2-star finally. Not a lot of changes coming out. I will note that Urgot has double Zeeks.
Yes.
In a duelist comp.
I wonder if
I feel like you slap that next to a duelist, but I'm no expert. Yes. There you go.
No, I think you're right. So that's going to be a Vayne who's now on 3 items with double Zeeks. She's got to be the difference maker here for Wet Jungler's board.
Yep, instead, we see Jinx RL will get stunned up by the Sejuani Misfortune, stuck a little bit. Edge of Night saves Zed for the time being. No second ult here for Jinx. Oh my god! I thought he was safe.
Nobody's safe from Wet Jungler, as it turns out. Holy moly, what a meteorite strike to end out that lobby. And yeah, we get that late in the game and suddenly everything just explodes.
Yeah, just absolute bangers back to back. That was so much adjustment from both of the players. Even the Zeeks was not quite able to, was actually pretty effective. I got my players mixed up. That was really strong because the Vayne was able to put out a lot more damage. That Sejuani that you pointed out earlier on in the rounds. That was the crucial positioning. If you can get that ultimate on the Misfortune, you can get that ultimate to wipe the entire board. You give your duelist time to stack up, and by the time Misfortune ults, the rest of her board's gone.
Oh boy! Well, I'm very much looking forward, of course, to set 8.5 coming, very close down the pipe. At least this game did show us that it was still time to duel right now.
Yeah, really good showing from both those players and the entire lobby. Of course, we've still got 2 more rounds to go, so stick around and enjoy this interview during the break with Löscher.
I'm Löscher, I'm 28, I'm coming from Germany, but I'm currently living in Norway and, well, playing TFT for fun. And since I like competing, I guess I also got pretty good at it, playing for fun. So yeah, excited to be here. I really like the units in this set and traits, especially threats. I think threats are very flexible and I like that. I'm a bit torn on the set mechanic, because on the one side, hero augments introduce a lot of cool, unique ways to play champions, like they add new dimensions to specific comps. But I'm not really a fan of having such a strong indicator on what to play when you pick it. So I think it's an interesting mechanic that could certainly be improved and maybe tweaked a bit to make it, more flexible as well after picking it. I think there are lots of players that have a good shot that can be considered the best. I mean, obviously Saru won the first one, which was a strong showing from his side. But, obviously I myself have a good shot as well, right? I think I had good performances on ladder in the last weeks. My first GSC was decent as well, hitting the finals. And then we have other legacy players like Double, Basic or Salvi, who I always think can win a tournament. I would like to thank everyone that's supporting me, like in my stream or on Discord or wherever we interact. Especially the other players in the German community are always very friendly, eager to help, and also always good for some trash talk. So yeah, thanks for that, and see you hopefully all on day 3. Yeah, thanks a lot as well.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Impetuous Panda, joined once again by Virlis, and we are ready to break down all the action that occurred in Game 4. And all of this revolves around Wida, an augment that was forgotten all throughout the start of this set, is now finally getting some more prevalence. Our key feature is going to be Knife's Edge. Duelist overall was a key feature, for better, for worse, for multiple players. But Wida, why do you think now all of a sudden Knife's Edge is actually a really good pick at 2-1?
I think that, again, it's all about the tempo that this provides, right? And also, it gives you a very clear direction. We now see the fact that, like, duelists are taking more of a step back into the meta on this sort of final patch we're going to be seeing, in a competitive sense, at least. Mm-hmm. And that's, like, the only comp that really utilizes Knife's Edge well in the meta, right? Because go back to Jax, didn't really utilize that well either. So just, again, just strong comp that utilizes it well, and then Prophet. I guess that's a step 3.
And there was the two kind of different lines where Mujiwara was loose streaking with Duelist in Stage 3. Normally, the game plan, the reason for going Duelist is playing Stage 2 and Stage 3 on a win streak. stage 4, you fall off a tiny bit, but you still manage to eke out a top 4 with, especially by getting some good matchups with Zed and positioning and trying to knock out players that are playing on backline carries. But 2 different strategies for both Wet Jungler and Muji, both worked out in the end, both in the top 3. Virless, let's talk about the elephant in the room, though. There's a player that did not do so hot in this game.
Yeah, we saw the Yuumi mascot com coming out for Canbiz, and we were highlighting that Yuumi can be a very good unit, but it's very difficult. At the end of the day, he decided to roll down level 6. Obviously, you want to hit those 2 cost carries, but he was just this close again to hitting his final 3 cost. That was the Malphite, and he came 1 gold. 2 off, and it was very, very painful to see him being stuck, very low health, and not being able to hit his carries. And then at the end of the day, you have all these carries up on the board at the same time that people are already level 8 and are going to be hitting legendary units very soon. So I guess in his case, it was unfortunately a bit of a low roll game, and he couldn't quite hit the units that he wanted to. So at the end of the day, this is an 8th finish. But of course, we were looking at quite a high-placed lobby, so I don't think he is completely out of it just yet, and he got more chances here later on today.
The thing to mention is the fact that there was a 5-cost hero augment. Yuumi does not want to see this, not because necessarily it's bad for the comp, it's more how much better everyone else is doing with their spikes. We saw Nicey Boy playing Viego. It's a Viego 2 rolling on 7 because you have that extra Viego unit to get from the hero augment itself. Similarly for all the Samira players, they were able to hit with Style and Flare that 2-star Samira at level 7 without barely rolling any gold. So it's not that your comp got a lot worse because you're forced to play that Nuno on 7. It's more everyone else got so much stronger, and in comparison, you're not keeping up. You weren't able to hit the 3-stars as you mentioned. It was similar with Shredden. Same idea, recons, you're not wanting to hit any 5-cost or 4-cost hero augments for the most part, ended up going out in a 7th place.
Yeah, for those 2 compositions, having those 3-cost hero augments tend to be where the bread and butter is, and when a situation like this, when it's 4-5-5, it is really hard for you to figure out where you're actually going to go, because those, as you're talking about, these comps do not gain value from these high-cost units being the center point of their compositions.
One last thing to mention about Duelist. I think Wet Jungler played, in my opinion, the perfect game of Duelist in terms of having very high tempo in the early games. And then I think the key with Duelist is transitioning into that Sejuani 2 and then just going for that Urgot 2. Any 5-cost legendary that can really spike your board to the next level while still having Zed as a very, very good carry that falls off if he's a solo carry. But if you have more power spread around the board, you're still able to do so well. We saw with Volta last game with the Supers, 6 Duelist reroll. I don't recommend it. Same with Mujiwara's. He got a 3rd, but still, his route I think was not as clean. Whereas Wet Jungler I think played. If you're looking to play a Duelist in your lobbies, this is the way to do it, in my opinion, to have the best results.
Yeah, and I think.
Go ahead.
No, I wanted to say one quick thing, because something that came to my eye was that Wet Jungler was the only one who went for a support augment in comparison to a carry augment. He chose the Urgot then instead, which I think is very fascinating. A lot of people tend to look for their carry when it comes to the augment, but sometimes it's not only about really funding that one unit that you're looking out for, but to really build a consistent board all throughout.
I think that kind of boils down to how this game was played, right? Because not a lot of these players were in a situation where... So when you are in a game where you're guaranteed a hero augment at 4-2, and that it's probably going to be a pretty high... you start playing around the 4-cost instead, right? Because silver into silver, you're going to get a hero augment at 4-2. And therefore, you are just going to start angling more towards those those carry augments more naturally.
One last thing to mention we haven't mentioned yet is Anima Squad. Our second player, Jinx IRL. His in-game name is Nookie, but he is Jinx IRL for his broadcast name. Was playing Anima Squad. I'm not sure if this is a player is Anima Squad 1 trick. I think that would be the best story with considering his name. But he has a Jinx 1, so not giving Jinx too much love going to the late game. He did give a lot of love to MF though. Perfect items, double Q cone, double chalice. So much AP naturally from the trade itself, from the Q cones. And then you had JG to get amplified damage even more. Same with GS. And we saw, this challenger level MF, so many great ults and cleared out so many of the boards in the late game. Barely lost in the end, but still, I think also a perfect ideal game of Anima Squad, showcasing the power of this comp when played from a high tempo spot in stages 2 and 3.
Yeah, the main thing as well is, in all the lobbies that we have seen here today, it is Anima Squad somewhere at the top of the lobby. It is so consistent, and that's the ultimate reason why we decided to highlight it, of course, at the beginning of the show, because it is very viable. and there is not that much contestment with a lot of other units. So at the end of the day, if no one else is going for it, this is the perfect way to get yourself a top 4 finish.
We do have a break ready. We do have an interview with Witch TFT, who is a Swedish player. I'm very happy to hear also as well. So let's hear more from him and find out more about his journey in TFT. And we'll catch you after this break.
Okay, so my name is Witch TFT. I'm from Sweden. I'm 26. I mean, to be honest, I started playing this set, so I haven't really seen a lot of other sets. I played a bit in the end of set 7, where remember I played Lagoon, and I used to play double up with my friends, but that's about it. But so far I can tell this, I love this set. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think it's feels very balanced. Like, I have a lot to learn in TFT. Like I said, I'm still new. I need to learn like more of the basics, like economy and all that. And also, I feel like TFT, I feel like it's very like, it's based on your knowledge of the patch. Like last patch, I felt unstoppable. I felt like I was the best player, like on the server. But in this patch, I don't know what I'm doing. Like I'm down 700 LP since the patch came out, and it's been like a week. So I have a lot to like practice and take in before the Golden Spatula starts. And it would be kind of cool to win it the first time you play, like in the first set you play. But I know the competition is really good, so I don't really have any expectations going into Golden Spatula. All I know is that I'm gonna play for first or 8th. That's all I know. I mean, my goal is probably to improve, try to like compete as much as possible, and then go like all in set 9 when I have all the basic knowledge and like feel like I understand the game better than when we like climb for real and compete for real. Big shout out to all my like Twitch viewers who still support me to this day and have been doing that since I started streaming.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Golden Spatula Cup number 2. We are getting into the end of day 1. 2 more games to go before we will slice our field of players in half. Guys, coming into these final 2 games, of course, as we will start to narrow down on our players who are really on the bubble, what do you feel like the most important learnings you picked up from these 4 games so far?
Play from the spot the game is giving you a 2-1. Don't try and force anything too crazy. We've seen things like Anima Squad doing so well. I think it's because at this very high level, players are only playing Anima Squad if they have a very good start, they're able to get those Anima stacks very early on. Same with Duelists, I think. That's why you're seeing comps that do well from a good 2-1 spot doing so well in these lobbies. It's for this reason, for the most part.
Yeah, I think like in this patch specifically, like trying to hard force one thing is not really going to get you anywhere. I feel like you need to really look into what you're going to get, especially now when you have these more random openings to a certain extent, right? Catch up mechanics and play. You cannot start like tier and start a blue buff and then try to play duelist, it's not really gonna go well for you, right? So you need to be open to what the game gives you. At this point in the set, I do expect that people that are trying to make the deep cuts of a Golden Spatula Cup, that they are at least comfortable with some parts of both trees.
Well, coming into today, we did know, of course, it was the German players coming in with the largest contingent of players. We have got the overall standings for you now to see how many of our different regions have been able to keep their players up towards the top of the table.
Right away, I see the only player from Belgium, Texita, playing in the Hex League at the very bottom of the cutoff, so has to do a little bit above average for the next 2 games if he wants to find a spot in this day 2. But players like that is also from Spain at this cutoff area. Dry, one of the best players from EUNE historically, not just this set. So Darkest as well, one of our best Turkish players. So a lot of big names that are on this edge where they have to perform the next 2 games. They have to be able to handle those nerves.
Yeah, I think they're looking at least like 10 points, 28, 27. I'd say 28 is where you're pretty much safe. 27 is going to start to get real dicey. But that all obviously is going to kind of change on a tournament-per-tournament basis here. You're seeing Lelouch potentially, if he has 2 bad games here back-to-back, also facing elimination on day 1 potentially.
Yeah, that would be a pretty big shocker for our current reigning regional champion. Of course, you can see Lalana, long-time returner from the UK scene, starting to push things up. But of course, several names we've already seen actually playing live on stream still at this kind of area as well. Shred, and of course, we saw in a previous game, Gunmay we've heard from before. So as we head towards the top, we are still seeing a pretty good mix of nationalities.
Kerfuzzled, as you are probably very happy to see here in this top 32, which is the more comfortable spot. You're sitting at 22, 23 points. Getting 4 or 5 points in 2 games should be pretty doable. I don't want to jinx anyone, but it should be, getting at least a 6 in both games or a 5th is doable for players that have already been playing well today. Kind of just snowballing into 2 more good results. But the top of the top, Lyris, a player that I'm absolutely not surprised to see doing so well. He was playing scrims a lot of the top Spanish players the last few days. And I was watching those scrims and he was dominating. I think he top 4'd every single game for a whole day of scrims. So really, it shows that TFT is not at all variance. The players are on peak form, are showcasing it today.
I mean, Lyris also has a strong competitive history, right? Has been qualified for the Fate Championship as well, right? So it's a player that has been there before, has tasted the sweet juices of international competition, wants to get back there. And this set really has been a pretty strong performance from him so far.
Yes, and so looking forward, as was said before, we are going to start heading towards the players who are on the bubble, the ones who have to really fight for every single point they're getting. In fact, I think we'll be heading actually slightly below the current cutoff in the tournament. So, whether we see players in these next upcoming lobbies coming top 4 or bottom 4 will likely, tell us if they're going to be making day 2 at all.
Yeah, for myself, I saw from the lobby a little sneak peek. A lot of Germans, not surprising, again, as we mentioned at the top of the show, because there are just so many of them, 25 Germans all together, but competing today in this day 1. Most of them hoping to make, I think, in GSC 1, 8 Germans made it to day 3. So at the very least, trying to surpass this number. I mean, just you have the numbers game, they're in your favor for this GSC. At the very least, you want, a lot of players going to day 2, but at least, 9 to 10 players going to day 3.
Absolutely. We mentioned before, of course, we will be seeing Scar coming in for this next lobby. Already mentioned Mujibara being the very accomplished Egyptian player who came in before, did very well at the Golden Spatula Cup. Now we've got Scar in a similar position to potentially leap forwards and go even further. We will be seeing returning players, Haldrav and Droid, which of course we saw in our previous games. But Sasa, one of the ones we haven't seen as of yet, another long-term TFT player who's going to get to show their stuff in front of us.
Yeah, he's been sitting at the top 30, 40 of ladder pretty much the whole set. Not quite peaking into, Solgasang, a wet jungler in the Losher territory in the top 10. But still, obviously a player that has proved so much in the past. Wida, historically, I think you definitely know Sasa from way back in set 4 and 5 already competing at a high level.
I mean, he wasn't necessarily getting good tournament placement. He was a player that you knew of and was in and around and was talking to all of the high end ladder players, the Taps, the Dark Hydras, the Fluffies, etc. of the world, in and around that community, right? And I think that it's kind of interesting because we had players such as Dark Hydra and Salvi, right? They were kind of the forefront of this German TFT history, right? And also, in that same vein, you have someone like Luteus Maximus back from set 4 doing incredibly well back then. Set 5 even, doing well back then. And then when we started Rising Legends, we kind of had a downswing in terms of German quality, in terms of our players. And then the Sin League came through, the A1 Esports League came through, and all of a sudden, the German TFT scene is just back on top.
Well, I want to since it looks like we're having a little bit of a delay coming into our fifth penultimate lobby of the day, I'm not going to put it to you guys since we're talking about the kind of communities which we've been seeing growing up here. Of course, the UK community trying to get started, Lithuanian community as well. For any of our players who are playing this one, their communities who are watching right now, what goes into making a good and thriving TFT community?
I think the first key is having incentives to compete. I think the TRCs and regional leagues, that's really the biggest thing, because if you don't have this, players just go to sleep after the snapshots. They stop competing for 3 or 4 weeks until tournaments, and then there's not that incentive to get better all the time. But TRCs have solved a lot of that. Hex League, already France is a big community, but Ultraliga, a perfect example. Since that SIG has been going on, so many good Polish players at this time. And we're finally seeing the lobby we'll be having here today. Happy Lotus as well, a big name representing Russia. Droid, who we saw in one of the lobbies today, actually coming back onto the broadcast as well.
All right, let's get things started. So, Wynnum, we talked a little bit about making sure that you've got that direction from the early going. As we start to see our first ones coming in here, what kinds of starts are you liking the most?
I am a belt or a chain vest man. Those are the starts that I really prefer to play from because, again, as we're talking about a lot all throughout the day, getting those strong defensive items is alpha or omega. They are so flexible, and then you can just play whatever the remaining item drops tend to give you. If that's AP, great. If that's AD, great. But as long as you have a strong front line, you can kind of do whatever you want.
So as we start off things with Lalia from Germany, she's going to be our first player starting out here. Of course, we've seen the AP being flexed all around the place. Of course, we haven't necessarily addressed in great depth the quality of life changes, meaning that our players will be more consistently picking up these early units, buying out their shops and maybe finding those directions just from the units even before the augments come in.
One key thing to mention is the rod on the Lulu. I think one of the most underrated things about starting carousels is not just picking what you think is the best component. You Google, what's the best component in this patch, all this stuff. It's more so picking a good component, but also a good component that's on a unit you want to play if you happen to 2-star it, and the component fits this unit as well. So is why I think it's even better to have this Lulu with a rod, not just a random Renekton or random Blitzcrank, for example.
Looking at this right now. A lot of pairs here, right? And I feel like you're kind of just waiting to see what happens in terms of this last round of drops here, because you could get another orb of gold depending on which type of start you are going to be seeing. But now we know there's not going to be any goals. Now I have to make some decisions. Are you going to level? Are you going to stay lower down here? Oh, silver opening. I haven't seen one of these in ages in my own games, so I'm excited to see how these players are going to navigate this.
No, you're definitely saying you seem to have a magnetic attraction to picking up as high power as possible, but for Lalia, you've got access to immediately to admin. David, it feels like you've got something to say.
I mean, if you see on kill, no matter what it says after, it's going to be a good pickup. Only had the Blitzcrank, so couldn't have even checked it before, which is very, very risky to pick an augment that locks you into admin no matter what without knowing what the admin is beforehand. But the risk ends up paying off. 3 admin now online, just needs a LeBlanc to really hit a big power spike, especially if it's a gold generating augment at the 4 tier.
Something that's worth noting here as well, right, is that there's no tier in this open, there's no defensive items either, so you could start committing the Jewel Gauntlet already if that's what you want to do here, but interesting to see how she is going to navigate this spot, because it's not as easy as it might seem right now.
Just a confirmation, I think I was expecting to see the on-kill as well, but it looks like Lalia's gone for the on-start around admins gain 50 HP, so those admins are going to end up being very, very beefy over the game.
And this is maybe a better choice because you get it so early on, because you have a chance of hitting a blitz too early as well. And because with the add-on side, you can hit the 4 tier really quickly, and that scales you even higher into even more HP. This is a snowballing admin way. You get it very early. If you're able to defend this early initial lead, then it snowballs out of control. You have this unkillable blitz later into the game.
This also gives some options in terms of where you want to go with the composition, right? Because you can start playing into potential Camille carry. Obviously, tend speaking, you would like to get the augment free too for that to happen. But even something like Soraka is really good with the max HP because it just further strengthens her healing further down the road.
So Lalia has locked herself into one direction. Dor has done something interesting as well, picking up the Defender Heart, which I don't think we've seen at all being played so far. Everybody else sticking strictly with generic augments.
And it makes sense. I think at 2-1, the key thing is not locking yourself into direction too much, unless you really know the direction is going to be a good one, unless you know that you have a comp that is flexible in terms of the items you get, in terms of the future augments you get as well, especially hero augments. So I think we've seen that trend happen throughout the entire day. Mostly everyone is picking these generic board strength augments instead.
Yeah, and 4 Defender is an incredibly strong vertical we haven't seen a lot of today overall. Again, with the rise in prominence of something like the Duelist, for example, having that 4 Defender spike early on could be super strong.
I do want to raise up as we see Fabulotus with the Tiny Titans here. We saw it in our previous games being played, and some of the players, rather than doing what we expected, which is to take losses and turn that HP into gold, instead actually playing relatively strong boards and keeping themselves towards the top of the table.
Where is this going to go? I mean, I'm not sure you can play a defender with Recon. I think this is just a temporary thing right now. Recon, of course, with Kaisa, just one of the best stage 2 carries, just gets things done basically as a damage dealer, especially with Star Guardian online already. But huge upgrades. Rel 2 in stage 2 is just so tanky, especially if you manage to itemize her maybe with the next component off of Carousel.
I think that it actually isn't as static as it seems in terms of which frontline you can run. I think that the highest top end, generally speaking, is going to be the threats. I mean, that's been the commonly agreed to strategy, is going threats with the recons, right? But we also see, like back in the day, we saw a set frontline being run together with the recon backline, and for a while there was a big discussion about that topic specifically. And now you get the +1 to defender, and if the lobby ends up being heavy AD, that could be an angle to look for as well.
Now, we're keeping a close eye on how much AD is in the lobby as to how effective this defender strategy ends up being. If you take a quick look across the field so far, Stutter down at the bottom on 78 HP. We have got Fabulosus, of course, floating up high because of the Tiny Titans, but Droid and Hadrath both undefeated so far.
Key units to pick up here could be the Zoe if you're looking for that Gadgetine. It is a bow, not ideal on an AP carry, but can become a Giant Slayer eventually. Other than that, we see some pretty generic, just tank items mostly, or tank components rather. But yeah, it is going to be a pickup from Dire for that bow. I think mostly for the bow, not so much the Zoe.
Freeka's Cloak going all the way through here, so no one wanting an early Ionic Spark, and maybe they already have the Cloak. Cloak is a bit of an interesting one, right? Because Runaan's Hurricane, not something we see a lot of at the moment. For example, Bloodthirster has gotten a buff and is still good, but people are still leaning more towards the Hextech Gunblade instead of the premier healing option. So Cloak probably the lowest priority component in the game at the moment.
To check in with Droid, we haven't seen them so far, but interesting setup here. So we've got the recons being put into place, along with the main body of the Animus squad. The Silas very well itemized. This win streak looks like it should be pretty solid.
Yeah, very good start. Once again, players that are going for Animus Squad in this tournament are doing it from a position that it really ends up paying off, and that will be the case here with the Silas. 2 items slammed already. Even they can already heal by himself, even more healing with Redemption. And again, the Vayne is just one of the best damage dealers in this stage 2, can really kill off a lot of units and make sure that you're able to get this win streak defended. But all of a sudden, playing against Haldroff, who is level 6.
It's kind of the exact opposite of what Droid is doing, right? Strong frontline items being slammed, meanwhile the makeshift armor from Haldroff coming through. I think I talked about this earlier today, that how I like this augment. I think I just like to speak about makeshift armor because it's fantastic augment to work with. And I guess that going level 6 is a little bit extra, but it does have that underground backing him off economically should he start low streaking instead.
This is really interesting. So, of course, we know Underground's stacking up a lot faster if you are taking on losses, but instead, having the guarantee longer term. I mean, guys, from what you're seeing from this so far, how far do you think Haldroff can take this?
Well, I'm more curious, how much gold did he start with to be level 6 with this gold at this point? This is what's really confusing me. Because it's not a very common position at this point. At 2-5, even he was level 6 already.
I mean, he's 2 components, David, right? So you only got one component as the one component open again. One of these more new openers we're seeing is like.
And probably hit 10 gold at stage 1 as well in one of the PvE rounds. We got the gold early. I mean, this is really a very, very fantastic gold start. And if he can pivot this, and with the 4 win streak especially, I mean, this is really unusual, but definitely paying off here for Haldroff.
Yeah, and Haldroff is one of those players that also has benefited greatly from being able to be getting matched consistently at a higher level in something like the Hex League, for example, right? Like the Hex League, the Sin League. I think we'd love to be a part of the Hex League as well, because, the more TFT you can play competitively, the better, but he's just in a good spot here again, so looking at this now, he's level 6, he maintained a streak. That's the most important thing in being level 6. You get some pretty interesting shops here. Echo and Zac are 2 units that have pretty big implications in terms of being a strong front line.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen how powerful that can be. Just want to jump back for a second to note that for Fabulosus and for Haldrath, they've managed to both stay at the top of the table, both running underground through the early game.
I definitely look like Haldrath might be angling towards Recon. I imagine you're going to try and cash out of Underground as soon as he can to just play for the strongest board possible with his win streak if he can hold it for 3-1 as well. And I'm not sure about going 7 at 3-2, but definitely probably level 7 at 3-5 with the gold he has here. And Recon is one of those comps that is very iffy to play because you're kind of giving some agency to the game. If you don't hit that 3-cost or 3-star Kaisa in stage 4, stage 5, you're going to be in trouble. But with this much of a lead and finding a Kaisa in the shop as well, this is looking like a very, very good game for the German player.
Yeah, but what gold does he have here, David? Like, he has a lot of gold tied up in units on the bench, but overall, he's not that affluent, right? Like, there's not a lot of liquidity to work with here. Like, it's all tied up in units that he needs to make priorities about.
And the win streak gold as well, though. If he continues to defend his win streak, I mean...
Yeah, but if you want to roll and hit these like that, it's going to end up creating an interesting scenario, because if you go level 7 early here, yes, you maintain your win streak, but if you whiff, you might just be in the economic dumpster very, very quickly. So, interesting thing to work out here. Lila finds this misfortune early on as well.
And will take a little while to cast, and the front line for Haldrath is extremely impressive. The 3-item Cho'Gath. The only thing really missing here is a backline itemization, but it seems like Haldrath will keep the money flowing in. Right now, Lila's Anima squad with a little bit of admin will not be enough to keep things going.
One unfortunate thing is makeshift armor with 3 tank items already built. Not ideal. You would like the opposite. You would like 3 damage items and have makeshift armor kind of be your pseudo tank items for your Cho'Gath, your Rammus, and your Zac, at least for the stage 3. So that is the one less than ideal part, but the win streak I think makes up for it in the case of Haldrath.
I think that was, in my opinion, right, and I play a lot of makeshift armor. I think that having one super tank, generally speaking, is fine. And again, with the items that he has here, it is the Ionic Spark, it's the Sunfire Cape. These are like the aura items that are great to build around. And then, like, as you talk, yes, you can just have those for the other threats, and I think that's great as well. So I actually think it's quite okay. I think that in general, you want to have one backline carry and one frontliner that are just stacked with items in this situation.
All right, check in with Droid again, and we see that they're going to be able to bring their own admin online combined with the Anima squad from before. Again, we're seeing one unit being stacked up with tank items. David, is this starting to be more of a thing that people are just really prioritizing the front line over getting the damage items early?
Well, I mean, if you ask me how I like playing TFT, this has been a thing for my entire history, because I think tank items are the most important thing in stage 2 and 3. There just isn't enough damage to get through all this tankiness if you have a 3-item tank. Even if it's a 1-cost 2-star or a 2-cost 2-star in stages 2 and most of stage 3 as well, until you really start ramping up more with the power from the traits coming online and more vertical traits coming in. So I'm a big proponent of this since the very beginning. I think it's fundamental TFT, in my opinion.
Just a word about what Droid is running here in the admin side of things. It's 150 health across the team. So if that front line was hard to put down under normal circumstances, getting the healing in there as well makes it even stronger. But let's head down to the other end of the table and check in with Sasa, who has been apparently cashing out underground over and over.
And how sad these cash outs look. Just a single tear. Just a single tear rolling down my cheek. Underground is no longer what it used to be.
Now, and there's also something, because I was looking at the statistics for something like Rising Spellforce the other day, right? And those type of compositions really took a massive hit here, because with those type of comps, you're very often sat re-rolling and then just taking the first cash out every time to keep yourself affluent, right? But that is no longer a possibility, because you really just get a component, you get like no gold. So the nerf to the underground really coming through in that scenario.
Phony frontline for Haldrath gets the extra makeshift value as well. Love to see it.
Well, just to go back to your point, we were expecting to see more players going deeper into the underground now that it's more rewarding, but that hasn't really happened. So it also feels like he's got a board which is aching to turn into a Renegade Oxforce board sometime soon, but hasn't happened as of yet. The items are ready, though.
Carousel could bail him out. No Viego here in Force. We saw in the last game really helped out Nicey Boy finding that Viego the rod. Really, accelerates towards finding that Viego 2, which is the key point of this comp. The scariest thing about running Renegades is going level 7, rolling down, not finding Viego 2, and going 8th because of it. Because Viego 2 is what allows you to then go level 8, and sometimes even just going straight to level 9 if you find a strong frontline and a few more key units like a Felios along the way.
Yet again, Cloak just all there by the slow time. It's on a Sejuani. Like, Sejuani is a good unit, Like, it's just the state of the Cloaks, I guess, at the end of the day. 2-star Neela, David. I know you love this unit quite a lot. Obviously not in this comp specifically, but like just in general, you're a big fan of Neela. So why is Neela such a strong unit even after the nerf?
I mean, she's been untouched the entire set, somehow just dodging nerfs left and right. When everyone else was getting hit, Nyla was just silently doing her thing. It's because Duelist was not doing so well, so then she was kind of, if we nerf Nyla, then Duelist will get nerfed even more. But she's been very, very strong. Finally did get nerfed, her 3-star variant, but overall just allows these mega tanks to continue healing up, and that health is just so effective in stages 2 and 3. In the case here for Scar, also going for recon, so usually this level players scout and decide, hey, I'm not going to contest other players if it's going to doom both of us. But in this case, does not care. And now we have both Scar and Haldroff both going for this recon line and both finding success, win streaking both of them.
Yeah, that Neela is incredibly tough to put down. Of course, we do know the backline items could be headed somewhere else longer term for Scar, but to be putting together a win streak at this point, especially in a lobby where Haldroff is also streaking on 100 HP, that's even more impressive.
Yeah, I think the big question here is going to be whether or not they're going to fight each other right now, because that could have pretty big economic implications. I don't know how deep economically Haldroff had to go to level. Again, he did maintain a streak all throughout, so he probably has a bit of gold to work with. But if he's like 19, 18 gold right now and he loses this fight potentially, that could come with some pretty serious implications.
To what the matchup will look like. No real super recon reliant items built yet for Scar, so this could just be a temporary transition, which makes a lot of sense, and then go into something else with this Last Whisper and this Hodge being built here. In the end, Lilia will be the matchup for Scar, who we know picked admin very early on into the game, has 4 admin online now, has found a Soraka, but it's just Soraka 1 with a singular item, just JG, which is not really the most important item for Soraka. You want that blue buff online as quickly as possible.
We'll be eventually able to cast her, and I think just enough to keep Lilia up. It's worth noting that Salazar and Lilia, as well as Catalyst, the bottom 3 players right now are in real peril. They've taken a ton of HP damage coming into stage 4.
Maybe they're also taking a ton of emotional damage, Peter. Which other types of damage are there in TFT, actually? Because like you say, they're taking a lot of HP damage, economic damage. Set mechanic mod, Doc, let other people steal other people's gold. I don't think it'll be very well received.
I think you can go to other people's boards and emote at them to give them emotional damage.
David, we need you to chime in on this session here. Like, we're brainstorming. Come on.
I'm just trying to not get fired, so I am not going to in any way, say anything about Mordok. I've learned this from 2 sets ago. I haven't mentioned Mordok's name on broadcast in the last year, and I think it's been going well for me. So I'll continue with this pattern. Inigo, let's let him save his moment for at least a few months before he starts getting flamed, please.
Oh, there we go. 2-star Viego coming to the mix. Sasa prepping up for this one with a. And as you can see, very pleased. Love having the player cameras here. You see the look of concentration on Sasa's face, that this is going to be the build back moment, or it's going to be the plummet out of the game moment.
So this is the spot I was talking about in terms of like what Lilia could be doing, and she's kind of stuck here with the fact that she's 2 Camille's off really getting anywhere with this composition, and now this last augment is going to be such a deciding factor in terms of if she's actually going to be able to fully elevate her composition. She's lacking that hack to get Camille to the backline as well.
It's worth noting that we've got Admin 4 in with extra attack speed, so Camille should be hitting really hard here as long as she doesn't get taken out early on. The rest of the board evaporating around her, and she's not quite strong enough yet to stand up against the entire opposing board.
And it seems that anyone that faces off against Haldroff is in big, big trouble. I said in stage 2, the spot he was in looked so good. I loved playing Recon earlier in the set. I've avoided it recently because it just has not been doing so well for me. But from a good spot, it's so strong, especially if the game blesses you with those early 2 stars.
That was an interesting angle for Back for Blood here, actually. I know that she would rather prefer going into the more Renegade-centric line here, but these items on this could have been removed by the item remover, and then we put on to a potential 2-star Belvath. But yes, I say one more here. She's still level 6, and there it is. But the gold is very like she's quite the root off right now, being able to go level 7 even.
And not just the gold deficit, the HP deficit is what worries me more. 17 HP, especially with some players being so strong. You can see the HP levels are so distinct here from the bottom 3 and the top 3. It goes to show that maybe if you face off one of these top players, you might be in big trouble.
It does feel like a very volatile situation with a volatile comp. Of course, we don't even have Hacker to be able to put this Camille right into the backline. She's going to have to chew through these tanks. And we know that this lobby is full of incredibly strong tanks.
Some from Sejuani, not quite enough. The very early Fiddle going to do a little bit here, but still the access to the backline has been granted. Camille is now popping off. It makes sense. You just hit the power spike here from Lilia. The next few rounds should be easy coasting, but going into stage 5, that's where Lilia might once again be in trouble if she can't find the next power spike for this comp.
Is this Heist 2 even at this point in time? I don't know what Heist 2 looks like anymore.
Yeah, well, it's about 18, so it's about 8 into 18, it would make sense. So Fabulosus has been holding ground up at the top of the table, making use of late game underground to just get a little bit of an edge to push him further.
Utilizing that Tiny Titans to really start pushing through here as well and getting, as you're talking about here. So it's not just about utilizing the late game underground, it's also about utilizing that early game Tiny Titans.
Facing off against Sasa, against the Viego running player who has also hit that power spike. This is the big thing. Every single player at the bottom end of the HP levels was forced to use their gold, was forced to stabilize, and now these are the players you don't want to be facing because they just hit their power spikes, as we're seeing here. It makes a lot of sense. I think we've seen this every time, using your HP as a buffer. Fabulosus is now easing his foot off of the gas pedal, going into the econ mode, trying to get even more gold so then hit his next power spike in stage 5.
And I think, okay, Fiddlestick for the Cloak, surely, guys, will get taken, right? Surely. Thank you. Okay, Cloak no longer is the unloved component child of the world.
Well, I mean, for Lila, she needs everything she can get at this point. Both her and Catalyst are very, very close to being knocked out here. And again, we are in a lobby that is very close to being, it's slightly below the waterline for our players here. They need to finish strongly to make it into day number 2. So getting knocked out on 8th could easily be the death knell.
Curious to see what this board looks like for Catalyst. It's not looking too hot. 15 HP, no gold to roll with. You're level 7 still. You haven't hit the Echo 2. You haven't hit the Talia 2 either. And this is looking like one of those doom spots. You're just not able to get things going for you in this early stage 4. Everyone else is, and all of a sudden you're taking 10 HP every single loss.
I don't like Catalyst's chances at all, especially having to spread out the items between the LeBlanc and the Talia, going up against, as you said, Sasa's board, which is very much online right now. That Viego is going to tear through them, and I don't think there's anything.
Talia, watch out! Oh no! Talia gets immediately blasted. Viego just decides to walk off the edge of Night Annie because of the Thieves' Gloves. How unfortunate can you be? And if it's a big enough loss, he might actually be out of it. I think Zoe and Annie will do enough here. One last cast from Annie, kills off the Urgot, and the Oxburst in the end saves Catalyst by just a little bit, 3 HP. What a fight!
Look at Catalyst's face says a story there. He was ready for that to be the end of his game.
Yeah, another thing that's also worth noting here, right, is that Catalyst at 16 points right now. 28 is kind of the magic number, right? So you would have needed at least another top 4, but maybe this Talia 2 can't be the cornerstone of this climb, but he has the wrong augment for her to be the stone, right? Because this is the carry augment, not the support one. But even at the end of the day, there's still a mountain to climb here.
We do see at least Catalyst adjusting the positioning a little bit here. I think learned from last time around, if you can't be a backline, bad things can happen.
What decision point is there to add in this Lux to get Star Guardian online? I'm not sure if it's correct to switch the blue buff off of the LeBlanc at this point with just a Talia as the main carry, but it is definitely a discussion that could be had. We'll see how this fight ends up panning out for Catalyst, who needs to get a win here. 3 HP, any loss whatsoever, as small as it is, will be the deciding one for our player here in this game 5. In the end, it looks like this might be it. Talia's good, but she's not that good.
Also, a really tough matchup in general.
Yeah, as we were saying before, Catalyst I think was pretty much resigned. As you said, the game situation was just not heading Catalyst's way. But we might be seeing something a little bit different on the other player who's very low. Lilia does pick up the win. Dorth is only 10 HP above and Sasa 11. So we still got a little bit of a fight to maybe get into the top 4.
All right, Fabulotus. Now it's a decision tree here because he's gone into only the 3 underground now, so cannot just like lose 2 more fights here. But he is going to keep going, and I don't blame him. Like, that was not a good cash out.
I'm very interested to see this Ezreal still being the item carrier moving into stage 5. I'm not sure how that happened. Somewhere along the way, I guess you couldn't just pivot off of it because you're still trying to play this 3 underground, and that's the main reason. Or Ezreal maybe just putting up enough work to stay on this board with all these different items that Fabulotus has access to now.
Hasn't found the Talia as onto Samira, right? So that's going to be the next big thing for him. Is going to be finding that Samira and hopefully finding 2, so he can use a duplicator on the bench to get that big spike coming through.
I mean, further to what you were saying before, David, it does feel like I really like this from Fabulotus. You mentioned the Tiny Titans trading HP for gold. In this case, now Fabulotus can trade his current position in the lobby, which is relatively high up compared to some of our other players, for more items. If Felios does show up, maybe this is the time to switch.
Gonna take out the Leona for now, just a temporary switch. As you were mentioning, it's really all about finding Samira to just get rid of this Ezreal altogether. But the items will go finally on the Aphelios. I think Fabulotus would be too embarrassed to have Ezreal as his main carry at stage 5-1.
I mean, Cypher to get put into the museum, but there is actually a big issue here. He did not go back to 4 underground because there's no Samira. Right, so he's going to have to be at minimum 3 rounds before he's going to get the next cash out. So all this time he's invested into the underground here might come back to haunt him.
And especially with the boards being as strong as they are, Dor, we can see starting to climb up, starting to put together a win streak. Leah as well on a win streak on 17 HP. The bottom of the table, including Sasa, they're all starting to power up and really threaten the top of the table.
So now Viego won as a second item carry. It's one of the throwback comps, the initial Renegade comps with the dual carry with Camille and Viego at the very start of the set, fell out of really, wasn't finding much success in the middle of the set, but now, in this case, Lily's bringing it back with Viego with perfect items, really, at this point. So you can't complain about the items. I think for both item carriers, they're both fantastically itemized.
It's a triple threat as well. Like, the Talon has the Gunblade. This is actually a real interesting board that Lilia has actually found herself in.
I do remember, of course, that the admin has been building up HP for the Camille across pretty much the entire game. So these are not just multi-threats, but they're very meaty threats. They're very hard to put down. Fabulotus, who has been playing a little bit with fire, trying to get all these underground cash outs, is going to take the L there and start to dip down the table.
The game of sacrificing HP for a higher cap is very risky one. Viego 2 is found for Lilia. We were talking about the second power spec you need after that initial Camille at the very start of stage 4. Now in stage 5, has found the second way to stay relevant and stay strong in this lobby.
That's a pretty massive hit all around, right? Like that, like just casually getting gifted that 2-star Viego, because Sasa is also running around with a 2-star Viego. It's not like this unit isn't contested in the lobby.
Yeah, and Lilia, I think, really needed that because right now she's being kept mainly afloat by the win streak. As we check in with Sasa, with the other 2-star Viego, she said, we'll keep a close eye on where that Kaiser ends up going throughout the fight. She is going to be vulnerable, but she's staying out of trouble for the most part, well, with the exception of a rather too friendly Talon.
And if Dawe ends up taking a loss here, I can't really feel too bad for him because it's 3 different players playing Recon in this lobby. Maybe the hero augment at 4-2 kind of forced him into this spot, but you had Haldrush from the very beginning playing for Recon. You had Scar for the mid game in stage 3 also playing Recon. It's really not a good idea to try and 3-way contest Recon. You will not find success. And in the end, Dawe goes 7th for this decision. Again, it could be just hero augments. We've seen it so many times, especially now with how the rerolls work. It's very risky, and sometimes you have to take what you can get.
Right, it wasn't just the fact that Sasa had a Viego too. Sasa has 7 Viegos, and Lilia somehow gets a double Viego shop? Like, hello?
And Sasa's like, Lilia, we're both German. What are you doing? Sell these Viegos, please.
Like, the chances of that are like so low.
Oh, hold the phone. We've got some big upgrades coming in as we close out on stage 5. We've got Misfortune 2 coming in, Aurelian Soul 2 as well, and we're close to seeing the Recon board starting to pick up the pace again.
Fabulosos has to find a way to stabilize right now. He's on 6 HP. There is no more HP buffer. It has all been gone. And for what? What has he gained from all of his HP? And Aphelios 1, finally the Samira 2 can itemize this with the second item we see there on the bench. Can put on the Zeke's Herald as well and try with the extra attack speed to just try and win this last fight.
Scar's going to go straight into the backline with a Zed, though. Of course, we saw some Lana in these kind of matchups. It's going to be an absolute nightmare. All of your damage is gone just like that. The Fabulosos playing with fire gets burned.
All of that work to get to this point, you finally hit the Samira 2, and all of a sudden a Zed jumps in, Faker himself kills off both of your carries, and unfortunately, you end up going 6th in what could be a pivotal game for this day 1. You're trying to collect at least 3 or 4 or 5 points in each of these remaining games to make it to day 2.
Yeah, and the big issue there, right, is that you're saying, like, you're committing so much time and so much effort into trying to hit these 2 stars that you don't have the mental capacity or time even to try to position around something like that set. And at the end of the day, it's just a bit of a lottery. Do you get the set play? Do you not get the set play? Because you didn't have time to put the mental space to think about it.
Well, Droid has certainly been doing pretty well so far. Maybe not winning the lottery, but certainly surviving to 5th. It opens the door to potentially hitting top 4. Lilia and Droid fighting each other directly for that top 4 spot.
Oh, we're going to see it again. Hacker maybe being the star of the show. The Camille right onto the MF. The MF can cast, but is it enough? No. Not quite. The mana comes in. Camille gets the kill, and that might be the fight win for the German player, for Lilia. Viego still resetting the dual carry, doing so well for Lilia. And Droid, who was so close to the Riven 2, or Riven 3 rather, gets eliminated in 5th place and only gets those 4 points in this game 5.
I tip my hat to Lilia here. She really managed to navigate this game incredibly well and really was like, okay, I picked this plus 50 HP 1-1. Okay, I know exactly that I want to play for Camille reroll. I do not care if I do have to not play this without the hero augment. I'm just going to play Camille reroll because Camille is still a very strong unit without it. So again, very good recognition here from her.
This board is absolutely bonkers. And you mentioned, with the multiple carry setup, we've still got a little bit of space to bring that Talon even further online. So, Lilia's got a pretty serious case here, even on 1 life, to maybe climb up and hit top 2 or top 3, maybe even top 2.
I think admin is one of those traits you mentioned at the very start of the show, or I think one of the first few casts, Wida, about having the knowledge. You have to know. Admin's not a very easy trait. It's not just, play vertical duelist, play vertical anima squad, just put in the units that have the trait in their name. It's more you have to know all the different lines, what lines are best for what units, what lines work with what hero augments. And Camille's one of those that has been underrated for so long. You talk about LeBlanc, you talk about the AP, the mana, all of this, but Camille also has some very broken admin lines. Zed as well, if you find an admin spat, for example. And knowing these, it's so important for a tournament like this one, where you have to find the best way to make it into top 4 to get these points for the day 2.
Check in with Howdraff, who of course has been doing incredibly well, managing to win the streak through multiple stages, has got the most HP in the lobby by a mile, is now actually kind of struggling to find places to put all these items, because the Kaiser is fully online, the Cho'Gath is fully online, now Vayne's getting itemized as well.
This is all counterintuitive to his makeshift armor at the end of the day here, but this might be the end of the road for Lilia here. So again, she navigated this competition into the top 4. I think that's about what you could expect, to be honest, because Howdraff's board is crazy. Like, just quite frankly, it's crazy.
I'm not surprised. The gold start he had in stage 2, I saw that spot and I said, oh my goodness, a player of his quality that we know he's a top tier player, we've been playing TFT at a high level for so long. I know he can navigate this to a very good spot, and we're seeing it here. Even though he was contested on recon, which makes it even harder from Dawei, who ended up getting eliminated, and these units came back into the pool, allowing him to hit this Vayne 3-star now as well. But huge props to Sasa as well. Played a very risky line, a very 1st or 8th line with Renegades, and managed to salvage a spot into now a second place here.
All right, we're very likely to see Scar being knocked out here. Howdraff board, as said, so ridiculously strong. It's going to be all on whether the Zed can keep up with the recons, because they'll be running away from him at every single turn, which means he just can't close the distance, and the recons make it look easy.
That's going to be it for Scar. Also had a very good stage 3 tempo board with the recons and pivoted into different comp and mans at top 3. Oh, well, the game's over, actually. Howdraff takes the win. Very quick succession there. I was not ready for this level of hype.
but I think a very good game from Haldroff, who at the very beginning had a huge gold lead, knew how to somehow get a 5-win streak without slamming almost any items, and then managed to take that econ lead into this crazy board and knew what line to take, knew to play for recons, and knew to get, again, a very good win for him.
So, I guess the thing which I kind of take forward from that one is, in terms of the unusual setups here, of course, we've mentioned the Camille managing to make a bigger impact than we expected. I think the thing which I find most unique about this game, though, is the attempt from Fabulosis' side to try and turn a winning position into a more winning position by bringing in Underground later on. Do you guys think, was that the right move? Was it just a matter of execution, or is it too risky?
I mean, he just lowers a little bit. I think it took a very long time to find Samira naturally just a single copy to transfer the items from the Ezreal, for example. Again, when I mentioned he had an Ezreal at 5-1 as an end carrier, this is usually a very bad sign. These are not players that don't know what they're doing. They definitely know what they're doing. If they had the chance to actually make the switch, they would have. But for whatever reason, the game didn't really give him the chance to transition those items. And all in all, he, I think, correctly used HP as a buffer. He used Underground as well, but in the end, when he needed to actually cap out, he did, but he just faced that Zed that jumped right onto both of his carries and died because of it. So the Zeke's Herald maybe being kind of a bait, forcing both Samir and Aphelios to be on one side of the backline.
All right, guys, we will be headed to break. We've got one more game to bring you today before we cut away half of our players who turned up for day number 1, heading into day number 2. So stay tuned. We have an interview with the God during the break. When we return, our analyst desk will break down Game 5.
I'm the God. My name is Philip. I'm from Portugal, and I'm a cool Portuguese guy who likes this game, basically. I started playing in set 6, so I had set 6, set 7, and set 8. So set 8 is basically my favorite set of all time. I think my performances right now is the best, I guess, because I'm a first or 8 player, so I may be first or 8-8-8, but I think I'm getting more firsts now, so my performance I think is good now, I hope. I really enjoy them. I think the new format is really, 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 really good, and I said really 6 times because it's really good. Because we are playing for our spot, but also for our region, and I really enjoy it because it seems like players that aren't that well known, like Master or something, they can win and enter, and I think it's really good that they open doors to everyone. I want to give to all of them. I can't say everyone's name, but Chilendario, Maestro, Tavas, Ipanina, those people, but all Portuguese, and we are really like a family. So all the Portuguese family, I really want them to get a shout out. They deserve.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Analyst Desk for round number 5. My name is Niberia, joined here by the very first time by Fearless. I'm so excited. We get to do our first desk together. Yes. How you doing? How was the game?
It was exciting. It was very exciting. And I love to see that, again, we're getting new sorts of comps out that are, we're not seeing just one type of composition who is constantly at the top. Sure, we had very consistent Anima squad throughout the entire day. Again, it was delivering. We had Droid pulling it off. Not the top 4 finish, came in 5th, but at the end of the day, it was Hodrov who came in with the recon, and it definitely has been a while. In the previous lobbies we had, it didn't actually do so well.
Yeah, especially because it never hit that 3-star, and I think that's a common theme of a lot of what happened during this game. Droid, like you pointed out, didn't do very well with that Anima squad composition, and a lot of that's because he never hit that Riven 3, who is such a core part of that comp. We've seen in previous games how much damage the Riven 3 can do, even taking down full teams after the MF dies because of how much damage she can put out. Without that strong A, frontline take, and B, secondary damage source that she provides, Droid just really struggled till the end of the game. But someone I was really impressed by, and they brought it out on the cast, was Lilia going for this Camille composition, and crucially for me, Fearless, going a composition Camille reroll without a single Camille specific augment. She just saw Admin Heart and was like, bet.
Yeah, this was the thing, because they went to roll down at level 6, and at that moment, they were at a borderline 17 HP, and that means, the pressure's on. You gotta give it your all, because all these players in this lobby were a bit in the danger zone. You need to perform really well in order to stay in the tournament, in order to move on to day number 2. So at that moment, rolling down, it took a little bit of time, but eventually once that Camille freestyle got online, that is when they were stabilizing, and that was the crucial moment. Eventually, they were stable enough to level up, and eventually, once they hit level 8, the Viego 2-star coming out that we were very shocked was in one shot. But, sometimes a bit of luck on your side is all you need.
Yeah, that second top end, like you mentioned, with that Viego, despite being contested on that unit by Sasa, who was going for Viego 3, unfortunately, unsuccessfully, really worked out for Lilia securing that top 4. Something you wanted to bring up that involves Sasa and also Fabulotus was the use of Underground this game.
Yeah, so Underground, of course, in itself had been nerfed. So that means that if you are going to cash out at the earlier highs, that means you get less gold from it. Which at the end of the day is not very ideal. We saw Sasa, who was struggling to sort of stabilize in the early game, the units not strong enough, and therefore had to continuously cash out at heist number 1, which means you only are getting 8 gold from it and maybe a component or so, and that is it. So it was very tough. Eventually, the key part for them to stay alive a bit longer was eventually hitting the Viego 2 and switching into a Renegade comp. But by that point, there was people contesting the Renegade-esque units, and it wasn't quite as good enough.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, coming out of the back end of these games with the new Underground, I'm just sad every time because I see the payout and I'm ready for 10 gold or something, and it's just do you want a cloak? And no, I don't want a cloak. Why would I ever want a cloak? Underground, you're disappointing. But, that's the world we live in now. And even for Fabulotus, who went for, several cash outs because he, like me, was understandably disappointed by the earlier Underground cash outs, got a massive cash out towards the end of the game, but just couldn't turn it around, even with all of the cash out.
Yeah, Fabulotus in fact went to play Underground a little bit more into the latter stages of the entire game. So once they were stable enough, and they were still sort of trying to work out what to put into their final comp. We had some Aegis, we had some Brawler up in there, the Samira Sejuani. Having the Sejuani ult, you need to make something work around that augment. So I guess, hoping for something good coming out of the Underground, maybe some extra items that you can then use upon a great unit that you can find in your shop. But it was just, again, a bit of a disappointment when it comes to Underground, which I guess is due to the big nerfs that came about.
Yeah, I also think it's just so difficult to cap in essentially one turn, because that's what you're going to do anytime you're running a heavy underground investment. You're going to say, okay, I've got this underground, I've got several, heists in a row all set up. Here's my big cash out. Oh God, what do I do? Oh God, oh no, oh no, oh no. Roll V8. Urgot looks good. Does Nunu fit in this? Even for the pros, like that's something we've seen be difficult, even with augments like Think Fast. In the past, that has been an issue that we see from the people running those augments. So I think Underground is now in a similar spot because it is so top heavy at this point. And of course, we do have to talk about the elephant in the room rather than the elephant around the room, which is Haudrov, who did so well on that recon composition. Full streak into stage 4. First time we've seen it today.
It's insane. He just went completely nuts. And the thing as well, you sometimes got to scout in your lobby and look, what are people doing? And we saw the Spell Slinger coming about, but no one actively going for too many of the duelists. So the Vayne coming online with that, and then additionally the Kaiser, which of course is the main part of the show here when it comes to that comp. So it was insane. They hit the Kaiser, I think, free on level 7. They went to roll down and eventually paid off. And well, here we are, the win streak alive.
Yeah, and I will say as well, something that was pointed out on the end of the game cast that bears repeating is that was contested. There were a couple people dipping in and out of recon during the entire game, but because Haudrov had taken such a strong early line, such a strong economic lead and health lead, he was able to transition that into saying, okay, I'm sticking to this, I'm not going to settle. I'm not going to just push 8 without my carries. I want these 3 stars, so I can afford to wait. I've got the health, I've got the economy to keep rolling and not worry about it, so I am just gonna stick with it. So really well played by him. Congratulations. That is gonna kick him into the top 64 off of those game results, but let's check out the top 32 coming out so far of round number 5.
Yeah, so we've had a bit of a switch, and look at this, Cold Fuzzled has now slowly come up and risen to the top here. Currently 28 points, and that is alongside with 5 others. So when it comes to who might potentially be going for the win here, maybe everything can still change. That's the beautiful thing, of course, when it comes to today. This is just honestly very, very promising. But right here, oh boy, when it comes to the actual top 1 finish, 3 people are still in contestment, and perhaps even more, because then you have Muji, who is up on 32 points, Marks as well. So again, very tight all across the board.
Yeah, the Docs DRC coming out and producing some incredible players. Also, I want to give shout-outs to Solo Gasong, because I asked him earlier, hey, what's your prep going to look like for, a GSC2? He was like, well, I'm going to play PBE today, and then tomorrow I'm going to figure it out. And that was yesterday, so he clearly figured something out, making it all the way to that top 32. But, you look at that list, you see so many Docker representatives, you see Wet Jungler coming out, as mentioned, sort of a solo queue star rather than a competitive stalwart, alongside names we already recognize. We have players like Salvi in that top 32 as well. So many players that have made such an impact on our scene. Lyris, these old names, along with the new people who are the standouts of their TRCs, and I'm really excited to see how this goes into day number 2 and of course the final game of today.
Yeah, it's actually funny that you mentioned the PBE, because of course we are very shortly going to be moving into the mid set, which means brand new units coming in, stuff moving out. And what are you going to be prioritizing if you're playing at a high level? You're already going to be preparing for that, or there is still this tournament to be played for. So how are you going to be dividing up your time? Maybe not everyone here is having TFT as their full-time job, so you need to be able to balance everything out. And maybe it can come at a bit more of a cost for those players who don't necessarily have an org back behind them, or who have to combine it with perhaps another full-time day job.
I mean, there's also the classic dilemma of players like Solo Gasong who have that model of the classic traditional esports player from back in the day, where streaming is really their source of income, but their stream is centered around, all right, we're going to also do some esports in here. We're going to toss in a couple of games. So, seeing them having a place in this competition as well, I always love seeing the wide variety of situations that our players find themselves in, because there's a lot of full-time people, and then there's people like Noel who are like finishing law school and getting married and being like,
yeah,
I guess I'll be in the top 8 of the EMEA final. I guess I'll go to the Dragonlance Championship, like, while I have time. So it's just really fun to see that evolve over the course of these tournaments, over the course of the league. And of course, we do have our casters ready to bring you guys into the final game of the day. Counterfeit, Impetuous Panda, Wida, get ready to take it away for the last game.
All right, thank you both so much. Yes, we are heading into our final lobby of day 1 of the Golden Spatula Cup number 2. And guys, we will be seeing some pretty interesting names come up in our next lobby, because apparently nobody is safe.
A lot of big names at this cutoff point where they have to perform in this lobby. They have to perform at a top 4, in some cases even higher than that, to guarantee a spot in day 2. And it's not just making day 2 and then making day 3. It's the fact that a lot of these players, especially the big names, have GSC points from the first GSC a month ago. And if they're able to have a good result making it to day 2 and then day 3, they can almost guarantee a spot in regional. So there is a lot at stake here. It's not just this tournament.
So, Winner, I'm going to put to you now, because we'll be talking about the specifics of the lobby in a second, but this has been something from the very beginning of the tournament. We've had so many regional champions coming in, of course, Golden Spatula champions, and even larger champions than that coming in. If you're a player who's coming maybe into the Golden Spatula Cup for the first time, going up against these established players, how do you approach an incredibly important lobby like this?
I mean, you just treat it as every other game of TFT here, right? The goal and the aim of the game here is going to be that top 3, top 4 position, right? Because all of these players here are on 22. A bit of a potential funny situation here. Double and Campus can knock each other out. It's a bit of a familiar banter there, potentially. But it's just important right now, that 28 points, that's where you need to beat. That's top 3. 27 maybe at the end of the day, but it's just like every other game of TFT. Just bring those nerves down and then just let the rest do its thing.
Funny, you mentioned Wida, the funny moment. Someone might think in chat, oh, they're both French, they must be friends. These two players are actually cousins. I think it's a narrative that's actually incredible to touch on, that cousins are playing in a final lobby of a game 6 in day 1. I think it's really, really cool. But we'll see how the game ends up going for both of them.
And we've talked about Campbell, of course, many times before, trying to establish himself as someone other than Double 61's cousin, but with Double 61, he casts a very large shadow indeed as our only player in the competition who's ever been a global champion.
Yeah, and I think another thing that's worth noting with Campus, his results are fantastic domestically. Even in GSC number 1, he got to day 3, had a good placement there. I can't remember the exact placement right now. Top 15, I believe, something around there, right? So it's not like Campus isn't putting on results himself. It's just the fact that KC Double 61, his teammate, is just, at the end of the day, such a dominant figure in the history of TFT.
Looks like it's going to be a duelist start here for Double, at least at the very moment, angling towards us with the GP pair and the Fiora. Has an alluring AP start on the on the shop with 2 Gadgetines, the Lux, and the Wukong as well. We'll see if he ends up buying any of these units to keep both options still open. A sword, again, doesn't lock you into one tree. You can still be a Shojin, it can still be, obviously, some more AD-centric items as well.
Ooh. Got a chance to upgrade the Gangplank here if you want to keep hold of the sword on there. Also got the Yasuo in the shop as well. Certainly a lot of lines seem to be drawing Double 61 this way. Just a small word again about where we are in the tournament. 22 points, as mentioned before, across the entirety of the lobby. Right now, 23 points is the cutoff to be in the top half that makes day 2.
Early BT potentially here, and no more gold here. No, so has to make the decision here. Is going to be committing to the duelist line, but these items themselves are not necessarily great. And then now you're kind of a little bit annoyed they took the Gadgetine crest, but at the end of the day, your items are not really leading the correct way. Phony frontline is great, clear mind even from Double. This is very much a Double 61 type of way of playing the game. Just play strong, flex, go fast, aid, and take it from there.
checking the admin is so important. We saw it in the last game especially, but really every game today, admin, if you hit the right line with the right combination of units and augments, you definitely want to at least check out your options when it comes to the first admin tier.
So clear mind, Double 61 is going to be trying to make sure that his board is strong enough to carry him forward and enjoy the benefits of pushing up levels as fast as possible. Now we check in with Cousin Cambits, who has also found a way through to the late game with immediate access to Underground.
Underground with an econ start as well, essentially, with the augment he's picked up, can sell off the units and just play as if it was giving him gold instead. Probably got the Sona, at least one of them, from that as well, so just able to guarantee you hit Underground. If that's the playstyle you're going for, if you want to go for that first or eighth to try and get a lot of points in this final game, that might be the way to do it.
Yeah, another thing I want to highlight here, Double 61 could have put the Blitzcrank on the board for himself if he wanted to, but wanted to hold the Underground opening as an option, so kept the Ezreal on the board instead. So potentially both the KC players here could end up going for the Underground opening.
So TFT on the other side had the Infinity Force picked up as his portable forge item. Infinity Force that got very buffed, and then recently the crit chance was taken off of it. It seemed to be a little bit too much for some of those end game carriers, but right now I think it's in a good spot, and definitely with the talent too that we saw on the board, can snowball this into a big win streak in stage 2.
Yeah, I like it, especially at this point with these players, being on the very, very edge of elimination. Every single point is going to be a thing that can send them into day 2 or send them out of the competition. We do see someone who did take up the challenge of the Gadgeting emblem, though, while Double 61 turned it down. Going to be bringing out the Team Titan Resolve and a 2-star Gangplank. Double 61 looking in the mirror.
And there was recently a small nerf to Gadgeting. It was buffed very much, and then now in this last 13.5 patch, damage reduction got reduced by 2%. Maybe not super noticeable, but it is going to matter a little bit. Whereas if you were able to get a Gadgeting crest on set, and that was your end game board at stage 4 was 3 mecha units and the Gadgetines, it was, I'm not going to say hard to lose, but definitely hard to bot forward with it. It was that strong. We'll see what route this player takes exactly, because we know there are a few different angles. Bel'Veth, Zed are kind of the flasher one, but then Set is just a standard, very, very strong unit to carry this Gadgeting crest.
Yeah, and I think that when you look at the stats right now, that is still the case. And another thing that's worth noting as well, 1ASA's playstyle in general leans in towards the AD tree. So I would not be surprised to see him move all these items onto the set in the late game and then bring in the Samira backline alongside it.
It's strong enough right now to soften the loss streak. Worth noting as well, as we come into contact with TFT again, who has been playing stronger in the early game, is that Double 61, one of our players at the top, has been pumping money into leveling, so the pace of the lobby is picking up.
And I'm loving this board from TFT. I mean, I think Talon 2, when well itemized, just does so much work in stage 2, and he's correctly seeing this. He hit the Talon 2, he hit a portable forge, and he said, hey, if I hit a good carry item for this Talon 2, I can just freely win streak in stage 2 and decide if I want to go into Renegade still. You can play Viego with these items, or just play into a very high cap board, sure shot board instead.
Anything here that's interesting, LeBlanc with a rod, I suppose, could be okay, but no standout unit combination. There's not like a Kaiser with a bow or anything like that would really help these people that are aiming for those compositions to help them elevate their game plan, but I assume we're going to see the cloak lift again.
Yes, the poor forgotten cloak. Would note though, as the items are being picked up here, our bottom 3 players all with 3 components as yet unslammed.
When Asa has the Annie already, a single Annie with the chain, so having a second Annie with the chain is going to be great for Bramblevest if he does want to go into that set line in the end. If you want to play mecha in any variation of it, especially Gadgeting, you have to have close to perfect items for this mecha unit. Because essentially, it's important to itemize one unit with best in slot, but when this unit is actually the kind of the importance level of 3 different units because of the mecha trait, you want to make sure you have the right items on it.
And Scar, I think we haven't spoken too much about, right? Recently, I came through the Amena TRC, which again is a good way for players from those regions to get highlighted and get their spot into the Golden Spatula Cup here, and could potentially make it to day 2.
Yeah, looking very strong right now, along with TFT on the streak in stage 2. Still one more chance for them to face each other and send that streak potentially out TFT is still fighting right now as Camby's down the bottom. Again, we've seen the big divide of our players playing strong and playing weak for later on.
And Lakoko there on the opposing side, angling towards Recon, has the 3 Recon in already. Not locked in just yet, has Rich Cat Richards' his first augment, so can still pivot out if he thinks it's not going to work out. But if uncontested, we saw it last game, Recon can still work very, very well in these lobbies.
Yeah, I don't know if Campus noticed this, but there was an upgrade in the shop waiting for him as well. So I think that's why he's trying to make the decision here whether or not he wants a chain vest or if he wants to keep going. Because he's already at 72. And he's not on Fall Underground just yet. But he's going to keep going. So you know what? Chain vest, not for me. And even makes his board as weak as possible to guarantee the loss streak. And when you look and then hits I Am Scar's board, that's obviously not going to be fantastic. But guaranteeing the loss streak is more important.
Cannabis has definitely got eyes on the long term here and trying to end out this lobby on top. Scar continues to look strong, so it does mean that at least one of our 2 win-streaking players will stay intact. TFT still fighting, but it could well be we'll head into stage 3 with 2 undefeated players.
And these little mini games of making your board weaker on this final fight at stage 2 is what I live for watching top level players, especially when someone has consistency. They just go absolutely bonkers. They sell every unit last second to make sure they lose a round. It's so fun seeing like Vi trap between 2 target dummies and just your Ezreal and your Kayle in the front row. But it is so important, really, especially with consistency and these augments, that it makes it that much more important to actually make sure you have that 5, that 6, that 7 loss streak.
Well, talk to me here about what stage 3 is going to look like. For Scar and TFT, of course, they've got a lot to lose if either one of them loses against each other. If you're in your position, do you just throw all your money at making sure your board is the strongest, or do you sit back and accept it's going to happen eventually?
It's going to depend on what the situation is on 3-2, because a lot of people right now will try to tailor their boards to get them to a point where they can almost guarantee the correct hero augment. If it's going to be a hero augment coming through here. Testament here getting a very nice upgrade in this Galio, and he's going to be scouting around. See Scar going for the instant level 6, but he has to make a decision here. Does he beat I Am Scar if he goes for that level 6? Meanwhile, Burrito just whipping out of Wukong free out of nowhere. Oh, he's on a Draven line, and all this HP from this Wukong is actually it's going to go on to this Draven, potentially speaking. Nope, that's not going to be the case here. For now, at least. The old situation, but this is not like Dragonman, so you cannot remove the tether.
Yeah, apparently decides that keeping hold of the Wukong alive is more valuable. I suppose at this point the Draven is still relatively weak and the itemization isn't quite there either. But I'll be checking with Lakoko, noted before David, itemization pretty solid for the Recons, even if the units aren't quite there yet.
Such an unusual turn of events for this fight. This is not something you see very often in TFT, but actually the quick thinking worked out for Burrito. They're making sure that Wukong 3 stayed on the board. We're going to see 3-2-3 for the hero augment reverbation. Incredibly strong if you're playing Anima Squad. If not, maybe not so much. We'll see what these players end up going for. And it will be reverbation in the end. Okay, you have the MF already, so it makes sense. And you have 2 veins in the shop. So 61 maybe saw this shop before the hero augments came up. You do sometimes have that split second that can give you some more direction.
Yeah, this highest going as well. So he just wants to go deeper.
Well, that's what I'm going to say. We've got both Carmine members and cousins playing the same kind of way. They're both keeping the long-term underground going in a way which we haven't seen a ton of so far. But presumably, particularly for double, it's going to work out amazingly long-term.
All right, David.
What's the night
Scar playing?
We saw him playing Recon, at least for stage 3, then pivoting off of it. Could be similar here, but we'll see. You have definitely the chance to play for Duelist or play for this Vayne reroll in Recon instead. Both options can work. I do believe there was a Recon player already. I think it was Lakoko, actually, we saw earlier in stage 2. So I'm assuming he's going to play for just full-on Duelist. He has 6 Yasuos already, so I think that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and I think that this Yasuo here is going to be an item holder, right? More so than anything else, going to be going in towards that set the moment that opportunity arises.
Just want to take a second to talk about what we're seeing from Going, who's obviously not going to win this round, but does have something interesting in brewing. We've got Heart Zoe on the horizon, so one of the players in the bottom 3, taking some pretty big hits, but promising to build up later. We're checking on the underground for Cambiz, and this time it will be the cash out.
That's like cash out 2, but that looks like cash out 1 from before the nerf, right? To almost closely, right? It just really showcases how big the minor gold value tweaks actually are to the power level of Underground when you're not going further down the heist route.
Yeah, in my opinion, unless you have Underground 4-1, at this point, it's really, they're not going to have that crazy Underground game. It doesn't have anymore. It's just too slow to get to that point, and catching out at 3 just feels too bad. So I understand if you have the option to and it still feels okay, you can go for it, at least for 1 or 2 heists, until you think you can sacrifice the HP. But no longer do you have that huge upside without any risk.
No, the Canvas is already fairly low, so it's very understandable to want to try and mediate these losses. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out that time, so dips below 30 HP. Canvas on a fast track, perhaps for 8th in this incredibly important lobby.
He's going to have a ton of gold to roll with. He pre-leveled to 7, now at 3-5. I imagine a huge roll down will come through, and he does have a very strong admin leader. When an ally dies, admins gain 20 AP. You can just go for 3-star LeBlanc and definitely have a great turnaround in this game still.
Yeah, decided to not go for a blue buff here, decided to go for the Soraka instead, so has a pretty clear idea that he wants to play for Soraka instead of this LeBlanc on the board potentially, unless I missed something very critical. That could obviously be the case here. But this roll down is going to be tournament defining for Campus, no less.
And we know that this is. Well, yeah, as you said, this is the turning point moment. Here we go.
Needs to not get this here. Checks the 4 app, and I think that's good. Gets potential for gold here as well. If he can stabilize now, that would be massive for him in terms of being able to further his game plan. But he needs to continue rolling right now. He doesn't have the time here to sit for 15 seconds unless he deems this to be stable enough.
And he is playing for the LeBlanc carry. He does have the LeBlanc hero augment as well, so the extra sigils will get out, the extra damage. But as you mentioned, we had only 1.5 items. Didn't have a chance to upgrade this front line at all. We still have an Alistar 1. We have the Rammus 2, but still, Blitz 1, Alistar 1, facing off against Burrito, who has the mech online, who has a Draven, with 2 best-in-slot items for this Draven as well, and a great angle here to possibly hit the LeBlanc. No, just goes right wide onto the Sona instead, and it should be a win for Campus here.
We can confirm that Canvas has doubled down on the gain AP on death. So in the late rounds, both the Soraka and the LeBlanc will hit extremely hard.
It's worth noting that will also trigger with something like the hacker coming through, right? That's and Prankster, because it says unit on ally, it doesn't say ally champion. Little small thing right there, one of those optimization things that can come in and have an impact further down the road here. But he's continuing to roll down now. Again, would like to see a freestyle LeBlanc, but that's pretty far-fetched right now. The upgraded frontline you were talking about, David, might be coming through, though.
I'm not sure if it'll be quite enough. The Alistar is big here, but now you've pivoted to it. That's so big. That's what he was really looking for at this point. And some more LeBlancs, of course.
Take what you can get, because you're up against Scar, who remains undefeated. One more round, and Scar will have gone through 2 full stages with no losses at all. We're seeing this surprisingly much on stream.
One last ult from Rammus. Can it come through? It can't. Rammus just dies, just kind of turns over on his side, but all of his AP has now come in, and this is where this comp, you think you're doomed, but all of a sudden, LeBlanc is killing, 2-3 units per cast.
Dark Stars. You know, we love a good Dark Star mechanic at the end of the day. We also saw it in the previous set, right, with the mutations and the mirages, that, when you get those types of scaling AP all throughout a fight, they do have a lot of value, and with that with the scaling coming through from the hearts as well, these fights can end up being really explosive towards the end because there's just so much AP getting scaled into it.
We haven't checked in with Going for a little while. We mentioned before that Zoe is there with the heart, looking for some items that really help bring it all online. We have at least got 1 tier creeping in and some decent AP itemization. 1 more item to go for the Zoe. Presumably we're still looking for the Soraka to provide the big hits overall, though.
The big star of the show here is the Lee Sin, though. Lee Sin carry augment. We do have Cleansing Safeguard. Was incredibly broken last patch due to many reasons. Some of them we won't talk about. A few bugs here and there with playing 2 Lee Sins. Counterintuitive TFT is not where it's at. But in this case, a nerf has come through, but it is still playable. Top players are still deciding to go on this line. I saw Gunmay playing it a lot in scrims in the past few days, and it can work out, but you have to hit the Lee Sin 3 early.
My campus hit.
Oh, wow. This is what we're talking about. It's a turnaround moment.
They don't have the stars at all as of yet. It seems like only one of these 2 is going to get to climb up from the bottom of the table.
And I really dislike the fact when you're going for this type of composition here that you're not rolling heavily for something like the 2-star Zoe in this position, because you cannot afford to take any more hits here. I understand that you're waiting for the final augment to see where you're going to be going, but you cannot allow yourself to get caught in that slump and make those mistakes at this point in time.
Especially in this lobby where you have now Exodia players like Canvas that have assembled a board and a set of conditions that are very, very hard to beat. And likely hard to beat will be some players hitting their perfect prismatic augments and some players possibly low rolling. No rerolls left here for TFT either. Verdant Veil was a meme in set 7, but is actually a very good augment for most, or some comps rather, coming into stage 4.
Yeah, picks up absolutely a massive, as you noted, with the attack speed as well to help buff up any boards. TFT is going very deep into the tank here as Burrito will hit 3-star Draven. So we know that the bottom of the table, Cambiz and Burrito as well, they're both going to be surging up in power.
2 major power spikes can be hit here. Zed and Samira. Zed will be hit. He is the item match carry right now, so that's great to see here for the Spanish player.
But this is such a weird board, right? Like this board,
it is.
It's all over the place, and we're just watching Campus taking names here, and it's gonna be a fun thing to follow because Soraka is really difficult for Set to kill a lot of the time. This Soraka not so much, there's no gunblade, but very often you'll see Soraka just hold sets forever.
And that Zed does not have the edge of night, so when he takes the shots, will go down very low, and the Hextech Gunblade comes through clutch. It wasn't on the Soraka, but the LeBlanc shows exactly what it can do.
This is only with 1.5 items, right? Like that's not a JG, for example. There's no actual mana gain item if you want to go that route either. Campus is so far from capped out, it's actually criminal right now.
And TFT, since the very beginning, he was itemizing this Talon. I loved how he was playing. He was building any item he could get. He was slamming absolutely everything. Even though we saw him playing the Sivir and Senna earlier on, he was building items that don't necessarily work with sure shots as well, like the BT, for example. So playing very high tempo, trying to stay healthy, maybe only need the top 4, and the playstyle I think makes sense in this case.
The Coco is so close as well.
Okay. Yeah, it's already got the 3-star Kaiser in play. The threats are starting to build up, and the Zed from the TFT is going to be going on to the other side. We've seen already how tough this matchup can be for Zed in general.
And a lesser duplicator on the bench here as well means he's only 1 copy of Rammus away from a 3-star Rammus.
How much can the Zed do with Laser Core as well? We'll see if it'll be enough. It doesn't look like it's the case. Kaisa gets the win in the end. One thing to mention, Raider Spoil is on the board there for Lekoko. That means that players like Canvas have to be careful what carry they put in what corner, because if we roll the Rocket Repel's Fist and you're sitting at one fight loss in stage 5 and you lose because of it, you'll be very, very tilted.
It feels like you have to play like that's going to happen every time.
If they're in your pool, yeah, for sure.
All right, we've got next items coming in. We've still got a fair amount of players with a fair amount of life. Our bottom players climbing up has reduced the distance. Scar and Coco still up at the top though, and Coco with a win streak.
Looks like Canvas there was happy with either a Rod or a Tier and just trying to see what players wanted to then grief them and try and have better odds at messing with other players' plans in this case. So you can tell it's a high-level lobby of TFT. You can tell everything is on the line here for these players.
You see, one Asta here has gone for the game plan we're talking about with the set, but has gone for an AP-centric game plan and not an AD-centric one instead. So that's also something you need to keep an eye out for here. Again, he has the sleepy time, not the double bubble. So this Zoe is not going to be dishing out as much damage as you would normally expect the Zoe carries to do.
I mean, this tends to be the most, I think, common board, at least from what I saw in NA and in most top-tier lobbies. This is a board with the Alistar over the Echo in most cases, and then having the Leona in as one of the mech sacrifices over the Wukong is mostly the board that you tend to see. And again, we will see now with this mech why it is so strong and why I was so surprised earlier today when we saw 2 players playing as a Team Crest not going down this line.
Oh yeah, absolutely 2 Titanic mechs. You're right, the percentage damage reduction and obviously amplification as well means this set is an absolute truck. Double Titans, thanks to the Gadgettine item, is incredibly hard to put down. And a turnaround point means that loss streak is now over. One ASA needs to be building back up though, because there's not a lot of room to work with.
So did end up going 8th, going level 8 instead, rolling on.
You might be reading the tea leaves there.
I mean, I don't know. Do I have future sight? I don't know. I don't have a Zephyr by my side at least, so I only have a snowstorm. So I don't quite know what to a certain extent, right? But he went the late here, and this is something that can happen as well, where people will end up going and rolling in the late instead. Found double Guillotine Emblem as well from the Tome of Trades here, which might have been the saving grace for this board.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely bonkers. The only problem is, for going, there's no HP to work with at all. A single loss here will send him out in 8th. And of course, again, this is a lobby where if you don't hit top 4, likely you're not seeing day 2.
Lee Sin taking down. That is the last line of defense. The Zed is very strong, but maybe not quite enough. The last ult, if it would have gone in that last direction, might have killed the Zoe, but instead, the dummy saves the day. Zoe stays alive, and going, more importantly, stays alive for at least one more fight, at least one more round.
Look at the life totals. They're ever so close at the bottom here. Burrito 18, double 16, 1 ASA is also a 15, and you have going as well. These are 1 to 2 fights that go the wrong way, and then all of a sudden, you're no longer making day 2. Like, these are some incredibly important fights here.
As we come close to getting our first eliminations in, you can use the hashtag TFT Rising Legends to join the conversation on Twitter. Let us know in the chat and on Twitter who you think is going to be making it to day number 2, because there's going to be a lot of really important results coming in, not just from this lobby, but from across the entire competition.
Double rod here. That's not great if you're a Burrito, I'd say.
1 Jax away, though.
That would be a massive HP spike. At least I guess it's going to be.
This is big. And
GP?
Yeah. I guess you sacrifice the set instead of the Jax. Or do you think it's going to be the HP for the Draven? I played a game last week. Draven 3-star, Jax 3-star, both were carrying. I itemized both of them, and it really popped off so much. But in this case, maybe just not enough items for this Jax.
Also has to cone that, right? So that's a hard one to remove for sure as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's a bit unfortunate, but hey, it does mean that Draven has a ton of HP. Notably, not the healing we'd normally see on the Draven to keep him up. He takes the damage up against the set front line. So we've got a lot of beef for Draven to chew through before he really starts accessing the more important damage dealing members.
And this feels like such a betrayal. If the Draven ends up dying here to this set, the set moved on to the Gadgetein family. The mechs are trying to do their best here, but set not sticking with them.
Whoa!
The Draven finally gets the kill, though. The Zoe is now dead. The dummy stands no chance, and Burrito will stay alive.
And Going did find his peak in terms of being able to cap out the composition here, but did not end up being enough here. This lobby ended up going off the rails with this combination of Hero Augment plus Prismatic Augments, and now finds himself going 8th in this lobby, meaning he's no longer going to be in contention to make day 2. And someone in another contentious spot here is double 61.
Yeah, this is absolutely wild. Our Galaxy's champion, our only 2-time EMEA regional champion, is in danger of getting day 1 here in the same lobby as his cousin, who is currently riding high on 29 HP and a win streak. We'll see if the Draven comp's good enough to put down double 61.
And Draven is like, another set? What's going on here? Are you back to the path where Mecha was so strong and so relevant as a frontline unit? We'll see how much Draven can do. The MF doesn't even touch the Draven for right now. And this next angle is looking very, very good for the Draven Axis to hit the MF and the Janet in the process. The Twister comes through. A little bit of CC comes through, but not enough to get to the Draven. The last ult from MF is also not enough, and that should be a loss for double 61, unfortunately.
Wow.
Takes the hit, goes 7th. And Burrito stays alive yet another round.
All the French eyes right now are going to be on Likoko and Canvas, right? Those are going to be the 2 players that they are hoping that they're going to be able to at least get into day number 2 here. And Canvas has been looking ever so great since he hit that LeBlanc free during the stage 3-fall situation here. So, what I say here, what are you doing if you are him there? Because I feel like this board is not necessarily a top 4 contender.
I'm not so sure after the nerfs and the damage reduction to Gadgetein. I think before the nerfs, it would be, and I would still feel pretty comfortable in this spot. Maybe the Prismatic didn't quite help out as much as he would have expected. It is also you're facing some very strong players like that Draven board as well, but we'll see with this massive clump at the front here if the set can actually do enough as a damage dealer, not just as a tank in this case, with Zoe helping out on the backline with that blue buff as well.
But bear in mind, this is Scar, of course, we saw win streaking like crazy before, has dipped down a little bit, but is still in first place in lobby if they can win out this round. Coco taking a hit as well, while Cambiz continues to climb the ranks. We've got several players who are close to being eliminated. We're very soon, I suspect, moving towards the top 4.
And that's going to be it for the only Georgian player in our GSC. Was also in GSC number 1, but in this case, it could be the end of the road for him with a 6th place in this game 6.
And interesting enough here, Scar chose to stay with that Yasuo free carry, right? Did not transfer the items over to the set that I was thinking was going to be the case. And it's kind of hilarious in a certain way, because Yasuo is not an AD carry. By nature, he's an AP carry with the way his scaling works, and that was how the reroll composition worked for Duelist at the start of the set. It was about that AP Yasuo.
Well, I mean, what we're seeing right now is pretty damn impressive. A 2-star Urgot ready to come onto the field, but it's going to take some adjustments.
What do you sell, though? Your board is so good. It feels bad to put in Urgot 2. That's a good spot to be in, Scar. I'm sure he's feeling comfortable. 59 HP as well. Almost, the project of Bel'Veth 3.
And the duplicate is still there.
He went down to 3 Duelists, though, right? So he does lose some damage on this Yasuo. So a lot of onus on this Urgot and the Fiddlesticks to do a lot of damage all of a sudden.
Up against Draven, Urgot on the wrong side as well. Only going to be able to hit this Yuumi, unfortunately, in some of these frontline units. We have the Skylands coming through, the graphic that we've been, the graphic error that's been haunting us since the first GSC as well. The Draven now able to get onto this Yasuo right away, which is going to be huge. The CC comes through, Bel'Veth and the Yasuo line up, though, unfortunately. The Nyla not getting killed, the Axis still flying, the Fiddlesticks, even with the Archangels, can't quite do enough, and the Urgot cast won't come out in time.
The Scar still remains on top, but now has no money to work with at all. At least the Urgot should allow for a little bit more drip feed of economy. But we've got Cambiz and Burrito from lower on the current standings, clawing their way up, looking for every single point. There's so much room to work with now, and so many different players who could potentially be earning their day 2 here and now.
Yeah, and Scar has a lot of time. He has that 12 HP lead down to Coco, and even then it just starts getting bigger and bigger. So can sit and rebuild the economy and then start chasing Bel'Veth free.
What will the Raider spoil item be? Will it be the Rocket Propel Fills? It won't be. It's going to be Random Sanctum instead. Once again, Draven going to have easy pickings. The CC from Rammus can be big, but for now, Rammus just staying in that front line. And Draven seemingly so strong in this lobby. Much more than I thought, considering this is not a Draven carry augment at all. It's Malphite support, and still Draven is popping off, but finally might be seeing a loss here against this recon board.
I mean, this feels like the board of any to take down the Draven, and it still can't do it. Even with massive single target damage, it's still not enough.
Yeah, with the spirit of I forgot what it's called in second, but with the healing coming through from the Malphite augment, right? Yeah, you don't have the full healing from something like a Gunblade or a Bloodthirst or anything like that, but you do still have enough healing when you have that much base HP to work with, right? Because again, that scales from the HP total of the unit.
No, I completely missed you. You're right, the Guardian Spirit. So it's 20% of missing health whenever casting the ability. And towards the end of the round, Draven's sure casting his ability more than a few times.
And this feels so bad for TFT because his playstyle, the way he was playing, slamming items, trying to eke out a top 4, was completely ruined by the fact that Burrito and Cambiz somehow are able to assemble these boards that just aren't losing at all, despite the very low HP they had going into the very start of stage 4, 2 full stages ago. So maybe this might be a 5th in this case for TFT, unless he can really outskill his opponents when it comes to the Zed and the Hacker, and as you're mentioning, we do the Zephyr as well.
Has an unused anvil on the bench as well here, and with the Reforger as well, he needs to pop this before the fight starts, right? Because if he needs to reforge something, he cannot do that mid-combat.
All right, where are we going to see it coming through? It will be popped, it will be dropped in the last second, but it's not anything. I think it was absolutely screaming to get the lock. It can't even be used anymore. TFT might actually
it has to be something. You have to slam something. Oh, it's a little bit too late for Archangel. It looks like the Draven still left alive. I don't think the Zed can do enough. Dodges the axe though, the Faker. Oh no. Oh no. Zed gets killed in the end.
Brief.
And TFT, unfortunately, the sole Spanish player in this lobby gets taken out in 5th place.
We got to see what the power level is between Burrito and Campus right now. Campus took that one down handily. Burrito now down to 7 HP here. And now everyone can start knowing who they're facing every single step of the way here. Scar finds his second 2-star. Ergot, he has the Belvet free as well. This board is absolutely crazy.
High-end shopping, give us your best shot. Even at level 8 is finding absolute gold here. We were talking before, I see Burrito coming in just saying, sometimes you win, sometimes someone has a Belvet 3 and 2 Ergot 2s. And a Fiddlesticks too, don't forget that.
All right, Burrito, surely your time has come. There are 2 Ergots on your opponent's side of the board. There's a Fiddle with Archangels coming your way. Surely, Draven with Guardian Spirit of 4.77. Augment in the stats, can't win this fight. Surely this is the end of it. But we're not too sure because this Draven is still alive, still very, very healthy. Gonna get a great axe here. All these units lined up. Belvet trying her best to take down this Draven. Finally succeeds. Burrito, we're not happy to see you go, but unfortunately he takes the 4th place.
We don't have his camera, but I think the emotes told the story pretty clearly there about what Burrito thought about that whole thing. Lakoko, I think, quite lucky to duck after playing against that board, so at least guarantees a top 3 with Cambiz as well picking up steam. It feels like it's Scars and Cambiz's to take and battle for the top 2.
And the wild thing is, Lakoko is chilling with a Belvet 2 on his board, has been having this for a while, so against all odds to a certain extent, I Am Scar has found that, and again, with the power level of that duplicator really helping elevate this game.
I mean, this board loads up. What do you do? 2 Ergots frontlined, about to cast their Undertow on both sides of your board. The Recon's gonna get sucked in by these massive waves. The Belvet on the side of Scar doing so much to take down every single unit on Lakoko's board. I think Lakoko has to be satisfied with a 3rd place in this lobby. The Fiddle and the Belvet, the threats are doing too much. And this French player will go down in 3rd. Huge props to Cambiz, though. We saw him 8th place at stage 3-5, rolling on level 7, had to find a way to stabilize, and he did.
Yeah, I do remember this. Again, just to reiterate before we go into the back half of stage 6 and the end of this game, this is the final game of the final round of day number 1. Both these players should have punched their ticket through to day number 2, but so many will not. One last chance to claim the most glory from getting the win on stream.
Campus looking for his options here, David. Do you think this could be like a random Leona high roll here going on instead? He is trying to figure out which route he wants to take here, but if this Leona locks onto that Belvet potentially untouched for a while, it could be the way to go here, but it's going to be that Jen instead.
Wait, let's be honest. I don't think there's a chance. I mean, look at the board that Scar has assembled. He's not even hit his maximum power spike yet, and he has HP to work with as well. He has a chance to go 9, or maybe just roll for that Ergot 3 instead, but we'll see how this fight ends up going. The LeBlanc gets thrown into the backline. Will it do enough? Can this Belvet change her targeting at the last moment? Looks like it will be the case. Just in the end, they're able to get the kill, but can't do more than that.
The scaling AP coming through and doing a lot of work here. And remember, there is a Verdant Veil on the side of Campus. These Ergot waves and this Fiddlesticks. There's no CC there.
The rolls are coming through, trying to find the Ergot 3 win condition. We saw it in GSC number 1. If you guys recall, I think it was game 6 of day 1 as well. We might see it here again, but no Ergots have been found with 40 gold and high-end shopping, unfortunately. So the dream comes to an end, and now it's all about positioning in this case.
Yeah, and Campus needs to find that Zephyr onto the Belvet yet again.
All right, let's go round again and see if we can find a different outcome. Campus for France, of course, looking to try and create his own legacy. Scar from one of our only 2 players from Egypt. Put together the world's most ludicrous board. The Belvet is still up and fighting. The CC is good. The backline, his skill frontline's getting melted. Belvet is going to get to free fire onto the backline, smash through Campus, and will deliver the finishing blow. Scar, with a board of nightmares, takes our final on stream lobby.
And great positioning in the end. In that case, you felt like LeBlanc with Hacker was the hunter. It's the opposite. It was the other way around. Belveth was instead kept in the same corner to then turn around and kill LeBlanc before she could skill, thanks to the on-kill admin as well. So a really great game. I think still props to Cam, as I mentioned before. Turning that 8th into a second place in a lobby that it's game 6 of day 1 is incredible in terms of his managing of nerves and just the pressure overall.
Yeah, I mean, just you were saying, as we were discussing before, Cambiz making it through double 61, getting knocked out in 7th means he's almost certainly not going to be in day 2. So a great opportunity for Cambiz to continue to establish himself separately, but still incredible recognition there for Scar. To be in this situation here where you had to perform up to the best you could possibly play to make day 2 and actually coming through.
So my name is Magarki. I'm a French TFT player. I'm playing for Team Aegis, and I've been playing TFT since set 2. I feel like this set it's a lot more flexible, a lot more complex, and as pro player I really enjoy playing it. Yeah, I prefer this format because it makes the regional tournaments have more importance, and it's nice to have each country or each region with different ways to qualify. Otherwise, if you miss out on the ladder, then it's see you in 6 months. It's how it used to be, but now it's better. There are numerous ways to qualify, so I like it. Best way to qualify is through the open qualifier, and to win this qualifier. And I feel like most players feel like the open qualifier is a lesser way to get into the Golden Spatula, but I think if you manage to win the qualifier, it means you're prepared for the real Golden Spatula just the week after. So I would say play in the open qualifier. So thank you for everyone who's been following me and like cheering for me in the chat. Et merci à tous les fans, notamment d'Aegis qui sont à fond derrière nous, ça fait plaisir.
May not have been an Urgot 3, but a Belveth 3 is pretty damn good too. I'm really happy with that as the last game of the day. I don't know about you.
I am very pleased to see that. I mean, it definitely had to take a little bit of a while to really see the full potential of those 5 costs come out. Obviously, we had some Urgots, we had some Aphelios here and there, but this is definitely the cherry on top of the cake.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that final game, of course. So excited that I forgot to introduce us. Of course, in case you've forgotten after that banger of a game, wouldn't blame you a bit. I'm Niberia, joined here by Veerless, and we're going to be here to break down that game and the day as a whole, plus an interview later if you're very good and behave well. So be careful, Twitch chat. We could pull it. We could pull it at any moment. But I do want to say, I think coming out of that game, Scar looked incredibly good, but I know one of the things that you and I really wanted to talk about before we get into what Scar was up to, actually, was the high-end shopping.
Yeah, I mean, it was really that augment which gave him so much stability near the end. Already, though, he went for the recon, which I think was a very good thing to do. He had success with it in the previous lobby as well. I mean, the win was a win, and right now he was like, okay, let me try it again. Towards the end, though, it definitely was a bit more contested. We have more people going for the Kaiser. So a bit of a switch was necessary, and I guess with that high-end shopping, it was exactly what it needed.
Yeah, a very fascinating pattern there from Scar. Like you said, starting off with that vein opener and saying, okay, we'll start with Recon plus a little bit of Duelist. I'm heading towards this vein in the late game. All right, got the Edge of Night augment. We'll pop that on the Yasuo. Well, there's another Yasuo. And there's another I guess I'm going Yasuo 3. Let me build a Yasuo 3. Cool. High-end shopping. I'll pick up some Belveths, sure. And then his arm was just full of them, and he's like, well, I guess I'm getting rid of the Yasuo now to fit more Belveths. And fully itemized that Belveth 3, added in Urgots, really used that high-end shopping to the best of his ability. Unfortunately, was not able to hit 9, and therefore not able to get those maximum legendary odds. Maybe that would have changed the tides to get that win a little bit earlier and get me my precious Urgot 3. But regardless, really strong showing from him. Able to win streak to 3-5, swap out his carries very effectively without ever losing tempo, and I think that's got to be the hardest thing in TFT.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, keep in mind, of course, that we were at a lobby where the points certainly are still mattering. So having this victory, and now 2 in a row for the matter of fact, is so good for Scar. And I'm not too sure. We will have the standings very shortly, but I feel deep down my stomach this most likely will guarantee that he is going to be moving on to the next day.
Yeah, I mean, truly, it saved his tournament life. We still have to see where the other lobbies are resolving, but if he makes it out, it's because of the performance in this game and how well he did here. Of course, there's other stuff to mention that you and I talked about during the break. I want to bring up Gadgettine. At the top of show, in the middle of show, I talked it up quite a bit. Gadgettine emblem specifically looks really good in certain situations and definitely fewer than it used to be.
Yeah, it is a bit limited sometimes. At the end of the day right now, I feel this was the first time we saw it come out with the Mecha Prime composition, which I think in the meta in itself is a bit more stable, but today, first time around, and it worked really well. It was not good enough though to completely prevail. The ideas were certainly there, but at the end of the day, we also had Mecha Prime being contested, so that was not quite ideal either. So there you're gonna have to really rely heavily upon your Gadgettines. There was no Nunu in the end. So all these little things adding up on top of each other, and then, yeah, one of the best things you've got was the Wukong freestyle early, but eventually moving into a late board, yeah, you are missing some very key pieces.
Yeah, the use of the Guardian Spirit was really cool coming out from that Malphite composition. Additionally, around the rest of the lobby, before we head into our contest winner, so keep your eyes and ears tuned, was looking at that later stage of the game, Canbiz as well, at that 4-1 breakpoint, able to hit LeBlanc 3. Changing his fortunes quite drastically from the previous game, and that was just complete dominance from then on, only losing to Scar at the very end, but looked incredible. Made Underground change a little bit again in my estimation, especially after game number 5. We were pretty down on the synergy, but now having seen that, I think I might have changed my mind. What about you?
I'm not too sure yet. You know, there were multiple people again running underground in this lobby. It wasn't just Canbase. We also had
a little bit of a selection bias on my part, I admit.
Maybe. I mean, it can be really good. Like, this is the thing. It's so hit or miss, which means it's high risk, high reward. And I do have to admit, you know, in this very last game, maybe that is the strategy to go towards. But yeah, if I'm looking at, for example, Double 61, he was going for underground at the very beginning, not quite getting the most ideal cash out, still trying to stick to it though, and hoping that something good would come. But the composition in the end was a sort of a mix of everything. We had like 2 brawlers, we had a misfortune which was okay with the Riven augment, but not fully committing to Animus squad. And then hoping that the Aegis could sort of save you in the frontline department, but then you had a Draven coming online, and you name it. And that, in the end, the board is just not strong enough, and you're just sort of lacking behind with the already early losses that you've taken in the lobby.
A lot of adaptations this game for a lot of our players. The Prismatics always throw an interesting wrench into things, but again, congratulations to Scar for winning that lobby. And we are going to do another congratulations, of course, our contest winner, and I'm going to pull it up on my screen right now. I think we're going to get a lower third for it, but just in case. All right. Do I have to read this out? Production, I think, is going to tell me I do. Oh. All right, yeah. Production was about to get in my ear, but then I said, I think I have to read it out loud, and then they were like, yep, he's figured it out.
Yeah.
From Earth and Fury, I just think Gunmay is not winning since his gun only works in May. So anyone but not Gunmay is winning day 1. Buena suerte. Suerte. Oops. Gunner May.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean... Look, listen, I flame Wida all the time for horrifying puns. I would like to personally invite Earth and Fury onto the desk so that I may have the same privilege for this one, because it's an ideal pun, because it's just infuriating. It's fantastic. That's fantastic. So congratulations to Earth and Fury. Fearless, how would you rate this pun? Are you with me that it's a 10 out of 10?
No, yeah, I definitely love me some good puns. This was good. I mean, it's a shame that I have to read it for the second time because production already kind of spoiled it to us. Because probably if I were to hear it for the first time, when I read it, I had a good chuckle.
See, because reading it the first time was so traumatic for me, I got to process it a second time because I had forgotten. So, of course, that is going to be 10 Little Legend eggs for Earth and Fury. The same contest will be running tomorrow when we have our stream, so make sure you catch that as well and get your chance at taking home your very own 10 Little Legends eggs. We do now have the standings ready now that all of our lobbies have completed, so we're going to toss those onto the screen and let you guys know who has made it to day number 2.
Alright, so the top 64, we are kicking things off and on the brink, but he just made it, is Brain Gapped, 27 points. There's 2 more people with Zulanash and Travis Watt here also on the brink, but that's fine, you're making it, you're moving on to day number 2.
Yeah, I was really impressed by the play that we saw from Zulanash, but I do want to highlight how much of a first or 8th player he is, literally. Not a single other placement other than 1st or 8th. And that is just fascinating to me, but really impressive in those first places. So just a little bump, change those 8s to a 7th maybe, and I'm really excited to see what he's going to bring in the future. Of course, Dasic going to make it, Ging as well. Some of the highlights from our community, Canbiz, Tropical, we highlighted earlier, the Greek players making it through towards day number 2. Get a chance to see more from the country that has suddenly created a lot more strong players.
Yeah, and actually on the previous page I saw Dance Styles actually creeping up in there as well, which we saw during the rest of EMEA, and that certainly makes my Dutch heart a bit happy to see him still being in this tournament. But we have some more familiar faces. We have Potter Ball, who is going quite consistent, have had a couple of 5th places, but overall a lot of solid 3rd place placements, and therefore also maintains in this top 64.
Yeah, Darkest as well on the previous page, My Dark Horse. I'm very proud of them for making their way into day number 2. Looking forward to seeing them play again. Solo Gasong coming out. Main streamer saying, you know what, I gotta do PBE for the fans today. Making it all the way to 9th place on day number 1. An impressive turnaround from the German player. But we have another German player on the line, Fearless, and that is going to be for our interview for today, Kevin Parker, 3rd place. Look at all those firsts. Kevin, how are you feeling after today?
Very good. It went a lot better than I ever could have expected.
Really? Because you've been such a stalwart of the competitive scene. You've performed incredibly well. Were you like nervous about today at all?
A little bit, because yesterday I played the German TRC, and it didn't go so well for me, even though that was a different patch. So that was the old patch still. So yeah, I feel really confident on this patch, especially throughout the AP lines as well, which I didn't really play that much last patch, but now I've practiced them a little bit, and it definitely, it definitely worked out for me today.
I would love to ask you, what goes into the preparations of a day like this? Obviously you were mentioning you're playing multiple tournaments at a time. So when it comes to this specific one, is there anything that you want to pull out of the bag to make sure you move it on to the second day?
Well, there was a game where I opened with 3 underground, and the only one I was missing was Ezreal, and then there was a hero augment, and I took the Ezreal carry augment, which is a comp that I honestly haven't played probably since release patch. I've played it like once, I think, the Ezreal Supers reroll comp. So I was a little bit nervous going in, but then I got Think Fast at 3-2, and I rolled down on 6 and hit Ezreal 3 immediately. So from that point, it was just smooth sailing.
Well, you certainly kept your cool, so well done.
One of the questions I have for you, Kevin, of course, the TRCs have taken like a lot more prominence this set. I know you were talking about you just played in it yesterday, and that might have caused a little bit of nerves for you coming into today. But overall, one of the things we talk about a lot is the difference between, a ladder player and a competitive player. Do you think that the TRC has been helpful in closing that gap, or do you think it's doing the opposite and making it so, the people who are in those TRCs are just getting way better?
Oh, it definitely makes a difference. I mean, everyone knows with more tournament experience, you get better at tournaments. I mean, I'm almost like the best example for it, really. I was never known as a good tournament player, but since I've been playing quite a lot of them over the last sets, especially since I'm already in the 4th season of the German TRC, and I was in every single season before, I think that really helped me practice, like getting into the tournament mindset. Not tilting. I don't ever tilt in tournaments anymore, really. I just think about how I gotta perform in the next game to even out the last bad one.
Better mental in a tournament than I have on the ladder. So
now I have perhaps maybe it's a little bit too early, but I know the mid set is coming up, and I'm just very curious to ask, have you perhaps already taken a bit of a peek at it, started playing it in the PBE? And what are your overall thoughts of the new mid set that is coming out right now?
I'm not the best person to ask about this because I haven't played a single game of PBE yet, because of the German TRC and the Golden Spatula Cup. I just didn't really want to distract myself with all the new cool stuff, honestly. A lot of it does look pretty cool. I think the stage 2 glitched out carousel is going to spice things up in the early and mid game a bit, and some of the units look really cool as well. I really like TF, for example, and the new Ezreal. But I haven't played a single game yet, and I also haven't been watching streams of it because for me, there's only 8.0 right now.
Yeah. Keep your mind focused, and it paid off right now. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Staying pure, resisting the temptation. Kevin, thank you so much. Congratulations again. Is there anyone that you want to shout out as a thanks, people who have helped you prepare, the fans in general? Anyone?
Just shout out to everyone supporting me. Shout out to my mom, my IRL friends, everyone on Memo's Discord, and Memo especially as well for wishing me good luck today. It meant a lot. And yeah, just thanks to everyone for all the support.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. Wida has made the special request that I remind you of the earlier start time tomorrow, so you can take that up with him.
Thank you.
But thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for coming on, Kevin. We really appreciate it, and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so Fearless, great interview with Kevin, a great player, and I really, always have a fun time talking to our players. They're always just like a vibe,
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to get to know a little bit what's going on inside of their heads, and even sometimes the best of the best, they have some nerves, they have some doubt going into days like this, no matter how much experience they already have under their belt. Everyone is human at the end of the day, so it's good and good fun as well, getting to know them a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I think my big notes coming out of today is, we've only eliminated half the players, which is a lot of people, but we still got 2 days to go. For me, my big takeaway is that Recon is still getting played around the edges. It's been it's the cockroach of Set 8. You try and stomp it out, but it's always just kind of there hiding in the corner. You find one, oh man, let me lift up this fourth, it's a Recon. Oh God, get rid of it. So that was my big takeaway from today, and I'm looking forward to seeing if that stays true tomorrow or how that shapes up.
Yeah, I think for me, it's probably a bit of a shame to see how little impact perhaps Underground has been having. Obviously with some nerves and here and there coming about, I was hoping, is someone going to be sticking with it for the long run? But I guess a lot of people are having trouble to have a stable enough board in order to really make that viable. Perhaps maybe tomorrow another chance.
Yep. Speaking of tomorrow, we do have an earlier start time, and that is going to be, I'm making sure I'm reading it directly off my producer's message, 12:30 p.m. CET, which is going to be a great time for me. I've already bought 2 bottles of giant cold brew coffee. I'm so ready for tomorrow. Fearless, do you want to help with the socials? Do you want me to just run it down myself? What's the vibe for you?
Obviously you can follow us on the socials. You can follow our lovely trio of the casters as well. And of course, follow TFT on Twitter. Engage with us and make sure to win those TFTX tomorrow.
Yeah, we need those interactions, guys. We need impressions. Our KPI needs to go through the roof, or Riot's going to be mad. Of course, if you're wondering where to find us on all those platforms, at TFT Esports EMEA for us. Everywhere you can find TFT elsewhere, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, at PlayTFT. Then, of course, running down the casters, I am at Niberia. Joining me on my stage right is Fearless at Fearless_games, at Impetuous Panda, at Counterfeit Cast, and at Wida Casts. Don't forget the second S. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We can't wait to see you tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. CET. We'll see you there.